Okay, it's 1:40. We're down to 3 commissioners. We should be able to get through stuff a lot quicker. A few housekeeping items. I know that, got 90% of this room is filled with Isles of Capri people. I don't know how closely you're following the agenda. On purpose, we want to make the Isles of Capri issue a standalone item at the end, not fragment it up. And I said that earlier. We still, there's a lot of business in Collier County. So this is the number one thing to all of you, and it's very important, especially to me as your commissioner, those of you that live in District 1. But there's other business as well. So I don't want you to be sitting here. I've been trying to be as transparent as possible, but the reality is we don't have these hard timelines. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be cut off at the podium when you come up here to speak on Isles of Capri. Well, neither do the other people that we're speaking on issues that we just voted on, but there's still a few issues on the agenda. So I don't think we have a crystal ball right now to see the timeline. You might be sitting there going, well, when do we talk? When's this happen? Well, there's business of the day also to continue to come up. So we're going to keep you posted from here, but something for you to think about. You've had 65 people sign up to speak. And you know what? This is America. You get your time at the podium. Okay, that's over 3 hours then of presentations. And so I can tell you, I can't speak for all the commissioners here, but we don't work 9 to 3. So if we need to, charge hard, no. If we need to charge hard, that's great. What I don't think any of us want to do is sort of break this up to a second meeting. So either we're going to go or possibly not. And then I was just speaking with the county manager. We have other options at our disposal as well, which we can talk about. Don't know yet exactly what would be possibly the smartest thing to do, because we have a lot to still go through. But what I would tell all of you is maybe at the next break, if you're out in the hall, we'll hear all 65 people, but 65 people at 3 minutes a clip might be what you want, might not be what you want. Nobody here is muzzling anybody. I mean, that's not what we're here to do, but part of thinking about your strategy to be able to come up here and remember, this is the order for your particular issue. It's the applicant, it's the county staff, then it's the comment from the citizens. This is a big issue. The applicant and the county staff conversation, I believe, is going to be more than 5 minutes. It's going to be lengthy. So just think about that while you're sitting here, and we will keep you posted. I think it'll be obvious sort of how things are flowing, but Isles of Capri is not next. So if you have a copy of the agenda, the next item, Ms. Patterson, I believe, is 10A.
It is 10A.
Okay, so without further ado, unless I see Commissioner Saunders lit up, sir.
Just a real quick comment. I think your comment about getting the opposition folks to get a little bit better organized so they won't have 69 speakers, I think is a great idea. But my view is we'll get that started today and let's finish it. If it takes till 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, right. I think everybody wants to get it behind us, and so that I just want to place that out there. That's my view. Let's get it. We'll get it done.
Just one. No, we're gonna press on, sir. But thank you.
One quick point.
Go ahead, sir.
One quick point, and that has to do with the speakers. And as we're moving through the process and we move into the public, if you hear someone say what you've already said, come to the podium and say, "I agree with George." And that way there, we're not consuming that entire 3 minutes. If George has already made your point, I'm picking on him because he's sitting there. But it's that's something that we can do to help move along the process and still give everybody time. You're still a matter of record that you've registered your response, but we can do that. So.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Saunders. Trust me, nobody up here is watching the clock. But at times I have gotten emails from citizens that said, well, I couldn't stay there till 7 o'clock at night. I can't believe you couldn't move things. So I don't know that we'll ever please anyone, but we're here to work and we're here to hear from you and we're here to get things done. So without further ado, let's press with the business that's ahead of that. And Ms. Patterson, we'll move on to 10A.
10A is a recommendation to adjust the board's calendar by eliminating the summer recess and thus provide for year-round meetings. This item was brought to the agenda by Commissioner McDaniel.
And on the note of we're here to work, there's a perfect example of that. I have served as your county commissioner for 6 years, in excess of 6 years now. I've lobbied to do this since I became your county commissioner. I've lived in Naples since 1981, and when I came here 41 years ago, there was less than 100,000 people living in Collier County. Now we're pushing 400,000 people, and I believe that the community deserves a voice. I believe that the community deserves an opportunity to reach your elected officials on a far more regular basis than what we have been doing. And just because we have been doing it doesn't mean we can't try something else. So the proposition that I've brought here today is to extend the board's calendar, work throughout the summer, maybe adopt some rules as we go with regard to contentious items of land use and such to not be held in those summer meetings, and take the business of our community on a more regular basis.
Yeah, I just want to say this was part of my platform when I ran, that I just think times have changed. This is a busy county with a $2.5 billion budget. You know, we're not an elementary school where we take summer break, or, you know, companies, Arthrex doesn't break for the summer, NCH doesn't. They do some weird things in Washington, D.C., but I'm proud of what I think we need to do here. I agree with Commissioner McDaniel, and I voted to cancel the summer break every single time it came up, and it failed. But having said that, I also want to echo that some of the pushback that we got, or some of the feedback, I would say, from citizens that we got who liked the summer break, it wasn't because they liked us taking vacation. And I can tell you, every commissioner up here is in the building. It's not like we all go to Tahiti. But the reality is, some of the people that gave us feedback were worried that we would have an Isles of Capri issue on the you know, squeeze that under the door over the summer. I'm here to tell you that most of our meetings in this room are not Isles of Capri and big. It's a lot of the daily business. Look at the agenda. We're approving the payment of money, hurricane recovery, the building of berms on beaches, approving contracts for construction so we can get things going. How many of you have sent me an email saying, why do I see all this construction in season? Aren't you guys smart enough to do it in the summer? Well, you know, sometimes part of keeping the business of government moving is that we are keeping it moving all 12 months out of the year. Maybe some of these summer meetings wouldn't be marathon sessions because we wouldn't be voting on an Isles of Capri. But I voted and supported exactly what Commissioner McDaniel has said, and I think it failed a couple of times, but I just really think that times have changed, and you elect commissioners to be here full time. If there's not something on the agenda that calls for a meeting, the county manager can tell us the agenda is very thin. I think we don't need to have a meeting on July whatever, and we could make that determination. But I'm in full agreement that we should have the opportunity to have meetings in here every 2 weeks for 12 months out of the year, pending holidays and whatnot, and sort of the typical things. But I know I've got some people lit up here, and then it looks like we have public comment. Before I get back to you, Commissioner McDaniel, let me go to Commissioner Saunders.
Yes, a couple questions for staff and a couple comments. I don't have any problem with having those meetings in July and August, but I do want to correct one thing. We always have an opportunity to have a meeting. If there's something that needs to be done, the chairman on his own motion can call for a meeting at any time. So 3 commissioners can call for a meeting at any time. So if there's ever a point where there's some sense that we're getting behind on anything, that's just a matter of the chairman recognizing that and taking action to call the meeting. But there's a reason why we've had this break, and it's not because commissioners are in Tahiti, as you were saying, and it's not because
I said they weren't.
No, and it's not because we aren't willing to work. We are here, but there's a reason for this. And I want to turn to the manager, and I told her this morning that I was going to put her on the spot a little bit. I did this last time it came up. We have a staff that puts together a 2,000 to 2,500 page agenda every 2 weeks, all year long. Now, we also give them incredible amounts of stuff to do. Today, we're talking about the CDC grant and adding these types of things. But they have planning things that they're working on, the Golden Gate Master Plan, the other master plans that they're working on. So I want to ask the manager if this break is important to staff, and if so, why? But I realize that it's a commission decision, and staff has said, and they'll say it today, I'm sure the manager will say it today, whenever this board's meeting, they're ready to be with us. It's not that they're trying to avoid a meeting, but there's a reason for this. And I want the 2 new commissioners to understand why we've done this in the past. So that's my question.
Of course. So as Commissioner Saunders said, we put together an agenda every 2 weeks. So essentially 1 week is the week that we're preparing and approving the agenda to print, and the next week we have a meeting, and we do this throughout the year. In those 6-ish weeks that we have in the summer, we are not doing that for a portion of those, and it gives us the opportunity at that time to do things, special projects, master planning. We spend a lot of time on the AUIR over the summer, getting it ready for the fall. It also does give those staff members, specifically those that are very involved in the agenda process, the opportunity to take that time during that period of time away where they're not having to delegate that responsibility to somebody else. Now, what we have said is we'll make it work. We will adjust our schedules to make that work, as well as working on those special projects throughout the year, which we do that as well. And it also is going to provide an opportunity for, from time to time, you as the board to see different faces coming up here. You get used to seeing your department heads and some of your key division directors. It is going to give the opportunity as some of those folks, this is the only time of year that they might take that vacation with their kids or whatever that might be, that we are now going to have that bench be able to come here and have an opportunity for you to get to know them as well. So with those things that may present a challenge, they also, there may be some benefit that arises as well. And as Commissioner Saunders said, it is a commission decision, and we will make it work, but for the benefit of the new commissioners, that summer period was always intended for that time for the staff to have a period of time to execute some of these projects that have been assigned and do some of that strategic planning and capital project work, planning work that we squeeze in for the rest of the year.
Just a closing comment. If there is ever a point in time where we feel that we need to have extra meetings, that's easy to accomplish. But I just wanted to Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Colwell to know why this has been the kind of the policy in the past. It's not just commissioners trying to avoid meetings. It's really giving our staff an opportunity to get some good work done. Thank you.
One of the things I'll say, and not in rebuttal to that, but in response to that is, I think the other side of the coin would be is if we continued all throughout the year, and we also have the ability, like you said, to call special meetings, but we also have the ability to say, wow, there isn't enough on the agenda. And so it's a matter of our default is we're going to have meetings throughout the whole year. It's more proactive by saying we might cancel one here or there than, wow, we got this gap, but we could always squeeze in a meeting. Secondly, one of the reasons why I'm a supporter of having the schedule go throughout the whole year is it might show us where on our staff we might be a little bit thin, because if you say, well, the staff will just make it work. Well, I don't want them to just make it work. I want to excel. So if we added these meetings and somebody is pulling double duty and doesn't get, time with their kids or doesn't get to work on a special project, then we need to figure out how we can beef up our staff because, like I'll go back to my original comment, times have changed. This is a full-time job. It's a full-time county and it needs full-time support. And this is a time to be able to see what parts of our departments need that extra break and now all of a sudden are overtasked. And that's where I know, I'll just speak for me, then that's where I'm going to put the acceleration of my position to support the staff and say, wow, we just discovered a couple of departments are really stressed out with these extra meetings. Why aren't we hiring more people? Commissioner Hall, and then Commissioner Daniel, you're on deck.
I'm certainly not opposed to working all year long. When I read about some of the benefits of the break were to allow key staff to take vacation and to plan, I thought maybe if we worked just school is out. School comes back, second week of August all the time?
Usually.
So there's no sense in taking those days off because everybody has their kids home. So what if we just missed the second week of July and worked all the way through August? I'm just saying it. I bring it up to allow key staff for vacation because, kids are only out of school a very short time now. And I'm not opposed to going all year long. I'm just bringing it up for discussion.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you said Daniel.
No, McDaniel.
Okay.
Got it. I know your name. I was just talking to your mom. It's McDaniel. I got it.
She's watching again, so be careful.
She told you to sit up straight, by the way. She sent us a note here. Go ahead, sir.
To your comment, Commissioner Hall, this is a pilot program, and rather than moving items based upon school and so on and so forth. Our staff we've already started to see the new faces. We've already had discussions about developing the bench strength and having, other than just the regular faces, come to the podium and speak with us. We've already started that process. It's a critical, from my perspective, it's a critical period of time for our community because of our fiscal year. The way our current systems work, we take the public out of the process substantively by taking that period of time off right before the beginning of our new fiscal year in October. We come back in September, we have a couple of meetings, budget hearings that are done along with our regular meetings, and then we adopt our budget and we go on. I'm looking to enhance the public input into the government processes of what Collier County has. From a negotiation standpoint, if you want to, first of all, any of us that has a conflict because of already scheduled items, some people travel and the like, you're certainly welcome if you can to call in with a vote of the board. We'll acquiesce and certainly allow that. And then the only other, we take necessarily another month off in the fall with one meeting in November and one meeting in December. And Commissioner Saunders, last year when we were talking about this, talked about that November meeting, and everybody knows that I go away in November. So if the board wanted to, we could have another meeting in November. Most of you are here during that period of time, and we could have that meeting as well. That would be what I would propose, as opposed to trying to limit what we're in fact doing right now. So I'm okay with the one meeting because Thanksgiving through and Christmas, New Year's, it's a difficult time of the year to get anything done. But I would like for this to be used as a pilot program. I have some pretty interesting ideas that I haven't had an opportunity to speak with you gentlemen about yet as to what we can do in those new meetings in the summertime. But to assure the public, the goal is not to do anything nefarious. Not necessarily, we wouldn't be hearing any real contentious land use items during that period of time, but just conducting the business of the community. So,
Before I go to Commissioner Cole, I just wanted to ask Mr. Miller, how many, we have public comment, how many? One, okay. Commissioner Cole, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner, or Chairman. I'm gonna be short and sweet. To me, it doesn't bother me. I'm not afraid of work. I'm retired. I can be here every day. So, it's not a problem. But it comes down to, I believe it's a staff thing, and it's in what situation they've been in over the years. And it sounds like what Commissioner Saunders was saying, that they use that time to work on the things that you don't see, the public don't see behind the scenes, that are just as important as the things you do see up here when we're on the dais. But, we can always try something new. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we can always go back to the old way. Sometimes people say don't try to reinvent the wheel or don't break something that's not broken, but, it is true. We were not the same county we were 20, 30 years ago. This is a thriving metropolitan area. We got 405,000 people here on a full-time basis, and then we probably increased by another 100 to 200,000 in season. So it's quite a job, and it's, it is something that we have to pay attention to all year round. So, thank you.
Mr. Miller, we'll go to our public comment.
Yes, Chairman, and I've just had one other gentleman want to make comment. That's not usually what we do, but it's your discretion, sir.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. Rayanne Burton will be followed by Mr. Zagaric. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your first name, sir. Daniel.
You just can't get rid of me. Okay. I was going to say good morning, but it's now afternoon. My name is Rayanne Burton, Real Golden Gate Estates. Item 10A, 24-219, to eliminate summer recess, is presenting concerns to the residents and will keep them from commenting on issues on the agenda. 1, the BCC states it will not present for vote any projects or major changes, such as amending the growth management plan or push through projects that have been questioned and protested against in the past. But what if the developers demand it? 2, it is felt that there will be projects that concern residents that will indeed pass through per the demands of developers without any comment from the affected communities or residents. 3, adding 2 meetings to July and August will cost the taxpayers an extra $7,500 to $10,500, plus the staff vacationing, BCC will be working with reduced staff. Salary is one of the greatest costs. Would this mean an increase to taxes? Now, $7,500 to $10,500 may not be a lot to you, but to a retired senior citizen, that's a lot. 4, the taxpayers need those 2 months to research the projects already being presented as agenda items are posted late on Thursday, the week before, not giving much time for research. 5, eliminating the summer recess is a poor service to the taxpayers of Collier County. I request that you vote no. Plus, I believe the taxpayers should have the opportunity to have those months for research and a break from meetings. Plus, the staff need to catch up with other projects and family time. I think you should vote no. Thank you.
Your final speaker is Daniel Zagaric.
Good afternoon, Daniel Zagaric. Oddly enough, I'm sitting next to the person that doesn't want to change your schedule. But, you know, $1.5 billion to $2 billion, now we're talking $2 to $2.5 billion, pieces and parts galore. I mean, if our managers have become accustomed to and need that time off, guys, you gotta do more reps. You gotta come to practice. You gotta be more committed. You know, you are our football team. If you don't win for us, we don't need you, you know? But I would say, you know, to manage something as large as what we have going on here, really? You can do it remotely, or you can do it without seeing people? I don't understand that at all. I've worked for guys that have, you know, a couple billion, $2.5 billion going on in sales. And, you know, when somebody comes in the room and says, you know, can we take off July and August, you know, there's one less chair in the room at that point, you know. We all have to do our job. And I don't want to make it tough on people or, you know, but sometimes you just gotta, if you want to keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep getting what you've been getting. You know, maybe our upper echelon managers need to accept this and say, hey, the vacation schedule is going to be a little different this year. You know, we're not all going to be gone in July and August, plus whenever else we leave. But this is big time. This isn't a little municipality. Little municipalities actually meet more often. This is major league stuff. And, you know, the consent agendas that we don't have time to go over now. Are you kidding me? Are we going to be surprised about engineering costs that increase after projects? I mean, I don't want you guys to be surprised about that kind of stuff. And I'm just talking about operationally. I'm really not, you know, concentrating on development or other things right now. But I am for, you know, forgoing the July-August vacation. So thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and just as an aside, Dan, our staff's prepared for this. They've already been preparing for this, just so you know. They are our football team. Assuming that the board is in consent with the with the thought process. So with that, they're already putting processes in place to be prepared for this. So just to assure you that they are in fact ready. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we adjust the board's schedule. We work through the summer months. If you wish, do you want to add, and I don't know, do you want to add in a November meeting or leave it be one in November and one in December?
I like me personally, I like the proactive approach, which is we schedule all of our meetings. We always have the ability to eliminate one rather than the other way around where we keep the gap and go, well, we can always throw one in there. So I don't want to monkey around. I like your idea of saying, it's a pilot program, and I second the motion.
So, and you want to add in a November meeting? Because I don't want to have one at Christmas.
No.
So just the November meeting.
Right.
So we work all year long with the one meeting off at the Christmas and New Year's
Yeah,
holiday.
which is what we've always had. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion.
Are you clear?
We're not clear.
No, we're not clear. We have traditionally had one meeting in November and one meeting in December.
He misspoke.
Okay, so
He
we're gonna,
misspoke.
we're gonna
No.
go through the summer and leave the other 2 months
No,
as they are,
gonna
or
have
we're adding?
two meetings
in-
in
two
two in
in
November. Two in November, and the only meeting we're going to take off this coming year will be unless we decide that there isn't sufficient work for the board to do, or for what we need to do. So
Who gets to make that decision? That there's not enough work to do at a meeting?
I don't know. That was his
I
idea.
hate to, and I'm sorry for jumping in here.
No.
But just the idea that being proactive means that we schedule these meetings and we can cancel them, as opposed to we don't have a meeting scheduled, but in advance we can schedule one if we need one. I like the latter approach, where if we need a meeting, we can schedule it. So I'm going to vote against this because I think it's unfair to our staff, and that's the only reason I'm voting against it.
Well,
Commissioner Hall?
I can see working through the summertime, but I'm going to be a proponent of one meeting in November, one meeting in December, just because of the timing of the year. It's difficult to get.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but
I don't know that I misspoke. What I wanted to do was leave our schedule the way it is and add the meetings that we have never had over the summer. So maybe I did misspeak, but I think what I'm echoing is what Commissioner Hall is saying, is that we keep what we've always had. We're just adding the meetings in July and August that have always been set aside.
For clarity purposes, we're going to work through the summer, one meeting in November, one meeting in December, and that's my motion.
And I second it.
Understood.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. Okay,
Commissioners, item 10B is a recommendation to direct the county attorney to advertise and bring back for a public hearing an ordinance which would create the unpaved private road emergency repair municipal service taxing unit by authorizing a levy of not to exceed 1 mil of ad valorem taxes per year. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner McDaniel.
Okay. Again, I've served as your county commissioner for in excess of 6 years. For anybody who's had an opportunity to read the item, there's in excess of 110 miles of dirt, private roads in Collier County. It's a huge issue for our community from a health, safety, and welfare standpoint. One of the primary job, I believe, of local government is to provide for the health and safety of our community. And so the proposition here is to levy up to a 1 mil tax. Now, we're not voting on it today. We're just voting to bring it back as an ordinance and hear it again. But to generate the funds from people that do access their properties off of private roads. The maintenance on these roads is scattered. I could write a book on the stories that have transpired in my 6 years of people. I had a friend that passed away because they couldn't get an ambulance to him because he lived off of a private dirt road, and the water was so high they couldn't get the ambulance through to get to him. He passed away of a heart attack. So that's not the primary reason, but it's one of the reasons. So this will aggregate the property owners. We'll set up a committee to review the roads based upon our staff's recommendations. We'll do the worst first. We're going to set the millage rate to not exceed 1%. My wish is when we actually adopt this that we set the first rate at 0.5 mil, and then monitor the progress for the maintenance of the roads and the upkeep to allow them all to be traversable by an ambulance. The ambulance is the least accessible apparatus that we have from an emergency services standpoint to be able to get to our people. The fire departments will benefit, the sheriff will benefit, the trash collection vehicles, which are all government entities that we provide, will all benefit from that. So that's the reason that I've brought this forward, and it will cure an enormous amount of ills that are transpiring in our community as well, just for lack of communication and cooperation for folks that access their property off of private roads.
Commissioner Hall?
And I just want to iterate for the public that there is an opt-out
Yes.
provision. So if I have a private road and I do maintain my road and I'm doing a good job, then I can opt out of this.
Yeah, there are two different property owners that come to mind. Oil Grade Road that goes from Oil Well up to Immokalee Road. Collier Enterprises owns that road and owns both sides of the road. They can opt out. They take care of their own road. There's I happen to live in Corkscrew Sanctuary Swamp. There's a lady over there that's part of the Beness family, Better Roads, Beness Inc., and she has a really nice road. They have millings on her road, and they have already taken care of it. So folks on roads like that are already maintained, we've appropriated for a one-time opt-out for folks that do live on their roads to take care of their own properties. If they don't do it, then, you know, sometimes property ownership changes and such, then we have the right to come back and induce them back into the process.
Unless there's any other discussion. County Manager, can you just read the recommendation aloud just for clarity before we make a motion and vote on it?
Yep.
Commissioner Cole's actually lit up here, so let's go to him first. Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted clarity. We're voting on it today, or was it just,
No, this is,
Move it
as
to-
with all of our ordinances, we have one meeting or one vote to agree to bring it back as an actual ordinance, and so.
That's why I actually wanted it read, because, and not for the sake of the new commissioners, but just for all of us, that we're voting exactly what Commissioner McDaniel just said, to bring it back for discussion, and I think that'd be clear if it was read out loud after we've all talked. Commissioner Saunders?
I'm going to support bringing this ordinance back, but I'm not likely to support it when it does come back, if I feel that there's some inequities in it. I understand that people that already have their roads paved can opt out, but this is a 1 mil tax, which is a very substantial tax. And I know, Commissioner McDaniel, you said you want to start at a ½ mil, and I know it says up to 1 mil, but it's a 1 mil tax. And there may be a lot of people who choose to live on unpaved roads because they like that lifestyle. And in addition, we have these unpaved roads that are not connected. They're all over the county. I don't know how staff's going to manage it. So I'm just saying I'm likely to vote against it when it comes back because I think it's unwieldy and unfair.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, and that is part of the discussion points, Commissioner Saunders, is folks have chosen to live on these private roads, and the obligation then comes for them to maintain their own road. But then we, as the government, with our EMS, I shared one example of a friend who passed because we couldn't get an ambulance down the road. In the past, as we have always done, when a road became so much in ill repair, the county went in and fixed it, and then forced an MSTU on the residents of that particular road, and we have had to do that twice on one road that's utilized. It's a private road that's utilized to access a government-owned piece of property, the Nancy Payton Bird Sanctuary. Blue Sage was the road. It fell into the creek twice, just because of ill repair, and the property owners on it, including Collier County, were not taking care of the road. So again, I tried to not belabor the point, just to move it along, because today we're just voting on whether or not we're going to hear it again and actually adopt the ordinance or not at a future date. But there's a myriad of circumstances that are out there that this will really, really benefit our community.
So before I ask the county manager just to read it for clarity, I wanted to make a comment, and I actually agree with Commissioner Saunders, and the reason I'm going to say that I'm likely not to vote for it with what I know right now is between now and when it's brought back. If somebody's a big supporter of this, to include Commissioner McDaniel and any of the other commissioners or citizens, then educate me on why I should vote for this, because I have some of the similar concerns Commissioner Saunders does. Some of the examples that Commissioner McDaniel brought up, all of the examples have merit, but there's also other ways to solve that. And that might be arguable, and we're not going to waste time here because all we're doing is inviting it to come back for deeper discussion. But the reason I go on the record, similar to Commissioner Saunders, is I welcome input, I welcome education, I welcome information from people who live on that unpaved road, and they love every second of it, and all the folks that are in between, so that we can have an educated discussion and an eloquent discussion and vote properly on it. So, County Manager, if you would just read for clarity what we're voting on, and then I'll ask for a motion.
Yes, sir. The recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners directs the county attorney to advertise and bring back for public hearing a proposed ordinance which would create the unpaved private road emergency repair municipal service taxing unit, MSTU.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay, County Manager, we are now moving to 11A.
Items 11A and 11B are companion items. Item 11A is a recommendation to award construction invitation to bid number 22-7992R, Palm River Public Utilities Renewal Project Areas 1 and 2 to Haskins, Inc. in the amount of $15,579,339.85. Authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreement and approve the necessary budget amendments. If you'd like, I can read its companion at the same time.
Please
This
do.
is the CEI that goes along. Item 11B is a recommendation to award request for proposal services number 22-7998, construction, engineering, and inspection services for Palm River Public Utilities Renewal Project to Stantec Consulting in the amount of $7,148,209.57. Authorize staff to issue an initial purchase order in the amount of $2,521,148.58, to be followed by future purchase order modifications subject to board approval and as dictated by board-approved funding under projects 70257 and 60234. Mr. Matt McLean, your Public Utilities Engineering Division Director, is here to present or answer questions.
I'm going to move to Commissioner Saunders first. He's lit up, so he might have a.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's some questions from the commission, I would go ahead and make a motion to approve 11A and 11B.
Second.
But there may be some questions from commissioners.
Or public speakers.
All right, then, seeing none, then I'll make the motion to approve 11A and 11B.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
That was an amazing presentation.
Isles of Capri people, don't get so excited. That's not going to happen in a couple of hours or an hour. But it could be. It's up to you. Mr. Finn. Okay, so we're moving to 11D, correct?
Yes. Item 11D is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, acting as ex officio as the governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, adopt a resolution accepting the proposal of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. to purchase from Collier County Water Sewer District a Series 2023 taxable bond in order to refund all of the district's water and sewer refunding revenue bonds, Series 2016, for net present value interest savings, approve the form of a bond purchase and exchange agreement with respect to the Series 2026 tax-exempt bond, authorize the issuance of a Collier County Water and Sewer District refunding revenue bond, Series 2023, in the principal amount of not to exceed $52 million, and providing for the potential exchange of such Series 2023 bond for a Collier County Water and Sewer District refunding revenue bond, Series 2026, in 2026, delegate certain authority to the board chairman and other appropriate officers of the county for the execution and delivery of the bond purchase and exchange agreement, authorize the execution and delivery of an escrow deposit agreement and appointment of a new of an escrow agent thereto, and authorize all necessary budget amendments. Mr. Edward Finn, Deputy County Manager, is here to present or answer questions.
Commissioner Saunders.
Again, if there are no questions or comments from the commission, this is a good news item. It's a savings,
No-brainer.
and I'll make a motion to approve the item 11D.
Commissioner Hall.
Second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mr.
One-
Chairman, if I may, if the board would indulge me just 1 second, just some words of thanks. Derek Johnson, Finance Director for the Clerk of Courts, Bond Counsel Steve Miller, Financial Advisor Sergio Masvidal, County Attorney Klatskow, Amia Curry, Chris Johnson, Susan Usher, the balance of the Finance Committee, and Dr. Gomez from the PUD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Yep. One of the things I want to say, especially since we have such a large audience, and I've said it at meetings before, we don't take it lightly, and please, I hope you don't either, thinking, wow, they just passed something so quickly. We get this agenda well in advance. All these people you're seeing here have been in our offices over the last few days. We know the things on here that we want to do a deep dive in that don't take a big, long presentation. We've seen all the slides. So, for the people that maybe this is the first time you've been in this room and say, wow, at the drop of a gavel, they're spending millions and millions of dollars. Mr. Finn, basically, and all the people he named, spend an unbelievable amount of time in our offices leading up to this meeting. So these are all things that we have all done a deep dive in or were part of pushing forward. So I don't know if any other commissioner wanted to say something. Commissioner McDaniel, you're chopping at the bit. Go ahead.
No, I'm not chopping at the bit. I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you wholeheartedly. I mean, the first paragraph in the agenda item says it all. It's a refinance of 183 million with a 27 plus million dollar savings to the community.
Yep.
I think to quote Commissioner Hall, it's a no-brainer.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think 11E.
Yes, that's right. 11E, formerly item 16C1. This item was continued from the June 28th, 2022 BCC meeting and further continued from the September 13th, 2022 BCC meeting. This is a recommendation to approve a second amendment to the major user agreement for delivery and reuse of irrigation quality water with the Riviera Golf Club Lucky 2 Golf LLC to provide a revised termination date due to facility closure. I will hand this over to County Attorney Klatskow.
I spoke with the county manager because this is predominantly a legal issue. The bottom line is we have a customer who no longer wants the service. We have a greater demand for the service than we have capacity so that the water will be sold elsewhere. So in events like this, when a customer no longer wants the water, we simply terminate the agreement and then we go to the next customer. In this case, I will note to the board that you will get consternation in the community because what the owner of the golf course is doing is scorched earth. He's killing the golf course so that when it comes to the rezone, he's going to say, I can't run a golf course, it's dead. That is what's going on here. Having said that, that'll be a consideration for you during the rezone. The consideration here is the customer no longer wants the water, and as a matter of business, we've always simply terminated the agreements and sold the water to someone else.
Yeah, Riviera Golf Estates was in District 1 before the rezone, so I'm very close to the folks there, and I know Commissioner Cowell is now. I asked a lot of these same questions. Sometimes we're voting on things here that it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical. We don't necessarily love it, but is it illegal for somebody to say they no longer want to water their golf course? They'll still mow it, they'll still maintain it, and whatnot. Do we have the ability to say, too bad, you have to maintain it? And as much as we might not like it, I mean, we might hate it. We want to support the citizens who live on that course, and they want to see greenery and landscape. All the answers that came back to me over these last few days when I was doing a dive into it is we really don't have that ability. He decides he doesn't want water anymore, he or she, and we don't have any recourse. I throw that out there to see if I heard that right, Mr. Klatskow, or if there's anything you want to add, or we have anything at our discretion.
I think you put it better than I did.
Okay. Yeah. Do I have any comments from any commissioners? Commissioner McDaniel? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
Commissioner
well,
McDaniel.
I guess this then bodes, maybe we ought to hear from the residents, the president of the association, is because the contract that we have is with the developer that owns the golf course. And if the residents of the community are willing to assume the contract, can that legally be done and pay that bill? because I can't force somebody to buy our, I don't think we can. I can't force them to buy our IQ water. And if the residents are not interested in having the sprinklers cut off, or, not interested in having the discontinuance of the access to that IQ water, then if they'll pay for it, then I would certainly support that. But I can't force the person that owns the land to. You'll get your chance to speak. I'm sharing with you my concerns from what had to have.
If the owner of the golf course would allow the residents to do that, then yes, but it is still the owner's property, not the residents'.
Right.
Now, the residents can purchase the property, in which case they'll have control over it.
Then they got to get in line in order to be able to have access theoretically.
I've spoken with Ms. Dielmez, and they will get priority treatment if this golf course comes back on.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Hall, and then Commissioner Cowell, you're on deck.
Is the developer under obligation to keep it mowed and keep it looking nice?
Everybody in the county
Okay,
has that
so
obligation.
if he doesn't want to water it, that, to me, the assumption was made earlier that if he doesn't want to water the golf course, that's indicative of us approving his, or wanting to go forward with his development, and I think that's a bad assumption on this board's part. But what we're deciding on now is whether the guy wants to pay for water or not pay for the water. He still has to maintain it. I just want to clear that up.
Commissioner Cowell.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall kind of touched on where I was going with it too. I mean, because we're all liable for our own property and condition of it. And I know myself has been warned to have my grass a half-inch too high in my yard, and code enforcement doesn't have a problem calling me and telling me that. So that being said, him being the owner of the golf course or whoever owns it now, they should still fall under the same standard as everybody else with maintaining that property. And if it gets to a point it gets too overgrown, then it might become an issue with water drainage and runoff and things like that, because it will impede water and it will direct it where it's not supposed to go. So I think this is something as a county, and this is something where the code enforcement should take a close look at. And if he's willing to forego buying the water from us, he's probably going to be buying it a lot more, spending a lot more trucking it in to maintain that property in a condition that will, be within the guidelines of our code and the maintenance of that property. So,
Well, I think here's the issue. He can mow dead grass as long as he wants. And if I don't water my lawn, I actually don't have to mow it very much because it'll just die. And so the citizens have a point that they're concerned that if he doesn't, he owns a golf course. So it's not the same as, having a backtrack piece of property that you just let die and it's sight unseen. So I think their concerns are valid that he's going to let his golf course die. Over time, he may run a mower over it, but he's basically going to mow hay. And then their concern is that he's marching towards a position of, even if somebody was interested in buying the course, buying a course that needs to be totally resodded is probably becomes a lot less of an investment or an enticement. And so then, if you sort of start to connect the dots the way the citizens are, they feel like the overarching final decision becomes an automatic rezone, which I agree with Commissioner Hall. We decide that, not the property owner. But there is some concern that, he'll maintain the golf course, but it's just going to be a bunch of dead grass. And I had the same concern, Commissioner Cowell, which was when you talk about runoff, if you have live grass, it absorbs, heavy rains and whatnot. If he lets it go and turns it basically into asphalt that he mows once every 6 months, there could be some significant, flooding problems. Having said that, I think our county attorney would say, you still can't make him water his grass unless I hear something different.
No, he might have a code enforcement issue, but this would not be the first golf course, by the way, that went dead in the county. It happens. In fact, the board had this discussion about the Golden Gate Golf Course. What would happen? What would the cost be to get it back up?
Commissioner McDaniel.
Go ahead.
You're lit up. Go ahead.
I just want to respond. Yeah, I believe we're both in agreement. And
Yep.
believe me, I understand what he's trying to do. I understand his end game with the whole idea of not taking the water and letting it die. But once again, we're a government entity that sits up here, and we're not like somebody who's going to, like Obamacare, where we're going to force you to buy something. We can't force him to buy water, by no means. But I think there's other means through what we already have in our code enforcement to hold him to a certain standard over time that maybe will be more beneficial for you as a community that there is some sort of maintenance done to it, and it is kept in some sort of condition where doesn't become a problem. So, you know, it is what it is. We're not going to try to, you know, he's not going to dictate what we're going to do when it comes time to making a decision on that property, you know, and we're not going to play his games. Let's just say that. So I don't know if I can put it any clearer than that.
I know, I thought you do we have any public speakers?
I was confused. Did you heard from them earlier this morning? Did you want to hear from them again now?
I think we do, yeah.
Okay, Tricia Campbell and Scott Soderstrom.
I cut Scott off, so
Yeah.
so I could give him a chance to have his full 3 minutes, so I certainly would like to.
We'll go ladies first.
Oh, thank you. Tricia Campbell, President, Riviera Golf Estates. And I'm just going to go through my whole thing again for my concerns for my community. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Riviera Golf Estates, 690 homes which directly abut Riviera Golf Course, which have utilized this contracted county IQ water rights as a means to maintain the grass and other vegetation on the land for over the past 7 years. Plus, there is a large amount of endangered and protected species that's very important that could be affected by lack of water. On behalf of my community, I wanted to make this clear despite what the background information provided to the commissioners may suggest, that our community objects to the termination of the IQ water rights associated with this property. We made communication to county manager, county attorney, and commissioner, former commissioner of District 4 by email September 14, 2022. Our association received notice of this public posting today. As you all know, or may know, the golf course property has been subject to intent to convert application process during 2022, which process to rezone the land for high-density residential development of over 380 homes on this property, which will serve as both our existing drainage system and floodplain for the past 50 years, and has successfully protected our HOA properties from flood damage from Wilma, Irma, and most recently, Ian. It is a very crucial element to our community's safety. I have been advised by the staff and the water use group that a cancellation of this contract means that future owners will have to reapply and will fall to the bottom of the waiting list. We therefore ask you, as the ultimate decision-making body for the county, you may be asked to render a decision on a potential rezoning application to not take this symbolic step in favor of the future development and of the land, to maintain the neutral position of maintaining all current conditions on the land until the proposed future property use is fully evaluated by county staff and the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, my voice is gone here. We respectfully request that the board table this IQ water use termination request at the present time, and therefore assure the objectivity of any rezoning process going forward. To do this will not make it more difficult for a third-party purchaser of the property to obtain irrigation services following such a purchase.
Sir?
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners, for letting me talk. My name is Scott Soderstrom. I am a resident at Riviera Golf Estates. More importantly, I am a civil engineer with over 40 years of experience, retired officer of the U.S. Naval Civil Engineering Corps, and a licensed Florida professional engineer. The fact is if this irrigation contract is canceled, the grass is dying right now. The trees are in distress. The trees will die. Fact, the ground will become more pervious and you're going to increase the drain off, which is going to compromise the drainage system of the area and increase flooding. Fact is that when the grass dies, all you have left is sediment. When you have more sediment, you get erosion. When you have more erosion, you're going to be plugging up the detention ponds, the culverts, the swales, and the drainage system, again, increasing flooding. Fact, if all this dies, which is dying right now, you're going to have fire problems. If you get a fire in this area on this golf course field, you've got surrounding condominiums and houses that are in danger. So in conclusion, unless there is a compelling reason to cancel this contract immediately, I graciously request that the board wait until the future use of this property is settled. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, any other speakers?
That's it, sir.
I guess do we have staff, county staff that wanted to, I see people walking back and forth. Is somebody wanting to make a comment from the county staff?
Amia Curry, Director of Utilities Finance, and I had nothing more to add than Mr. Klaska was already stated.
A question that I have is, so if he's not watering the course now, and then it becomes worse, and the engineer here made some great points, it becomes a fire hazard and whatnot, does that violate code? If you have if I don't water my front lawn and my whole front lawn is just dead grass, do I get a ticket? Is that against code? Does my grass have to be a certain color of green? Anybody, Mr. French, anybody educate us here? It might sound like sort of an elementary question, but the bottom line, does he have the right to not water his course, and when and he continues to mow the dead grass, so we can't write him up for 4 feet of grass? I realize the code part would be if he just walked away from it and it became just weeds. He can't do that. But if it's just dead grass, is that illegal, immoral, and ethical? Does the county have recourse?
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Jamie French. I'm your Department Head for Growth Management Community Development. I've been in contact with our Code Enforcement Director, who also falls under our purview. There is an ongoing code case just this past November in the swales. What your code dictates, and again, let me just, not to elongate this, but to paint the picture, this golf course has existed since the 70s, so it predates any zoning commitments. And so I'll rely on Mr. Klatskow to help me out here, but we've got no commitments here. There's no, as far as we know, there's no easements that are recorded for community or this type of use. It is privately held property. He can allow the weeds to grow up to 18 inches. Anything above 18 inches, we would open a code case. In fact, we opened one back in August, then he quickly replied, he mowed the grass. But there's no requirement to keep sprinklers on.
Yeah. And the concern becomes then if you don't, first of all, I think if you own a golf course, it doesn't have to be in PGA quality, but the expectation is that, at least it looks aesthetically pleasing to the eye, especially to people that live on the golf course. Now, that may not be legal, and so, it's not illegal, so that's sort of the rub. But I do have concern that, you don't water that grass in the course. It becomes asphalt, basically, and then we have a heavy rain, and the runoff becomes significant. The part about the environmental concerns and the animals and whatnot, although that falls on a sympathetic ear, I still don't think it's illegal, and we're trying to figure out what we have at our disposal here. I'm sort of hearing a whole bunch of nothing, as long as he keeps the golf course mowed to 18 inches, which is unfortunate to hear. I'm sorry, sir.
I lit up while our speakers were up here, and I have a
see
question
anything
for
here.
them.
Yeah, you must have a dead button. Nothing's up here. Well, I'm still talking, but I'll get to you. But if you talked with code enforcement, what I'm hearing is you can buy a golf course, keep the grass at 18 inches, keep a closed sign on it, not play, not allow anybody to play golf, and it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical, and he's not going to get any kind of violation. Correct, Mr. French, from what you're hearing from our code enforcement?
Yes, sir. It would be.
Check that because you're not like.
It would not be considered a valid code case. It's not something that we would take action on, predominantly because, as I said before, the code allows for up to 18 inches.
Okay.
This predates your zoning, so there's no commitment to maintain this other than what your land development code requires or your property maintenance standards requires, which is 18 inches.
Commissioner McDaniel, go ahead.
Yes, please. And Pat?
Tricia.
Tricia? How do you do? My question for you is, as the president of the Homeowners Association, have you met with the owner of the golf course and offered to take on the contract?
He lives in Minnesota.
Yes or no?
But I have, he has been in touch with me about the swales, but I've written him 3 letters and he hasn't answered me.
Because the only way we can support this is if there's some, and I'm not sure that we can't. We've already pretty much been told that we can't support forcing this man to buy our water. We can't force him to do anything other than what our code currently exists. And without a commitment from somebody to pay that water bill, he would have to consent to it, and we couldn't legally oblige him to accept your agreement, even if your homeowners association were willing to pay that expense. And I was just wondering if you had that conversation with him. I can understand the folks that live there not wanting to have the golf course go away, but from what I'm hearing, we can't force this on that property owner.
The property is currently closed.
I understand
Yeah.
that wasn't.
And I have written 3 letters to him in disagreement with him letting the reclaimed water go. So I have not received anything from him.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colwell?
Actually, I have a question for Mr. French, if you don't mind. Do you know, or maybe you don't, but do you know the retention ponds that are on the golf course themselves, is that an integral part of the community's stormwater runoff and the retention of that type of infrastructure?
Yes, sir. I would defer to Ms. Cook or Ms. Scott with regards to the stormwater design and development standards. But yes, that community, it is all encompassing. Let's just say, with regards, there's a dependency for that community to drain to that land, so that it's part of their stormwater plan that we're aware of. But again, this is a very, very old community, dated. So it predates many of our design standards or requirements as they sit today that are brought forward to you.
I understand that, but can somebody intentionally disrupt that stormwater drain system, or that at least the way it's designed to be worked, by not maintaining the canals or the swells that lead up to those retention ponds?
Outside of the code as it's written today, he couldn't put any type of berms or couldn't prevent that water from coming over, but the natural grasses that exist even at 18 inches would not typically affect that, but the maintaining of those ponds, lakes, stormwater systems, they could very well have an impact, and we would rely on our stormwater staff to bring that back to you.
Okay, because in a way, I mean, one works with the other. So when he does water the grass and does stuff like that, it actually keeps a steady flow of water through these trenches and into these ponds to keep it a maintainable type of structure that this community depends on. And then if he's intentionally trying to stop that, then he's also intentionally trying to stop our ability to drain this stormwater drainage system through this community and put it somewhere it's safe. So sometimes intentional actions, we've got to dig a little deeper. So.
And again, sir, we have been working with this. We have met with Patricia a number of times, I know, on a couple other projects in the community, as well as with this developer landowner for a number of years now. We understand what their intentions are. At this point, what we understand it to be is that they no longer want to be a golf course. They're going to maintain it at the minimum code standard. And in the event that it causes an issue for the community, then we would do further action, lawful action that we would bring to your code enforcement board or your special magistrate to take action at that point. But at this point, code enforcement, our staff does not have a position other than the fact that they are every time, and we've received one, as I said, back in August, it was closed immediately. And now we have one on the swales, as Patricia mentioned, that we are working. And in the event that it creates a life safety issue, we will take it to immediate hearing to our OSM, where action will be taken to include, by the way, we do maintain a landscape or a mowing contractor for many of those blighted type properties, where if we had to take action, we would, and then we would just add that on to either the assessment or to their fine for the hard costs.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm hearing here, Mr. French, is that even if we vote here to terminate the water agreement he has with the county, and that's basically, in a nutshell, what we're voting on. Let's say we vote not to do that, not to terminate it. He can still not water anything. So what's before us today isn't forcing, him to keep it as a green golf course. It's basically voting to turn off the switch or not. And even if we vote to leave the water line open, I guess, for lack of a better term, he still doesn't have to turn on the sprinklers, and he can keep it at 18 inches, and as long as he maintains it, I'm just summarizing. I know it might sound repetitive, but I think that's what I'm hearing here, right?
He's already shut off the water.
Right.
This is just,
That's right.
Okay.
We have other customers that want to buy the water.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's the reason.
But if we all rallied around these citizens and said, no, we're not going to support this here, nothing's going to change at the golf course, and there's nothing that we're going to be able to do to enforce it. So do you have any other comments? Anyone? Do you have a motion? Well, I tell you before I say that, just because we had a long discussion, Ms. Patterson, for clarity, can you read what we're about to vote on? It was 16C1.
Yep. This is a recommendation to approve a second amendment to the major user agreement for delivery and reuse of irrigation quality water with the Riviera Golf Club Lucky 2 Golf Course LLC to provide a revised termination date due to facility closure.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, Ms. Patterson, I think we are moving to 12A.
We're going to 12. I'm sorry, 12A. This is a report. No, we're going to.
Okay.
Yep. This is a report to the board by the county attorney on the issue of paying full appraised value for conservation Collier properties.
Commissioner, at your last meetings, there was a board discussion as to why are we paying full appraised value for these things? Can't we pay less? This is the report back to you saying that you do have a resolution that requires staff to offer the property at appraised value. The board has never weighed in on this policy, as far as I can tell. I don't know if it was a staff initiative or a CLAC initiative, but it is a pure policy decision. 3 votes, and you can change the policy. I emailed you separately a proposed resolution which would do this, if that's what you wish to do today, or we can bring it back for a future meeting.
Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I think that what should have been intended, and certainly what I thought the rule was, is that the county could not pay more than the appraised value. And so I think the resolution of this should be to authorize payment not to exceed the appraised value. There are a couple of different situations where you have 2 appraisals and possibly a 3rd appraisal, and you average some prices. But not to exceed, I think staff should be able to negotiate a lower price if there's some issues with the property that would warrant a lower price. But to say you have to offer the appraised value, I think is not what, I certainly wouldn't have intended that. So I would suggest that the language, county attorney come back with language that simply says that the county's not to pay more than the appraised value, and give staff the ability to negotiate, give us the ability to negotiate a lower price.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and I agree. I actually have notes on that we should pay a negotiated price not to exceed the appraised price. So,
Commissioner Hall.
So I move to adopt the amended resolution that we all received that says the terminology that staff, the offer price would be up to and not to exceed
I'll second that.
the appraisal.
we have public comment.
Yeah, I want to just for clarity say what Commissioner Saunders said, and I look for your guidance on clarity, is I think the county attorney gave us exactly what you said in his proposed agreement, which was the new language would be not to exceed, and the latitude we would have in there, and maybe it could even, I wrote on the side here, is this as strong as it could be? Because I think, at least my hope was that by amending the language, it would give the latitude in those unique cases. And I gave an example of a landowner that owns a $20 million house, on a piece of property, then owns the lot right next to it that has some of those conservation type things on it. And the appraised value for that property comes in at $5 million. But that's a unique circumstance where, yeah, we can just shut up and pay $5 million. And I bet, he laughs all the way to the bank and says, thanks very much. And now I have a permanent park next to my house for the rest of eternity. And I think in that particular case, that's where we go to the landowner and go, you're really benefiting from us having Conservation Collier buy this lot. You'll never have a house built here that will block your view. You'll never have a noisy neighbor and a whole bunch of other things. So in this particular case, although the appraised value is $5 million, we'd like to negotiate what we think would be actual fair value because you benefit greatly from it. And then the secondary positive effect of that, if we bought the lot at a cheaper rate, is it gives us money to possibly buy other lots because we're not overpaying for certain lots and or just paying the appraised value. That was the example that I use. I think that's not going to be the norm, but I already know there are some cases where appraised value was paid and the neighbors or the next door neighbor owned that property and benefited forever from having a nice conservation lot and no blockage of their view and noisy neighbors and all those things, and yet they got full market value or appraised value where we probably couldn't. I bet they would have paid a lot less, and we could have better utilized taxpayer dollars to buy more lots or just save more out of that Conservation Collier fund. So I don't know if my colleagues think that the language in here. I agree with the motion that our county attorney did change this language to make that adjustment, but is it strong enough in there to basically dictate that we're looking for the folks who manage this program in those unique cases to negotiate a bit more and not just say, well, we didn't pay more than appraised value, but my argument would be, wow, but we could have paid so much less if you would have done a deep dive and realized we're paying the next door neighbor for that lot. I see we've got some public comment. Let's go to public comment, Mr. Miller.
We have one registered speaker today, sir, Brad Cornell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon, Florida, that owns Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. This is an important issue, and as the county attorney said, you haven't had the chance to discuss the issue of negotiation versus straight out offering the appraised value. The reason I'm here is to support the existing policy in your two versions of the resolutions that basically direct staff to offer appraised value. And the reason is, notwithstanding, Mr. Chair, what you just gave as an example of somebody owning a lot next door, that's a relatively rare circumstance. There's a couple of reasons that you want to consider. One is that when we look at urban lots, like on Marco Island, where something like you just described could occur, what we're looking for, and the program directs and dictates, is only conservation lots. So those conservation lots have listed species on them on Marco Island, for instance, bald eagle's nests, gopher tortoises, lots of gopher tortoises, which are a threatened species, burrowing owls, another threatened species. Those are the only lots that are being looked at on Marco Island in urban areas. And previous boards have repeatedly asked Conservation Collier to prioritize urban areas where people live. When you do that, you're getting smaller parcels at a higher price. So we got to recognize what the cost is for getting these urban conservation lots. Again, they are conservation lots for listed species. Second thing is that we make people wait a really long time when they apply to sell it to Conservation Collier. It's a long process. We're trying to speed that up. Your staff have come up with some good ideas, but it's still a long process. So it's, I think, a little unfair to want to go below the market price on a deal when we're asking them to wait a really long time, as long as a year sometimes, and that's been the standard. And so I'm not sure that's a fair thing. And the third thing is to look at the market, and really we have a real problem competing with the market. The market is very aggressive, as you all know, and so it's going to be difficult to find good conservation pieces when developers are going to be able to snap them up much faster at a higher price. So for all those reasons, I think we need to look at keeping it as a very simple, straightforward, offer the appraised value. It's fair right down the middle. If they say no, so be it. If they say yes, then it's fair. We're not being taken for a ride, as you might put it. I think it's definitely a fair way to do it. Thank you.
So here's where I disagree with you. It is a rare instance. I want verbiage in a document here that covers all instances. I have a friend that's very environmentally conscious and had been sending me some notes in preparation for this saying, we don't want to have so much latitude in the verbiage that we lose out on all these lots. I think what Mr. Klatzkow wrote in here gives us latitude, but it doesn't mandate that we lowball everybody. And I think we have missed out on those rare, and you're talking millions of dollars here. So you know what, if there was a rare instance every few years, we sit in here sometimes for 3 hours talking about $10,000 and should we spend it or not. And I want verbiage that covers every instance, even the rare ones. But I think the folks that run this program are astute enough to make sure that if there is a lot that is so valuable from an environmental standpoint that we're going to lose out on it to a developer, or we have somebody here that's not willing to negotiate, we wouldn't be as irresponsible enough to sit on this language and go, you know what? Well, he wouldn't, we gave him a low ball and he wouldn't take it, so, we lost the lot. I think the default would always be, we decide the priority working with the team of the lots and something that's on the priority list A. I don't think that's where we save a nickel. But if it is one of those rare instances, much like when you buy a car, I mean, if you want the Honda Civic, then you want it, but you don't walk in and say, oh, I'll pay full price. You offer $5,000 less, then they say, how about $3,000, less, and then you come to an agreement. I think we need to be smart business people here at the county and stop just saying, well, here's the two bids, they're both overpriced, but the verbiage says we have to do it. I think we need to start running this program a lot smarter. Some of the conversation prior to this was that we weren't trying to lose out on. We're trying to make this environmental program stronger, because the example I gave, it might be rare. But if the appraisal value was $5 million on that lot next to Mr. Johnson, who's going to benefit, and we tell him, hey, you're going to benefit, why don't we split the difference and we'll give you 2.5, and he says yes, guess what we get to do with that 2.5 we save? Buy something else that saves a lot that maybe you wouldn't have gotten because we ran out of money. So I think this gives us a more dynamic approach, but it doesn't shoehorn us into looking for all the cheap deals. I think the language Mr. Klatzkow put in gives us the latitude now in those rare instances. And some of those rare instances, were $1 million deals. Commissioner McDaniel. But thank you, and thank you for what you do. We're paddling in the same direction. I love you.
Agreed. It's not just the new properties that we have coming before us. This has been going on for quite some time. Our staff shared with me several instances in some of the previous purchases where there were opportunities of consideration of funds paid, terms negotiated. A perfect example in my world was the acquisition of the Pepper Ranch. We paid the appraised value on Pepper Ranch and let the property owners keep the credits that were generated in the RLSA, which they were allowed to sell off to another developer. So I think this offers us an opportunity to negotiate, doesn't preclude us from making purchases. The way I understand this is if ultimately these offers are going to come to the board irrespective, but we're going to have more information as to what has transpired in advance.
I don't see anybody else lit up. County Manager, why don't you read what we are about to vote on?
This was a report on, I'm sorry, I just lost my place. Yep, here we go. This is a report to the board by the county attorney on the issue of paying full appraised value for conservation Collier properties. I know that County Attorney Klatzkow has provided you a resolution with the option to adopt that resolution or bring it back at a future date. So we'll leave that to the board if you're satisfied with what he's prepared.
And what he put in here was very subtle. It crossed out just a few words and then added, shall be determined by the staff, but shall be no more than the appraised value. And there was a couple of places where, he made that annotation. So I don't know if any other commissioners have a comment. It looks like Commissioner Saunders is about to hit.
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I would make a motion to approve the
Already been done.
resolution.
Yep. I think we had a motion to approve in second, and then we got into some conversation. So is there a change? So we have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, I think we're at the magic hour.
We are.
Right. My calculations show that we would normally take a break here at 3:10. I think we're going to take the break now. I think it would give the Isles of Capri team that's here a chance to at least have the time to organize, reorganize, keep everything the same. It'll give us a chance to sort of reset here, and let's come back here at I'm going to say 3:20. And the reason I'm giving some time, people are trying to use the bathroom as well, and so we're not normally set up for a full room here. So let's resume at 3:20.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, ask everybody to take their seats, please. Thank you. Okay, County Manager, I think we are moving into 9A, correct?
We are.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you. I know we got some housekeeping business you're going to read, and we're going to swear people in, and before we get on to presentations.
I will, so 9A and 9B are companion items. They have somewhat long but shortened titles, thanks to Mr. Bosey. I will read them both in. Court reporter will swear people in, and we'll get to the ex parte. Item 9A, this item requires that all participants be sworn in and ex parte disclosure be provided by commission members. This is a recommendation to deny an ordinance amending ordinance number 2004-41 as amended, the Collier County Land Development Code, by changing the zoning classification of the herein described real property from a commercial intermediate district C3 zoning district to a mixed-use planned unit development zoning district for the project to be known as Isles of Capri MPUD, to allow construction of mixed-use development up to 168 feet in actual height, including a maximum of 108 multifamily dwelling units, up to 10,000 square feet, and 200 seats of restaurant and membership clubs, a marina, including up to 64 wet slips, a 258-unit dry boat storage facility, and a ship store and dockmaster's office limited to 1,000 square feet and 6,000 square feet of general offices, plus accessory indoor and outdoor recreation uses and parking structures without limitation. The subject property is located on the Isles of Capri on both north and south of Capri Boulevard, consisting of 5.32 plus or minus acres, providing for repeal of Resolution Number 92-588 relating to setback variances and Resolution Number 93-370 relating to a parking variance for boat slips, and by providing an effective date. Its companion item 9B is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 8905 as amended, the Collier County Growth Management Plan, by changing the land use designation of property to urban mixed-use district, Isles of Capri mixed-use infill sub-district, to allow construction of a maximum of 108 residential units, up to 10,000 square feet, and 200 seats of restaurant and membership clubs, a marina including up to 64 wet slips, a 258-unit dry boat storage facility and a ship store, retail and or dockmaster's office limited to 1,000 square feet, and 6,000 square feet of C3 commercial intermediate district uses. Subject property is located on the Isles of Capri on both north and south of Capri Boulevard, consisting of 5.32 plus or minus acres, and furthermore directing transmittal of the adopted amendment to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Terry, if you want to swear, you want to do the swearing in?
Anybody that's going to speak, please stand to be sworn in.
Commissioners, that brings us to ex parte from the commissioners, please.
Okay, I'll just go down the line, see if you have any ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Cole.
Yeah, I have meetings, correspondence, emails, and calls.
Okay, Commissioner Saunders.
Ditto on that.
Commissioner Hall.
All of it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, meetings, correspondence, and emails.
Okay, and myself as well, across the board. Before we jump into the applicant's presentation, is there anything that I'm missing before we jump into that? I just wanted to say, we don't always get a large room like this, because every day we're not voting on big projects like this. I just want to say professionally, we've all done an unbelievable amount of work to research this, as you have as well. Please shut off your cell phones, okay? Let's be professional. As Commissioner McDaniel had said, it's our time and your time. So if somebody said something more eloquently or just as eloquently as you wanted to say it, I'll be the first one to say you still get your 3 minutes at the podium. Nobody's here to silence anybody. But also, too, sometimes quantity doesn't mean quality. Let's not have applause and cheering and jeering. I know all of you, okay? Or, personally, a lot of you. let's be proud of this process today, regardless of the outcome, but how we conduct ourselves. At times, I will tell you, most of you haven't been in here at those times where it was a disappointing atmosphere for the community. I believe in this group so much, regardless of how this outcome comes. So let's get through this professionally and give it the respect it deserves. And we are here to listen across the board to everyone, and we will get started with the applicant. Mr. Jovanovich.
Mr. Miller. Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Rich Jovanovich on behalf of the...
Mr. Jovanovich, would you come just a little closer to the mic? Or there we go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Again, Rich Jovanovich on behalf of the applicant and owner for these two petitions. With me, as part of the project team, not all of will be presenting, but we'll be here to answer any questions. Aubrey Farrow and Joe Parisi are both here from the owner and applicant. Myself, I will be doing the presentation as to the existing growth management plan and the proposed changes, as well as existing zoning and proposed changes to the zoning. Mr. Arnold is our professional planner. He will be taking you through satisfaction of the different criteria. Mark Miner is our professional engineer. If you have questions of him, you can ask him questions, but he's not going to be making any presentation. Jim Banks is our transportation consultant and will be making a brief presentation regarding transportation issues. Tim Hall is our environmental consultant. He's here to answer any questions you may have regarding environmental issues. The property, as the county manager pointed out, there are two petitions particular to this property. One is a growth management plan amendment to, and I'll get into that in a little bit greater detail, to allow for a mixed-use project, both residential and commercial, and a rezone to allow for a mixed-use project, which is both residential and commercial. What we're proposing cannot occur under the existing growth management plan language and cannot occur under the existing zoning on the property. That's why we're here. The property is on the Isle of Capri. I think the residents are referring to this as the commercial island for the Isle of Capri. The property is approximately 5.32 acres. It's zoned C3, which is a fairly intensive commercial designation. It's a type of commercial designation that is an attractor of commercial. It's not local, small-scale commercial. That is part of the project. It is part of an overall approximately 20-acre commercial designation to serve the Isles of Capri. And we'll get into a little bit greater detail as to why it's clearly too much commercial for the Isle of Capri and will have to be developed as an attractor if it is developed as commercial. And I think that's agreed to by not only Mr. Arnold, but based upon testimony from your staff at the Planning Commission regarding the commercial. I just want to briefly go over our attempts at public outreach to try to reach consensus. As you know, we typically, as Mr. Arnold and I and other planners that I work with, we try to reach out to the community, talk to the community, address concerns, and see if we can reach a consensus. We were successful recently in doing that at the Lely Resort project and other projects. We had our one required NIM, which we're always required to do. We held a second NIM because the first NIM, we didn't get a lot of response. At the first NIM, the concerns that were raised were regarding traffic. We don't want traffic to the island. That was consistent with the opposition for the community to a food truck park that was heard by the Board of County Commissioners a few months before we submitted our application for the rezone. Not jokingly, but at that time, Mr. Farrow hired Mr. Arnold and myself to appeal the approval of that food truck park, and the residents were concerned about traffic at that point, and we were successful in having the board overturned the administrative decision. For a brief period of times, we were heroes for the Isle of Capri. That didn't last very long because we came forward with this proposed project. And initially, at the first meeting, their concerns were the same concerns about the food truck park. Don't bring traffic, it's too much traffic. We asked for a second meeting for the NIM to see if we can talk about what other issues might be there with regard to the proposed mixed-use project. We basically got no feedback at that meeting either. They just said, we don't want change. We wanted to stay the same. There was a slight change in tactics. Now there seemed to be support for a commercial attractor on the island, which was contrary to what was occurring at the food truck park discussion, as well as at the first NIM. And the strategy was clear because they published in their local publication, I won't call it a newspaper, but it's the Coconut Telly, that the strategy would be just don't discuss anything, just say we're opposed. So unfortunately, we were unable to reach any real consensus or discussion even regarding the project and what the residents' concerns were. Fast forward, we go to the Planning Commission. We have a long day, the first day at the Planning Commission. We didn't quite finish public comment, but at the conclusion of that, the Planning Commission encouraged both sides to come together, have another discussion, and see if we can reach some kind of a consensus as to what the issues were that were being raised by the public. The consensus from our perspective was there was concern about density, and there was a concern about height that we were proposing. I reached out to the leadership of the two groups that are on Isle of Capri, and we scheduled a meeting at my office to discuss what I thought was going to be discussing. What were the issues, and could we talk about different proposals regarding the proposed project? We exchanged pleasantries, and then I was handed an envelope with a letter in it that says there will be no discussion. It is going to be C3 or nothing from our perspective. I, of course, said, are you sure we can't talk about height? Are you sure we can't talk about density? There's nothing to discuss about either of those issues. And I was told, no, there's nothing to discuss. It's C3 or nothing. So here we are. We're here with the position of, I assume the residents are still at C3 or nothing, and we are coming forward with the proposed mixed-use project with certain changes based upon what occurred at the Planning Commission and the feedback we got in the vote, which was a vote to deny. But there was concerns about height, and there was concerns about density that were raised by staff. Well, staff was not opposed to density, it was height, and the Planning Commission had some concerns about height because staff was not supporting height. So we have a project that's coming forward that the existing designation is Urban Coastal Fringe Subdistrict, which is a subdistrict that allows 3 units per acre. And under Mike Bosey's interpretation, there's an ability to ask for 1 additional unit per acre if you convert the commercial to residential. I didn't agree with that interpretation, but Mr. Bosey is the interpreter of the growth management plan, so we came forward with a growth management plan amendment to seek a higher density than 4 units per acre. And with that, it's important to note that this property, and there's no dispute, under today's growth management plan, would not be designated C3 commercial. The growth management plan only allowed this property to stay in effect because it was deemed consistent by policy, because at the time the growth management plan was adopted, it had commercial uses on it, and therefore it was not being taken away. There's actually provisions, and I'll show you real briefly in the growth management plan, to encourage residential to be developed on these commercial properties that are not intended to be commercial properties. And that's where Mr. Bosey and I disagree. He thinks we're only allowed to ask for one additional unit. I believe we were able to ask for up to 16 units per acre, but it doesn't matter. We came through with the growth management plan amendment to where we are now. And it's important to know that the purpose of that incentive was to encourage property owners to develop residential and not commercial, to make the economic return a better return for residential than the commercial, to encourage the redevelopment of property that's not intended to be commercial, because it's the wrong place for commercial under the growth management plan. So what we're trying to get to is what was the original intent of this growth management plan, and that is for this property to be developed as residential and not as commercial. And we'll get into greater detail as why commercial is not the right development for this particular piece of property. Our request, as the county manager read into the record, I won't reread it, but it's basically 108 units with some marina slips and dry slips that have already been permitted and are already approved, not asking for anything new in that case. We are actually asking to reduce the C3 uses down to basically 10,000 square feet of C3 uses for the private club and 6,000 square feet of the C3 uses. Today, we can realistically develop it at 80,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial on this property. Very easily can fit that. We can park it. It can be developed, and we believe it would be a great attractor of residents from throughout Collier County to this piece of property if it were developed as commercial. This is the density bonus provision that's in your growth management plan. It talks about converting properties that were deemed consistent by policy, and as you can see, it says that a bonus of up to 16 units per acre can occur. Mr. Bosey's interpreting it different. It doesn't matter. I'm asking for the growth management plan amendment, but you could see the Board of County Commissioners back in 1989 intended for the density to basically go from 4 units per acre to 16 units per acre in the normal portions of the urban area of Collier County. So it was a substantial increase in density to encourage residential to convert to, commercial to convert to residential. The requested density, there's a couple of quotes I want to go through, and I'm sure Mr. Bosey will address this in his comments, but what was a consistent theme throughout the Planning Commission meeting was the requested density of 108 units on the entirety of the property, which is approximately 20 units per acre, was not an issue for Mr. Bosey in his analysis. And you can see in response to one of my questions, he says the compatibility issue is something that's deferred to zoning staff. But from a professional standpoint, do I think 20 units per acre next to 16 units per acre is compatible? And he responded, yes. Our neighbor, as Mr. Arnold will show you, is a multifamily parcel that's zoned for 16 units per acre and actually developed at a much higher density than that. Mr. Bosey, again, in response to another question, of course, says, or doesn't of course, but he says again that our request, and it's in the middle part of, I'm referring right here to this quote right here, that our request for 20 units per acre is not unreasonable for what we've asked for, in his professional opinion. And then he goes on to say that the only reason staff was recommending against the density was we did not include an affordable housing component to the project. And Mr. Bosey stated at the Planning Commission that he believes the board has directed whenever a growth management plan amendment comes in to increase density, there should be an affordable housing component to that request. And he recommended denial based upon the direction that the board gave staff regarding including affordable housing as part of the project. But other than that, density was not an issue with regard to the request. And Ms. Gunlock, who was the planner who reviewed this project, agreed with Mr. Bosey that the density was not an issue. And again, in response to a question from one of the planning commissioners, Mr. Bosey responded to Mr. Klusek that density is not an issue with regard to this project. What was at issue was height. There was no question that Mr. Bosey did not like our original height of 148 feet zoned and 168 feet actual. And he and I went back and forth and some questions that I had from him. And essentially, he said there's somewhere between 75 feet zoned, which is what he was initially recommending, and the 148 feet zoned that we were requesting. And there was somewhere between 100 feet actual and somewhere between 168 feet actual that staff would determine to be compatible for the island. And these last two were the quotes where he and I were going back and forth about what was that height. Mr. Bosey's a pretty good negotiator because he would never tell me what that height was as to what would be compatible. So, Planning Commission recommended denial. Several of them said they recommended denial because staff was recommending denial, and they were supporting staff. So we were scheduled to go to the Board of County Commissioners. Obviously, the county manager said October wasn't going to happen. We're going to have this happen in January. So I used that opportunity to talk to Mr. Bosey on multiple occasions as to what would be a compatible height. And we went back and forth, and I bid against myself several times. And at the end of the day, we talked about 8 residential floors over 1 level of parking, which would be nine floors. There are already 8-story buildings on the island. And what would that height be from a predominantly actual height, because actual height is really what matters. How big is the tippy top of the building going to be? Now, we were originally in at 12 stories over 2 of parking, so we were originally in for basically 14 stories, and 9 stories was acceptable if we can come to an agreeable height. And that height was 122 feet. And that's how we got to the 122 feet, candidly, was it would have been 115 feet if we hadn't had Hurricane Ian, and we realized what happened with Hurricane Ian. Parking lots, cars were destroyed because the parking was below FEMA. To get those cars out of harm's way, we needed to go up an additional 7 feet. So we're in, and we will agree to change the development standards table from the original 168 feet actual height to 122 feet actual height, commit to, 8 habitable floors over 1 level of parking, and we will commit that our zoned height obviously will not exceed the actual height of 122 feet. So there's those changes from the 168 feet actual and 148 feet zoned to the 122 feet of actual height as part of our presentation. Now, the use, there was a lot of discussion about the use because the residents spent a lot of time saying they want this to be a commercial development. They want it to stay the way it is. Mr. Bosey was very clear, and you can see in this quote, that the growth management plan, because this is not an activity center, would allocate residential use to this property. The growth management plan wants this to be a residential mixed-use project. And that's what we're proposing, a residential mixed-use project. That's consistent with what the growth management plan wants. Mr. Bosey went on to respond to a question from Planning Commissioner Joe Schmidt about the island's ability to actually provide enough rooftops to allow this project to be developed as a local, basically mom and pop type of commercial development. And Mr. Bosey said, essentially, In order for this 10-acre area to be developed as commercial, you would need roughly 10,000 people. The island only has approximately 2,000 people based upon the data that county staff has. And that was, as you can see in the last part, he says, from a perspective, the amount of commercial that currently is designated on the island far exceeds what the needs of the number of units that are on the island, and that's just from a numerical fact. So the use of this attractor, because that's what it would be, is not compatible with the island. It's not supposed to be developed that way under the growth management plan. So the use was not an issue either from the county staff perspective. It purely was a height and then also the affordable housing issue. Those were the two uses, two issues from a staff perspective, and I'm sure Mr. Bosey can elaborate what his position was at that time. The residents hired a professional planner. His name was Max Forgy, who essentially basically said that he defers to Mr. Bosey on the density issue, and he defers to Mr. Bosey on the height issue. So their own expert says he agrees with Mr. Bosey on those two issues, and that was the testimony from their hired person. I'm going to take you through some renderings of what the project would look like at 8 stories over 1 of parking. Keep in mind that this building right here has 4 units across the floor. This building, which you really can't see from this angle, has 3 units across the floor, and this one has 2 units across the floor. In this building right here, there will also be the yacht club. So the first floor is basically going to be non-residential, but above that will be 7 levels of residential. And this is a standalone, it's a standalone building. It has parking in it, and on the top are the amenities for the proposed residential units. If you're looking from the east, you can see in the lower corner, kind of giving you the angle of what you're looking at. You can see the view of what we're proposing and the proposed reconfigured docks that have already been approved as part of the permitting process. From this angle, you are looking west, again, kind of giving you a view. Just to kind of put in scale, this area right here is where the food truck park was going to be. So it was right in here. This is it right here. Yeah, right here. It's right in here. General vicinity is that's where the food truck park was going to be.
We're over there.
Exactly there.
I'm just showing from this area right here. So looking from the west, this is the existing dry storage facility, and this is 85 feet to the tippy top of that structure. This is a picture of the Moorings Park vegetation on Airport Road. We put that in there so you would see the level of landscaping that will be along the roadway at the first 2 levels of this proposed project to show you that there'll be dense landscaping. And from a pedestrian standpoint, as you're walking by, you're basically not going to see those buildings. This is an entrance as you're coming around the curve. This is an entrance that shows you the project and the Tarpon Club. Here's a closer up view of that entrance. This roadway right here will be open for the public that is coming to this facility. We want to reserve the right that if this becomes a cut-through for people on Isle of Capri, that we can gate it so it's safe for the people who are coming and using these facilities. We don't want the liability of people using this as a cut-through. In the event they think it's more convenient for them than staying on the main road. Again, we're trying to show you what the pedestrian and a bicyclist in a car, person in a car is actually going to see as they're coming by these proposed structures, and they're from all different angles. Building 2 is the three wide building. Again, another view of what the pedestrian is going to see as you're driving by based upon the landscaping. This is a showing of building 1 and 2, and building 1 is the building that has two residences on each floor. Another view of the two next to each other, so you can see there's plenty of light and air between each of the structures. I neglected to say that the 3 structures are on one level of parking, so it's on one pedestal. This is a view basically looking from the water to where the tarpon club will be, which is, you know, the private club that anybody can join. It's not just residents of Fiddler's Creek. That was discussed at the Planning Commission. Anybody on Isle of Capri is welcome to become a member, should they want to become a member. Just like the marina is open to the public. 90% of the slips have to be open to the public. That's the requirement, or the wet slips, sorry. The dry slips do not have to be open to the public, but the wet slips have to be open to the public. This is what you're going to see, a closer view of the parking garage with amenities. This is the grill room area for the residents of the condos. That's not open to the public, and this is the exercise area for the residents of the condominiums, and obviously this is their pool area. These are samples of the level of amenities. If you've been to any of Mr. Farrell's several projects in Carter County, he's been developing here close to 40 years? 55 developments over a lot of years. 40 years. He was a very young man when he started, still a young man now. But it's first rate, top notch. If you've been to any one of his projects, it's first class. It's going to be a benefit to the island. It's going to increase property values. It's going to be visually pleasing as you're coming to the island. And in our opinion, it's going to increase property values on the island. And the island is evolving, like most of Carter County is. You know, there's some older homes and people are going to stay there till they die, and they want it to stay the same. But there's new people coming in and redeveloping that island. So that's a brief overview of the project and what we're proposing. You're familiar with the developer. You know what you're going to get through this project, and you know that it is a project that you can be proud of, and the island can be proud of. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Arnold to take you through a few more of the details of the project. Then Mr. Banks will come up and do a brief presentation on traffic, and then I'll come up with some brief concluding remarks, and then turn it over to you for questions. And of course, you can ask questions at any time, but hopefully we'll answer most of them as we're doing our presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Wayne Arnold. I'm a certified planner with Grady Minor and Associates, and been doing this a long time and represented Mr. Farrell for many years. And as Rich said, that I've been very proud to represent him and his many developments that he's been involved in. I'm going to take you through some of the issues that Rich touched on, which were building heights and density to some degree, because I think it's important to frame the history of Isles of Capri, because when we first started this project, many of the people said, you're going to destroy our quaint fishing village. And from my perspective, having been around Collier County a long time, having worked for the county for many years, Isle of Capri was not supposed to be this quaint fishing village. It was developed by an East Coast real estate guy who bought 600 acres and dredged a bunch of mangroves to create sellable lots and some commercial tracks. And that's what has occurred. And I'm not taking anything away from the character of the island, but it was never built to be this quaint fishing village. And in fact, as Rich mentioned, when you look at the C3 commercial, and I'll touch on that as well, your comprehensive plan would never have supported that today. And as Mr. Bosey testified at the Planning Commission, we have probably a little over 20 acres of commercial on Isle of Capri. You have a residential population that can support 2 to 3 acres of commercial development. So the level of commercial, and Mr. Farrow is a successful businessman and understands the market, he's probably not going to take 5 acres of land and build some tiny little restaurant building and call it a day. You're going to maximize the value, and we think that's going to equate to something much more than you have today. One of the things that Rich touched on, this is a slide that shows surrounding zoning, and this shows you the project highlighted in yellow. The other properties immediately to our north and east are also Zone C3 commercial. There's one outlier, and that's the Tarpon condominiums, and it's highlighted there and labeled. And that was zoned 16 unit per acre RMF 16. Some of the zoning history, though, when you go back and look at it, we didn't always have RMF 16 zoning. We had RM2 zoning, we had MF3 zoning. The reality is, back in the day, some of these zoning districts allowed 28 units per acre density. Some of them allowed 200-foot tall buildings. Obviously, the Tarpon condominiums were not built at either, but they were built at over 23 unit per acre density. So as Rich mentioned, and as Mr. Bosey's testimony from the Planning Commission, when you look at our proposed project of around 20 units per acre compared to what's been developed, our nearest residential project, you have something that is a compatible density, and that's not an objection from staff. So we think that's important to highlight. So as Rich mentioned in his presentation, C3 zoning was meant to be pretty intensive zoning. It's not a neighborhood commercial designation. And what I've highlighted there is, it says the variety of goods are those that comparison shopping, trade area consisting of several neighborhoods and preferably located at the intersection of 2 arterial roadways. Those are kind of your criteria for activity center commercial, where you have 2 major arterials coming together. We have a minor collector roadway, which is Capri Boulevard, serving this project. So it was never really set up to be this level of commercial, but that's the zoning that exists today. And the residents have said, and they made it very clear, keep the C3 zoning. And as Rich mentioned, our firm has laid out some conceptual site plans, and we believe we can easily fit an 80,000 square foot shopping facility there that would be heavy with many restaurants. It would probably have the private club could continue, retail outlets, et cetera, but that can't be supported by the island. So we know that that's going to be an attractor, and that's things like a 10 City. You'd have a marine operations with tour boats, et cetera. You could do that. You have Venetian Village in Park Shore. You have the Esplanade on Marco Island. I mean, the Esplanade, and I think back, I worked on the Esplanade for Jack Antaramian back in the day, and that was a hugely controversial project. And I think if people go there on the island today, it's just part of the fabric of Marco Island. But it was really controversial back in the day. So what do we have nearby? This is an aerial showing you the commercial properties that surround our property. The subject property is obviously a portion of this property here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those, but these are the examples of some of the commercial that's been built. And I would submit to you that Mr. Farrow is not going to build anything like these small-scale commercial properties on a 5-acre piece of property that is Zone C3. You're going to maximize the value of what that is. So we've all been on the island, we've seen it, but this is not representative of what the future is going to hold for a developer that does commercial development. So this is a development standards table, and I'll show you a better copy on the visualizer when we get to that. But this identifies the significant height reduction that Rich mentioned to you. So we go from 168-foot height down to 122 feet in height. And there's also a footnote change that's really hard to read at that scale, but it talks about the standalone parking garage with the amenity deck that Rich pointed out later in his presentation, that would be capped at 40 feet, including those rooftop accessories. Staff mentioned one minor change, and in the sheet that I have for the visualizer, I can certainly put that up and show you the minor change that they've asked for. We shared this with them yesterday. So we prepared several distance exhibits for the Planning Commission. And from our nearby standpoint, we don't really have things that are that close. The nearest residential project across Johnson Bay is a little over 300 feet away. The Tarpon Club condominiums to the northeast are a little over 400 feet away. So we're not on top of other residential projects. We are in closer proximity, obviously, to commercial zone properties, but from a residential standpoint, it's not as if people's views are going to be obstructed by the presence of these 3 residential buildings, and then the 4th building being the parking deck and the amenity. But one of the things that we've talked about, and when we started this, height was such a critical issue, and I think we made a strong case at the Planning Commission that at 168 feet, this was still a very compatible project, because we've all been around Naples a long time. We've driven around. You have great examples of high rises and shorter proximity to lower density residential. And I cut a lot of the slides from this presentation because I think it only warrants a couple of examples to show you how you can deal with height. And a good example, North Naples. This is in the Cove Towers area of Wiggins Pass Road. You had a series of 14-story buildings that have been constructed there within 180 feet of single-family residences. They exist peacefully. I think that they become part of the fabric of the community, and those are not the eyesore. They're not out of character. People are accustomed to those. And I think that's a good example of how we can peacefully exist, and we're substantially less than the 14 stories that that building is. Another example is the Dunes project up off of 111th and Vanderbilt Drive. Here's an example. You have the Phoenician building. It's approximately 180 to almost 200 feet tall. That's within less than 300 feet of some 2-story condominiums to the east and a little under 500 feet from single-family residences to the south. Again, I drive that portion of Vanderbilt Drive nearly every day, and your eye level is accustomed to the 1 to 2-story heights that Rich mentioned in his presentation. Your view corridor does not look up to the top of a 200-foot tall building, and in our case, we've reduced that down to 122 feet. But there are also examples on Isle of Capri. And while you don't have a 122-foot building there, you do have the La Peninsula project that was zoned for 7 residential floors over 1 level of parking. It was built a number of years ago. It doesn't have modern building heights on a per floor basis that you would have in a modern building that Mr. Farrau's proposing. But you have a building that's approaching 100 feet in height there that was a zoned height of 75 feet. A site plan has already been approved for our 2nd building there, and that one was going to also be another 7-story building. That's within 50 feet of single-family homes right there on Pelican Boulevard. So the southern part of the island does support some higher density development today. Another example are the Marco Towers building on the Isle of Capri. It's in the foreground there. It's a 8-story building, and it's just under 100 feet from the nearest single-family home. So we have examples where they've existed peacefully. So in my opinion, height's not necessarily the issue. We understand that it's an issue for residences, but we certainly believe that we were compatible at the 168 feet. We're certainly that much more compatible at 122 feet. And I think staff hopefully can support that and agree that that's a compatible number. We think that it makes a lot of sense to add a residential component to the marina activities that are already permitted. And I think the distinction for the commercial that without getting in the weeds on your comprehensive plan, you do allow marina activities on all waterfront property in the urban area. So that's a form of commercial, obviously, but it's not the same level of commercial that you have with C3 commercial. So what we thought, and as a complement to the island, having 108 more residences and 108 more rooftops can help support those local mom and pop businesses that are on the island. And you don't have the C3 commercial that's going to be the attractor that's going to compete then against those same people. It does provide another housing option on the island. Yes, it's heavy on a lot of single-family homes, but there are a lot of people who choose to be seasonal residents that prefer the convenience of a condominium. So that option is here. We think that we've done a good job in laying out the site plan, that Rich had the more illustrative plan that showed you the 3 distinct residential buildings and how they're arranged on site so that not only do they not impede views from anybody else, but they offer nice water views for all the residences that would be here. The mixed-use project is much more traffic-friendly than the C3 option. Mr. Banks is going to follow me and take you through some of the numbers, but it's significantly different in terms of traffic than you have for the 108 residences and the supporting accessory commercial marina activities. As Rich walked through some of the quotes that occurred from the Planning Commission, you have almost 21 acres of commercial on the Isle of Capri. The population can support 2 to 3 acres, has been the testimony. So in my opinion, losing the the 5.3 acres of commercial that we have is not going to be a detriment to having enough commercial to serve the island. There's still going to be plenty. And one of the other things that's to the advantage here, and Rich didn't go into detail, but there are some public benefits that have been proposed here with regard to some flushing culverts and some sewer upgrades that are part of the proposal. So those are pretty significant things. You know, part of our application process, we go through the various findings that are required under your land development code and application process for rezoning. And we believe we've met all of those requirements. I know staff had felt that we didn't really meet the test with regard to consistency on the comp plan issue, and that was because of the density conversion that Rich walked you through, and I'm not going to go back through that, but whether it was 16 or 20, the fact is we've asked for an amendment to the comprehensive plan. The language that's in our proposed comprehensive plan supports the project we're proposing, so if you approve the comprehensive plan, the project that we're proposing would also be consistent. So from my perspective, you know, we have a few planning takeaways, and one is the density that is proposed is compatible with the nearby residential on the island. We're actually less than the nearest residential project in terms of density. The proposed height, again, is compatible with the surrounding community. I think part of the testimony that came up at Planning Commission is that if you have RMF 16 zoning, a zoned height of 75 feet, and then you add the actual height, which is sort of from the road grade up to the top, highest point of the elevation of the building, those 75-foot tall buildings easily become 100 feet when you put elevator towers and other rooftop amenities that they may have on them. So, you know, our 122 feet, as Rich mentioned, you know, comes about of having modern building heights per floor and also trying to elevate to get the tires of our vehicles dry, should we, God forbid, have another storm surge like we just experienced. Again, as we mentioned as part of the presentation, the commercial that's there today is inconsistent with your current growth management plan. There's some policies that recognize it being there, but there are also policies that encourage us to get rid of that commercial zoning. As we said, the traffic associated with the project of a true commercial project at C3 intensity is going to be a generator and increased traffic impacts to the island, something that we heard, as Rich mentioned, from the food truck park days. Traffic was an issue for the island, and we think that this proposal is far better in that regard. So we believe the mixed-use project is a good project. We believe it's a compatible project. We believe it's a complementary project, and we urge you to support our proposal. So with that, I'll close my comments, and I'll let Jim come up and talk a little bit about traffic, and we'll answer questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Jim Banks. My firm prepared the traffic impact study for the project before you now. The traffic study was prepared pursuant to the criteria set forth by Collier County. Your staff reviewed the report, and they agreed with the findings of the study. The study evaluated the traffic impacts associated with the existing marina that's there, as well as the proposed land uses, which, as you've heard, is 108 multifamily dwelling units. Also, the addition of 29 new wet slips for the marina, 7,000 square feet of retail and office space, some of that associated with the marina, some of that will be general office space, as well as a restaurant 10,000 square feet in size with a capacity of 200 seats. So the traffic study took into account the existing development that's there, the existing marina that's there today, as well as the proposed land uses, and then came up and assessed its impacts on the adjacent road network. Using the ITE trip generation manual, we estimated that the existing marina and the proposed land uses will generate a total of 200 two-way PM peak hour trips. Now, of that 200 trips, 62 are currently on the network because they are generated by the existing marina use. So the net new trips that will be realized on the road network is actually 138 new PM peak hour two-way trips. So then we took we evaluated what the 138 additional trips would do to the road network. And just for the record, so it's clear, We collected traffic data on Capri Boulevard in February of last year. So we collected data during peak season conditions. And we evaluated what the project's impact would be based upon that data that was collected in February of last year. And then we also forecasted it to future conditions. I'm not going to bore you with the details of all the analysis, but to basically put on the record that the report concluded, as your staff agreed with, that the proposed project will not negatively impact the surrounding road network or cause any roadways to operate below their adopted level of service standards. Furthermore, the adjacent road network has a surplus of capacity and can accommodate the additional trips that will be generated per the proposed project. I'd also like to refresh the board's memory that the island of Isles of Capri, they do have a safe means of ingress and egress to the road network by way of that existing traffic signal at the intersection at Capri Boulevard and Collier Boulevard. So there is a safe means of ingress and egress for the residents and the uses that are there today, as well as the additional trips that would be generated by this project. In addition to the traffic study, we did do a comparative analysis of the potential impacts associated with the property if it was developed as a commercial retail restaurant type development. Something like a 10-city type use, I think, is what is anticipated that would be developed at that location, because it would actually have to generate traffic off island to the island to support those types of uses, because there's just not enough people on the island to support 80,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space. If the site is developed with 80,000 square feet of those types of mixed uses, the property would generate 402 two-way PM peak hour trips, which is basically double the amount of traffic that would be generated by the proposed project that we're asking for here today. We also ran a scenario if it wasn't developed at quite the intensity of 80,000 square feet, say something about 54,000 square feet, the site would generate 296 two-way PM peak hour trips, which is still significantly more traffic, and it is traffic that mostly is generated from off-island to the island, not generated from the island, which would be the residential type traffic. So there is a different type of trip characteristic associated with commercial trips versus those of residential trips. So the report concludes, or we concluded, that the proposed project will generate substantially less traffic than what would be generated by alternate commercial type development. That concludes my presentation, and I guess we're going to wait to hear if we have questions after.
As Wayne pointed out, what we proposed for the increase in density in lieu of providing an affordable housing component were two projects that would be for the direct benefit of those who live on Isle of Capri. The first proposal was to upsize the utilities and the pump station to be of a sufficient size that the island can convert from the existing septic tanks to a centralized sewer system. And the second proposal was to provide for two culverts that would allow the water to flush better, because right now there's issues environmentally with the water. The cost of those improvements are approximately $3.2 million. Those estimates may be a little stale, it may be a little higher at this point, but that was the estimated cost to do those improvements. What you can see is the utility line that would be run is of a significant distance to provide service to not only our project, but to the residents of Isles of Capri, should they convert from the septic tanks to centralized sewer. And the culverts, the locations of the culverts are in a location that will allow for proper flushing of the waters so that the waters will be healthy, which is obviously a value to the environment as well as a value to those who live on the Isle of Capri. Isles of Capri. And Mr. Hall can get in much greater detail about that. Now, there were some representations made at the Planning Commission that these improvements were already in the hopper, if you will. That's not true. There's no funding for these improvements. There's no permitting for these improvements, and certainly no construction-related monies for these improvements. But we would design, permit, and construct the culverts, as well as the utilities that we would bring to the Isles. We did an analysis of taxes generated from the commercial versus what would be the taxes generated from residential. What we did is we took Tin City and the villages, the village shops on Venetian Bay as examples. They're there. We know what they're paying in taxes today. Tin City is paying roughly $78,000 in taxes. The villages, the village shops are paying approximately $270,000 in taxes. We use what we think is a conservatively low valuation, average per unit of $2.5 million per unit. The project would generate approximately $2.9 million in taxes. It clearly would be upscale. It would be a contributor to the tax base of Collier County, way in excess of the service demands for the proposed project, and those excess funds would be available to the board to spend however it deems sufficient, including some additional projects for Isle of Capri should the board be so inclined. I want to touch a little bit on the traffic. Your transportation staff and Mr. Banks have concluded that the access to the proposed project as well as the proposed commercial is sufficient and would be safe to the project. And the only, in reading the staff reports, the only department that recommended denial of the petitions was the planning department. Transportation recommended approval. Environmental staff recommended approval. Emergency management, Mr. Summers recommended approval. Fire department reviewed the petition and recommended approval. And again, we spent some time talking about where planning staff felt we were deficient. We believe the changes we've made today address those comments made by the planning staff. So in conclusion, what do we know? We know that the commercial is inconsistent with the growth management plan. Residential is consistent with the growth management plan. We know that the Isles of Capri cannot support more commercial. It barely supports what's there today. And candidly, there's people from off island coming in and utilizing the commercial that's there today. If commercial is developed, it will be a tourist destination and bring more traffic to the Isles of Capri, which is inconsistent with what the residents said they wanted back just a few months ago. The proposed density is compatible. Mr. Bosey and Mr. Arnold testified so, and so did their expert, Mr. Forgy. He said Mr. Bosey's he's the guy when it comes to density, and Mr. Bosey didn't have an issue with density. Hurricane evacuation is not an issue. Mr. Summers said so. The two public benefits are the culverts as well as the sewer size to serve the island are benefits both to the environment and to the residents of Isles of Capri. There's a benefit tax-wise by increasing ad valorem taxes. And I think, importantly, you know who the developer is, and you know Mr. Farrell, and you know what will be developed. Mr. Farrell probably will not be the developer of the commercial. He'll give it to somebody else who specializes in this type of commercial development. It will be an intense commercial development. I'm sure it'll be quality, but I'm sure not to the quality of what Mr. Farrell develops. So what we're requesting is that the board approve both the growth management plan amendment and the proposed mixed-use PUD at the 122 feet actual height that we discussed. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions you may have from our team, should you have any.
I don't have any commissioners lit up just yet. Looks like Commissioner Hall. Do we want to hear from Mr. Bosey first, or do you want to have some questions? We can always bring
I just
back.
didn't, Mr. Yovanovich, do you know how many homes are on the island?
I think Mike said, I've heard two numbers. Is it, I want to, there's 500 lots, thank you. I wanted to say someone said 455 homes, but, so there's 500 lots, 455 homes. Yeah, I think the total is 850 on the entire island.
Okay.
Because the numbers that Mr. Bosey was using was 850 for everything, all in.
And if the commissioners don't have, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty of
sure you
questions,
will.
but I'd like Mr. Bosey I'd like to hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Just to put on the record, the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission and came within your executive summaries for both the growth management plan as well as the mixed-use PUD from staff's perspective was a recommendation of denial. That recommendation of denial was based upon a set of assumptions or a set of plans that are a little bit different than what was presented today. I'll address a couple of the different areas that Mr. Yovanovich had quoted me regarding the density, regarding the height, and I don't disagree with any of the statements, and they are what they are. He's correct. The way that our growth management plan would look at this island would be 100% would be residential with the allowance for marina uses because it's a water-dependent use. Our current GMP allocates commercial activity, intense activities to your activity centers. Your commercial 3 zoning districts are community commercial, meaning it has an outreach of 5 to 10 miles in terms of the draw for its audience. So what we would have if the 20-some acres of commercial would be developed on this island would be folks from off island having to come to island to the attractors that would be developed within the commercial. I don't disagree, and I stand by the statement that the amount of residents, the number of units that are there today can only support about 2 to 3 units or 2 to 3 acres of commercial. There's just not enough rooftops to saturate 20 acres of commercial with, and so what that means is eventually if this commercial zoning is retained and maintained, eventually attractors are going to have to be developed that are going to bring people from off island to the island, which is going to create a number of issues related to traffic congestion. I will say it was December of 21. I was defending my position related to the food truck park, and the public testimony that was offered, as proffered to the Board of County Commissioners was, we don't want to create a traffic nightmare. We don't want to bring people from off island to island. From what I hear and from what the Planning Commission, or the testimony we heard about the Planning Commission, that position from the population has changed somewhat, that they're more welcoming that traffic to come on to the island. What I would say from the recommendation of denial from staff's perspective from the GMP amendment was related to that unofficial policy that has been endorsed by the Board of County Commissioners when we've had growth management plan amendments. And that's if you're asking for more density than what the GMP would allow for, you're going to provide affordable housing. Staff looked and does recognize the public benefits that would be provided for by the 2 flushing culverts, as well as the extension of wastewater from Collier Boulevard down to the project location. But that's a policy decision the board would have to make. The board would have to arrive to say that those 2 public benefits are the equivalent of what the traditional 20, in this instance, 24 units of affordable housing is what the board would normally demand of the developer. So the board would have to evaluate, is the value of the benefits that are provided for within the flushing culverts as well as the wastewater system, is that the equivalent of what you would get for a 24 unit addition of affordable housing? One thing we know, these units, these 108 units, they're going to create the demand for additional affordable housing. They're going to create a demand for additional services. They're going to create the need for some additional affordable housing. I did ask the applicant at one point in time, would there be contemplation of a contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund on a per unit basis on those 24? The applicant felt that the contribution of the 2 flushing culverts in the wastewater extension was sufficient enough as a public benefit to offset that. But from a staff's perspective, that's why the recommendation of denial was provided for within the staff report from the Planning Commission, as well as within the executive summary. Related to the PUD, and I think the applicant, I think Rich, did a very good job of summing up. There was 2 issues at the Planning Commission. It was density, and it was the height of the building. In density, I was clear. There's 23.8 units per acre at Tarpon Village, or the existing RMF 16 property. That RMF 16 property is only a 2-story profile. It's a very low profile, but it is dense. If it was redeveloped, it could develop, and it's got a 75-foot height limitation. That 75-foot height limitation is zoned height, meaning that it's section 4, 40201 of our land development code allows for the county manager or designee to waive the zoned height requirement if they're proposing to have parking within the principal use. So within that RMF 16 zoning district, you could basically have 20 feet of parking, 2 stories of parking, and then a 75-foot building. So it establishes about a 95-foot height limitation, which could be redeveloped to the north and to the east of the property. At 168 feet in a 148 feet zone, we just felt it couldn't be found compatible. And I think Wayne did show you some examples on the island as well as off island of taller structures in close proximity to 1- and 2-story structures. So there is means for compatibility related to the buffering, the spacing, the arrangement of the buildings. But with the new proposal, staff, we had some conversation with the applicant, and I had dug in pretty hard. I said 115 was the limit towards where I thought that we could find compatibility. After the hurricane, after the storm surge, after further conversation, Rich asked me to consider 122 feet. And one of the things that I've been mulling over was the fact that one of the reasons why that ask was to be able to locate the first level of parking, or in this being the only level of parking that's being proposed, but the level of parking would be placed above BFE, meaning that the issues of storm surge that created all the loss within Vanderbilt Beach Drive of the first floor garages, that would be something mitigated by that ability. And because of that, I've found that I could support, from a planning perspective, 122 feet. And another aspect that I think has to be understood is the reduction of intensity in exchanging from the commercial to the residential. It is a significant trip reduction. And I think that trip reduction somewhat is undercounted because these residents are going to be occupied on probably a 5 to 6 month basis because of the cost and because of the seasonality of this type of a property. The numbers that are being provided show a significant reduction, and I think that that reduction would be real. And related to the overall intensity, remember, there's 4 islands within Island Capri. This was the island as they designed the land use arrangement. This was the island that they said they wanted to have the most intensity on. They put 20 acres of commercial. We've talked about how we don't feel as a staff perspective that that's supportable. The transition to transition to a higher density residential, from a planning perspective, I think there is some benefit to it, a benefit to the overall infrastructure capacity, as well as the overall activity in terms of the day-to-day amount of traffic that will be generated within this area. And there's still a number of commercial acres that are still available to provide, goods and services. But one of the functions that we also recognize is the cost of land. And I think we've had some conversations, Chair, offline. If you have got a $5 million an acre property or a $2 million an acre property, put a 2,000 square foot convenience store, it doesn't align with that type of evaluation. So highest and best use is something that is always something that we understand is a consideration. With all of that said, staff feels that we can support the proposed revised height at 122. We still feel that we can't recommend approval on the growth management plan, and that's the first step. Remember, we can't approve we can't approve the PUD until we approve the GMP. Staff's perspective is we feel it's going to create an issue for affordable housing. It's a policy decision for the board. Is the public benefit that's being provided for within the flushing culverts and the extension of wastewater, does that offset the non-contribution or non-adding to the affordable housing issue? But that's for the Board of County Commissioners to make a policy decision. Staff's constrained. Staff has taken the policy in the direction that the board has said, if you're asking for more for additional density, you're going to provide for an affordable housing allocation. And so from staff's perspective, we can't support the GMP as it's proposed, but we most certainly understand that that's a policy decision that sits with the Board of County Commissioners. With that, I'd entertain any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple quick questions. Do have a question for the developer as well, and then I'll reserve any other comments to after the public comment. But Mr. Bosey, you've just indicated that from a zoning standpoint, you can support the petition at 122 feet, recognizing the 7 feet additional for the flood issues. So my question is, if in terms of the comprehensive plan, your concern was the impact on affordable housing.
Correct.
If there was some component or some offset to help Collier County deal with the affordable housing issue, would that impact your decision? Some offsite, for example?
Staff recognizes, and I've said at the beginning, this is going to create additional demand on affordable housing. There's going to be more services that are going to be demanded. There's going to be more goods.
Understood. I'm just wondering if
yes,
there's something that can be done.
Yes, it would.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you support the petition as it relates to the zoning issue. You have a concern in terms of the comprehensive plan as it relates to a workforce or affordable housing.
Correct.
So I want to ask Mr. Yovanovich a question, because he and I had some conversations about the affordable housing issue, and I asked Mr. Yovanovich and Mr. Farrow to sharpen their pencils a little bit. So what's the conclusion? I know we talked about some possibility.
We did talk about it, and candidly, there was a lot of discussion earlier today about the issue with workforce housing. So we're not immune to that, and as I'm sure you're aware, we already have a project in. It's not related to this, but we already have a project that Mr. Farrow intends to build off of Auto Ranch Road that is includes workforce housing. So he's not blind to that issue. So the answer to the question is, in the old days, I think there was a $1,000 a unit contribution, voluntary contribution towards affordable housing, paid at closing. Recognizing that was probably
a little bit of inflation.
There's been a little inflation since then. Mr. Farrow is willing at closing of each of these units to make a contribution to the county of $5,000 a unit towards affordable housing wherever the board deems that affordable housing should be constructed.
Let me then just follow up, and then another quick question for Mr. Bosey, and then I'll be quiet. The $5,000 per unit at closing of each unit, I think, would generate, depending on the number of units, close to $500,000 for, and I would like to see those funds into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
We would expect that.
Yeah, we have Mr. Hall is looking to solve that affordable housing problem, and this perhaps would help in that regard. So, Mr. Bosey, assuming there's an agreement to deal with the workforce affordable housing issue off-site by providing funding, would that change your opinion on the growth management plan?
Yes, it would, and I would just let the board know that Mr. French and myself and Mr. Cormac Giblin, who's standing in as an interim housing director, on the 17th of January, we're going to start discussions with the Affordable Housing Committee about the parameters of how to spend the money within that housing trust fund. So yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve any other comments or questions until after the public comment.
Okay. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, Mr. Bosey. Just a question on semantics, because there's two pieces of property, one on I don't know which direction I'm going, one on the right and one on the left, where the boat storage facility is, and the boat storage facility is included in this rezone. Is all of the density in the rezone captured in the development that's being built across the street, or does the
entire project?
The entire project. And if the boat barn were to go away someday, and if someone decided that it was no longer fruitful to run a boat facility there, would they be able to? They can certainly always come and ask, but would they be by right entitled to more density over there?
No, I mean the density is already spoken for related to that property.
Okay. That's my only question, because I had, you know what, I do have one other question. This is a fairly substantive change from the time that you have had to review the original presentation and proposition by the developer. Have you had sufficient time? Do you feel comfortable in making these recommendations for these new adjustments?
Of course, I would have loved to have this discussion with the Planning Commission, but that's not the reality. I'm comfortable with the recommendation I've made based upon the conditions that I've described that exist within the zoning and exist within the built environment within the localized area.
Okay, and those are my questions for now, sir. I'll, like Commissioner Saunders, I'll probably want to have something to say afterwards, but my other was the housing affordability and then the height, so.
Commissioner Hall.
So, Mr. Bosey, just to be clear, the affordable housing component that you would feel comfortable with is because it's compatible with the way the growth management plan is written? And you wouldn't, and that would just alleviate you of having to substitute a sewer project versus the affordable housing component?
The unwritten policy that this board has developed, like I said, is if you're asking for additional density, you're going to provide for affordable housing. They're not providing for affordable housing. So I am concerned because we do know that this housing will put, this project will put additional pressure on affordable housing. Staff is just, that's been staff's directive. Gain movement on the affordable housing issue if you're asking for a GMP amendment. They weren't provided for it. That's why the recommendation of denial. But with the inclusion of the monetary contribution of $5,000 per unit, up to potentially $540,000 worth of contributions to affordable housing, staff would feel that aspect has been satisfied by the petition.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to be clear, because I know you made a comment earlier in your presentation. You're saying a development of this size would require 24 units of affordable housing. So can you tell me that $540,000 is equal to 24 units of affordable housing?
The
If you can do that, I'm gonna hire you to build me some houses.
Yeah. The contribution can go towards the satisfying the cost of a 24 unit, but what I would say is if you're building affordable housing, it's the context and the size and the economies of scale have everything to do with it. If it's 20, if we're proposing a 400 unit parcel or a 400 unit development on the Golden Gate Golf Course as part of that proposal, 24 units broken down over their overall cost might be $500,000 because of the economies of scale. So it all depends. If it's just straight a 24 unit project, no, you're not going to be able to satisfy it. But if you've got a project like the one on the golf course, 400 units, 24 of those prorated the cost might only be $500,000. So yes, I could say that can get you close to being able to satisfy what would be the price tag for a potential, but it has everything to do with the situation and the economies of scale that are being proposed within that project.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Couple of different things. One, I think we should get credit for the 3.2 million that we were putting towards other improvements. So I think it's the 3.2 million plus another 500,000 that would offset the affordable housing component, and then I would think $3 million is sufficient to cover construction costs for that. Secondly, as part of the villages that are being approved in the rural land stewardship area, developers are required to set aside land for purchase by the county with density of 10 units per acre associated with that. The price is $21,000 an acre to set that aside. I think that you could then take this $500,000 and buy, I can't do that math in my head, however many acres that is with the density that you could then leverage into far more than 24 units of affordable housing. So I think you can leverage that money into acquiring property that's being set aside for affordable housing, together with the $3.2 million worth of utility and culvert improvements to address those concerns.
I'm never short on words, and I got plenty of questions, but as chair, I want to keep going back to my peers here and give them first chance. I've talked about this project at great length for quite some time, and so I want the benefit of their questions. Commissioner McDaniel.
My comment was more directed to Commissioner Kowal, and that had to do very similar with what Rich said. It's an aggregate public benefit. We don't have a written policy about affordable housing or affordable housing to travel ever. There is he has said it multiple times, an unwritten policy. It ranges anywhere from 10% up to 30% I've seen extracted. We don't like using that word, but suggested. And so 20% is those 24 units that you're talking about. And while they were talking, I at 200,000 a unit, assuming we already own the land, that's 4.2 million, and they're at 3.2 estimated costs for the improvements for the sewer extension and the culverts, and then another $500,000 plus for it was getting close. Not just for the brain.
Commissioner Hall.
So it's a good time for me to bring it up because there's a question I had, and we're talking about the 3.2 million. So my question, we've got an environmental issue down there. Is it true that some of the commodes won't flush at high tide?
What I've heard.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Ask our staff.
What's that? Is there any environmental issues with the septics down there, or high tide?
Okay, wait. Commissioner Hall is speaking to Mr. Bosey. Okay.
We'll get to the.
If you want to mention that in your personal comments and talk about how your toilet flushes and how your septic works, that's for your comment. Commissioner Hall.
I was just asking the question because the real question is, who pays for the utility upgrade if and when the time comes?
Don't increase the density.
Sir, you're not helping your cause, okay? Commissioner Hall.
So the question is whether the project goes or whether the project doesn't in the future. When the utilities are needed for upgrade, who has to pay for that?
Commissioner, So it's actually an interesting setup on Isles of Capri because it is a shared or a split utility system, in part provided by Marco Island Utility and in part provided by Collier County Public Utilities. And there are long-standing conversations between Collier County and the Marco Island Utility about the septic to sewer conversion project, which would be run by Marco Island Utility. However, in a partnership project with Collier County because of the stormwater upgrades that are needed on Isles of Capri. However, when you go to a septic to sewer conversion, typically the way that those projects are funded is by a special assessment. So that is on the residents.
The residents would ultimately foot the bill.
They would.
Commissioner Saunders.
I just want to kind of clarify one thing. I never for a second thought that $5,000 for 100 units or $500,000 would be the equivalent of building 24 units. That's obviously not the case. It'll build maybe a third of a unit, but it won't build 24 units. But there are communities that have affordable housing requirements. If someone develops a project, say they develop 100 units with no affordable housing, there are communities that require a payment into a trust fund for affordable housing, typically anywhere from $1,000 a unit to $2,000 a unit. $5,000 a unit is probably would not be unreasonable, but that's where this is kind of coming from. It's not the thought that someone that we're trading 24 units, which would cost, I guess, a couple $1 million for $500,000. We're trying to build up a trust fund in a way, and quite frankly, this would be fairly normal, I think, in terms of a dollar amount. Maybe I should pose that as a question for Mr. Bosey. He'll know more about those types of issues than I do in terms of the amounts and things.
And in a lot of communities, that's not an unfamiliar contribution in terms of a set dollar amount for units being developed to be able to offset the cost. And like we said, we're developing a strategy with the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee as to the best way to allocate those the funds within that trust fund. One thing that Mr. French pointed out to me related to their commitment for the $5,000 a unit at closing, he points out, and rightfully so, there's no way that we can track closing. We can track COs, but we can't track closing. So, meaning that the certificate of occupancy, the closing's a private is a private exchange. So, if that contribution was provided, we would prefer it at CO rather than at closing.
Commissioner Colwell.
I just wanted to say, let Commissioner McDaniel know, I understand that, this is, we're not looking, I wasn't really looking to say we're going to build homes at $540,000. But I just spent 5 hours of my life before lunch, and everybody on this board talked about how important it is to have affordable housing, workforce housing for this county, and how much of a nightmare it's going to be for us to be able to handle that. So I understand it's a policy thing that we make that decision up here as grown men, but also I think moving forward, we all have to understand as a community, it's probably going to be something we're going to look at, and we're going to probably require from a lot of developers in the future, and we're going to hold them to it. I mean, because it is an issue. It's an issue. We're all going to deal with it. And every time we build any commercial property, any restaurant, anything, we create more jobs, but we have nowhere for the people to live. So I'm just saying, it's just, this is something that we have to take seriously. So I just want to get my 2 cents in there and let you know.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, and just to further the conversation in that regard, and I didn't mean to suggest that you were thinking that could be accomplished. That $500,000 at $21,000 an acre would equate to 25 acres in the RLSA at 10 units an acre that can be developed towards affordable housing. It's just a different way of looking at it from the math standpoint. I didn't mean to be suggesting that we were going to do that. It's an aggregate public benefit.
I'm going to make some comments, and then I'm going to propose. We're scheduled for a break at 4:50, and I think it's wise not to bring up a couple of citizens and then break. That we give you guys a big chunk of time. But I just want to summarize. I might be the only commissioner that watched the entire planning commission, both of them, start to finish. And so, Mr. Bozak, maybe if you can get a little bit closer to the mic, just for the sake of documentation, what we're hearing today is totally different than what the Planning Commission heard. They were adamant in some respects about a certain type of position, but just to summarize, at the Planning Commission, it was 168 feet, it's 14 stories, 108 units. I think the upgrade offer, it was 3.2, it was the culverts and it was the utility, but not the 500,000 for affordable housing. That was one of the stipulations. Now what we're hearing is 9 stories instead of 14. Basically, I know it's 12 over 2, 8 over 1, but just total stories. So it went from 14 to 9, went from 168 feet to 122. The addition of the $5,000 per unit to our affordable housing fund. What else am I missing? Is there anything else that I don't have in my notes here that was presented in September? And Mr. Yovanovich can come up to the podium, but just for the sake of defining the differences between what everybody out here and myself heard in September and what we heard here now. I think I summarized the difference in height, the difference in the offer for how we could meet, how we could justify amending the growth management plan. Were there any other things? And obviously the lower height helps with the traffic as well. Then those numbers come down. It's possibly, but anything else?
I think you've summarized it pretty well. There was a clarification on the parking garages and the amenities that there was going to be a limitation of 40 feet. They've clarified that within their development table. So that's kind of similar to what the Planning Commission said. But I think it really did boil down to the zone height and the actual height. And there was just disagreement in terms of what was being proposed compared to what's today.
I'm going to have plenty to say and plenty to ask, but I'm going to end with Commissioner McDaniel, and then we're going to take a break, and we're going to move into public comment. Sir?
We can take a break as long as I have some more questions, but let's go ahead and take a break, and then I'd like to hear the public comment.
Okay. Take a break till 5:05. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, we'll break until 5:05. We'll come back and start with public comment.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Everybody, please take their seats so we can start public comment. Please ensure you silence your phones if you maybe turn them back on. Mr. Miller, how many speakers do we have signed up now?
Mr. Chair, we had a high of 75, I think it was, but I know we've had some people drop out, so the number's a little nebulous at this point.
All I'll say to start our public comment is, and I'll reiterate it again, there's no commissioner up here that wants to stifle anyone, but also make no mistake, all 5 commissioners up here are well aware of this project. Okay, we've had until September, the Planning Commission meeting, and when the county manager decided to, move this meeting to January. So we've had plenty of time. You've had plenty of time. Having said that, nobody should walk out of here feeling they weren't allowed to talk. But having said that, I just want to also reiterate, you have 3 minutes at the podium, okay? When the green light comes on, that means the counter is counting. When you see the yellow light, it means you have 30 seconds left. And I would please ask that when you see the yellow light and you have 30 seconds left, to be respectful to the person who's waiting to speak after you. When the red light comes on, if you haven't finished, that's your time for summation, so that we can get through, the different folks and we can hear your perspective. If somebody has already echoed what you are about to say, please either waive your time or, come up and introduce yourself and then say, I have nothing else to add. But, we want to be respectful of everybody's time, but do the math, 70 speakers at 3 minutes apiece. Some people have already come up here and saying, when will this be over? That's up to you. And then we still have plenty of questions. So it's not public comment and then we vote, just so you understand if you haven't been here before. Having said that, let's go to our first public speaker.
Mr. Chair, your first speaker is going to be Mike Cox, and he'll be followed by Captain Michael Cochran. Mr. Cox has been seated additional time, and I'm going to read through these. Jeff Orr? Okay. David Ersland? John Kernan? Gary Getzelman? Chris Benich? Thank you. Jeff Pierce? And Kathy Pierce. That means Mr. Cox will have 24 minutes, and your PowerPoint is ready to go for you, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Pull the mic in front of you, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And thanks for allowing me time to speak here today. And congratulations on 100 years of Collier County quality service to we the people. Appreciate that. And my mom supports me on what I'm saying today. I can assure you, I never asked for her support on anything because it was always there, 100% of the time. The love of my life. My name is Mike Cox. I'm representing SaveCapri.org, which is dedicated to stop rezoning on Isles of Capri. I'm representing over 900 people that signed our petition that want this project denied, and also the 6 that did not sign. My dad built a house on Isles of Capri right across the bay from the boat barn. That's what we call it on Isles of Capri. And that was in 1982. I built a house right next to that one in 2017. So we have some pretty good history. I'm a full-time resident. He never was. But we've been there a while. I am a deacon and also a board member of the Christian Church of Capri. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army. And I think you should have your vacations, personally. I took a poll on one issue. Mr. Jovanovic said that people don't look up at tall buildings. So I think I can put that issue to bed, because there were 8 of us at the Island Gypsy having a few drinks, and I just asked them, do people look up? And they all said yes. So I'm glad we got past that one. It was mentioned, the food truck park was mentioned, and traffic. The neighborhood was split on the food truck park. There were about as many people in favor as not. And we were certainly amateurs at that time, and trying to come up with anything we could latch onto to try to prevent the another bar on the island that provides a little bit of food. The Tarpon Village, it was mentioned, had the ability to build quite a lot higher than they did. Tarpon Village is 25 feet to the tip of the roof from the ground. But they did the right thing. They built low-profile buildings. You may not even know where Tarpon Village is, because if you're not looking for it, you're not going to see it. It's stuck off to the side. It's all surrounded by large foliage, and it is certainly not visible to the public. The sewers and culverts were offered to us by FCC. The sewer line, they talked to, according to the director of sewers on Marco Island, the last time they talked to them was about a year ago. We, as a community, do not want sewer service from Marco Island. We get our water from Collier County. We're thrilled to death with what Collier County has done for us with water. Put in all new lines a few years ago. And Marco Island's having a lot of problem with their wastewater. Big, big problems. I went to one of their meetings, and it's a mess. They basically just have too many people for their system, and the cost to upgrade their system is probably more money than they have. So they're in a heck of a spot with that right now. So I think we just heard that we would be paying for the cost of a new sewer line. The people on Isles of Capri understand that. There will be a one-time assessment. That's the way it's always happened in the past. So I think that's covered. I don't think we can count that as a gift from FCC. In my talks with utility company, they said that no utility company will put a line in there to just service one little area. That line has to be large enough to service the entire island plus growth. Even if the island's all on septics right now, it's got to be large enough to include everybody plus growth. So that's not a gift. The culverts, we have a culvert committee. We feel pretty confident we can get some grant money and that we can put those culverts in. We can make that happen. That was a project that was started many years back. We only got one culvert in at the time. We always intended to put the other 2 in, and it just kind of got dropped in a crack, and it didn't happen. But we're back on it, and we're convinced that we can handle that. We can take care of that. And they are needed. It transfers the water back and forth between these bays, and that water gets stagnant if you don't open it up and let it go through. The fish also go back and forth, and the dolphins, and the manatees. They all go through. We have a wonderful culvert right now that just works really, really good. And it's just, I can go out on my dock and look at it. Kayakers go through there at low tide, and small boats. So I think we got those issues covered. So what you're seeing here is the way the people on Isles of Capri see this. And I don't know how that 168 feet got in there because I took it out last night. But so here's the boat barn, 50 foot permitted, 75 foot actual. It is the second tallest building on Isles of Capri. The only thing taller than that is Twin Dolphins, which is out on what we call Condo Point, the far southwestern corner of the island. And I'll have a picture of that for you later. I drew this brown line in here to represent a line that we couldn't agree with building them at that height. The yellow line is more of a compatible line. Tarpon Village is 25 feet. Anything that's on island, the business island, is 25 feet or below. And a good part of it is below. So the height allowed to build a resident on Isles of Capri is 35 feet actual. So right now there's a 3-story home being built on one of the streets not too far from me. It's concrete block all the way up. They pretty well used their 35 feet, so they didn't have enough room to put a standard roof on it. So they have a really low profile roof with some parapet walls on the front and back so that you don't actually notice how low that is. But that's what they did to get under that ruling. This picture here is hard to see. That's in the top left corner, but that's a nest, an eaglet's nest, and that's common on our island, as are dolphins and manatees. This is overhead of the petitioner's property. And the reason this slide is in here is to point out that 1.2 acres has already been developed. And there's no plans to change that. That's their marina. And associated with that marina is, of course, parking. You have to have a place to park the cars for their customers to go in and out, and a retention pond. I know this is all going to get changed up if this thing gets approved, but it's still going to require parking for the marina. So what they're actually working with here is about 3 acres, because 2 of it is already required for the boat barn and associated parking. So 3.5 acres is what they're trying to put this project into. Staff said on the front end they needed 10 acres to do this thing. So they are way, way off here. They're trying to put 15 pounds of nails into a 5-pound box. I already mentioned that's the second highest building on the island. So this is the way I see it. They're trying to put this great big square peg into this very small round hole. Here is an overhead that shows all of Isles of Capri. At the bottom is Island 3. Up here, where you see the numbers 12, 13. That is the business island. The next island is Island 2, and then there's Island 1 with the yellow arrow pointing to Condo Point. Probably the best view right there on Condo Point. People go down there with a glass of wine and watch the sunset. Sets right over the Gulf, very pretty. So, the condo towers, quotes from planning staff: no cohesion with the community, not in harmony with the neighborhood, non-compatible to the neighborhood, interferes with the rights of others. And at one point we were asked what would we like. Well, what we'd really want would be backwater necks to be built back in there, open to the public, and a marina. But what would probably be more feasible for FCC would be just to do what they told their neighborhood and our neighborhood what they would do years ago, shortly after Wilma wiped out backwater necks in that marina, was to build another restaurant, another marina. You know, they want to put a fence around it. That's certainly their right. But you know, they can do all of that, just minus the residential part of that. So another overhead view here. This shows the towers and the location that they were originally proposed in. As you can see, the first one to the left is a single tower, then there's a double, and then another double tower. So Fiddler's Creek has always been sort of an island within an island. They built a big fence around their marina, and you have to have a gate code to get in. You can't buy fuel, you can't get bait, you can't get anything if you're not a club member. I went over there with a 1-gallon can trying to get some gas for my lawnmower, and they refused to sell it to me. This is a bad picture, but it reminds us of what we recently got from Ian, and we were hit hard. I guess the question is, are we prepared to evacuate another 200 people in addition to what we already have? And in case of a fire, we certainly don't have the equipment on Isles of Capri at our fire station to service high-rise buildings. So what's the response time from Marco or from wherever the ladder truck would come from? It's not going to be very quick. During Ian, we had a house that caught on fire on Island 3. The fire department went out there and they were stuck. The truck got grounded out, quit running, and that was it. They never got to the fire. So these things can always happen. So developer said that he was a good neighbor. Well, I guess that's their opinion. We had rusted out boat trailers piled up on that empty lot that they're planning to develop now for years. I mean, they were stacked on top of each other. A lot of these people from up north bring their boats down. They buy a place in Fiddler's Creek, so they're a part of the club, and they go over and they launch their boats, and now where do you put the trailers? So there was quite a stack of them, and people from up north don't typically buy galvanized or aluminum trailers. They buy steel ones. That's the norm up there. It doesn't take them long to rust out. A couple years and they're gone. So another good neighbor thing was you see a bag of trash back here, and this was Ian that this bag of trash was left out on their property. So here you see the open boat rack in the background, so that's their property. Here, this was common all over the island right after Ian, that all appliances and cabinets and furniture all piled up the side of the road. Thanks to Collier County, all that went away pretty quickly. We were well pleased with that service. So my question here is, why did they not, all this open property, as a good neighbor, why didn't they just, he said, hey, you guys may need a place to stage some of these trash trucks and to get rid of this stuff. We have a great big open lot over here. We'd be more than happy for you to use that. Well, that didn't happen. Did we ask for it? No, we didn't. They certainly didn't offer it. So this is my neighbor, and he's cleaning up some trash over on Fiddler's property, digging them out of the mangroves, and there were kayaks and paddles and all kinds of stuff over there, pieces of docks. So that's my definition of a good neighbor. So Mr. Jovanovich also mentioned that there were condos bigger than what he was proposing that were just across the street. Well, I think he was referring to Hammock Bay, and it's actually 3 miles to Hammock Bay. You know, I'm from Texas. Everything's big in Texas. We have big streets, but we have nothing like that. Okay, this I already talked about. This is what their boat barn looks like, the fence around it, gate code required to get in. When I went in with my gas can, the gate happened to be open for somebody who was taking a boat in or out of there. But nothing there unless you remember. So a couple of times we've talked about membership, and nobody really had much of an answer. But this is what they currently have online for membership. And it's $3,400 up to $4,100, depending on the type of membership you have. But, you know, that's what it's, and it's based on new homes. It's membership at one level if you buy a new home within Fiddler's Creek, and at another level if you buy a resale home in Fiddler's Creek. So not open to everyone. Here's an overhead view. It shows Condo Point. Any condominium over 2 stories, 25 feet actual height goes to Condo Point. That's where they are. I wrote in here Marco Island, Marco River, so you kind of get the idea. You see this is on Island 1, the condominiums out here, Gulf of Mexico, Intercoastal Canal, Johnson Bay. So the above 25 feet condominiums are Marco Towers, 73 feet. La Pin has multiple buildings. Some of them are 60 feet, some of them are 70 feet. Twin Dolphins is 94 feet. Twin Dolphins being the only building that's higher than the boat barn. This area is the area that was designed for high-rise condominiums. So, as you well know, planning staff denied this, planning commissioners denied it, and today we're asking you to do the same. There's been thousands of hours, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on this plan by the county and by we the people. So we need the help of Collier County to protect our neighborhood, our marine life. So please say no to rezoning. Questions or comments? Okay, well, that was record time. Thank you very much.
Go to the next speaker.
Your next speaker is Captain Michael Cochran. He'll be followed by John McNicholas. Oh, I'm sorry. Captain Cochran was seated additional time by Gail Cochran, and she is here. You'll have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I have in my notes, I was supposed to say good morning, but it's almost good night. But thank you for your patience and your concern. You got a family just like we do, and we appreciate your OT tonight. Yeah, I'm Mike Cochran. I have a 100-ton license. I've had that for a number of years. I'm also a master naturalist, and Homeland Security has approved me. I actually teach the course that people want to get their captain's license. It's about a 40-hour course. You pass it, you'll get a credential which you can take to the Coast Guard, and they'll vet you and approve you or disapprove you, but that's your opportunity to get your captain license now. My grandchildren are a little older now, but when I used to say this a few years ago, when they were a little younger, I said, but Poppy used to have a real job. And I did. I spent most of my career with a Fortune 100 company. I retired when I was the international marketing director. I've lived in several states, and I've worked in over 70 countries. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and I've seen the despicable. I'm not saying that's what we're having here, not at all. My background from an education wise, University of Georgia. I have a BBA, a Bachelor of Business Administration in marketing, and a minor in psychology. And I also have an MBA from Harvard's Business School. And yes, I was the only one there that had one middle name. But I did escape. I did escape with my degree, and I was not brainwashed. You can see, and the commissioners know, and I know the Commissioner Castro's out quite often. We're committed. We're together, and we're united, and we're against it. And we got this many upstairs, and we got this many at home that I'm sure stayed on Skype all the way through this. At all the county meetings, the employees have always said they had never seen this kind of uniform concern by one group like what we have. Now, before I get into some, I'm going to say some things here. And before I get too far, I want to tell you a little bit about the Caprilliers. And I'm going to say some things. I know the press is here. Please don't misquote me. I am not making a threat. No, I'm not making a threat. I'm making a commitment. We acknowledge you paid for this property. We give you full credit for that. You paid for it with hard-earned dollars. You have our blessings to develop whatever you want on this property. And we say that in absolute sincerity. However, we want you to develop as it was zoned. If you choose to continue this bully approach, which is what it is, we want you to know we're steadfast in our resolve to stop it. Now, again, that's not a threat. That's just a commitment. I know there's people from the newspaper here, and we would hope that you do adhere to that for us. Collier County staff defined this approach the first time. It's totally incompatible with our island, and asked the FTC, they asked them to resubmit. They refused to do so. September the 15th, 2022, just a few months ago, and about a week before the hurricane, the county planning commission had a meeting, and it was voted 6-1, 6 in our favor, 1 to FCC. And we at Isla Capri, we're pleased with our 6 vote, and I'm sure the FCC, you're pleased with your 1 vote. If this were a prize fight, this meeting would have been stopped. The referee would have declared it a TKO in the first round. FCC sat on their stool. They never got up. They never approached them with what they would do to improve the situation. So this one vote to our 6 vote, we'll take our 6 and go forward with it. 13 years ago, my wife Gail and I purchased our house on Isla Capri. We'd never really spent a lot of time there other than going back and forth to see some friends we knew. We fell in love with it. We found 2 houses we liked, one that I liked and one that she liked. We bought the one she liked. And I am tickled to death because she was right. At the time, I asked the real estate agent, and we were actually standing right on this piece of property you're wanting to change. And I said, what's the zoning here? And she explained to me that what it was is business zone. And I said, well, I know, Florida has a history that's not great about real estate. How easy is it to change a zone? She said, well, between impossible and a congressional hearing. I hope that's true. What these people have done is not something that we like. Property owners, taxpayers, and voters, we depend on our elected officials. This this constant change of zoning and this, well, it was zoned improperly to start with, I don't believe that. And some of the other excuses that they've used, we don't want it rezoned. There's no reason to rezone it. Build what you want, but build it according to the zone. Build it according, be a good neighbor. I mean, Mike did a great job of showing you. I don't know what their definition of good neighbors is, but it's certainly not what we've used. Property owners, taxpayers, voters, we rely on our elected officials. When you look at this, it could be used as bait and switch. Now I still got more time, another time. I've been involved with some situations on bait and switch, and I can tell you as a business person, I've seen it successfully prosecuted as fraud. I'm not saying that's the case here, I'm just saying that's just what I said. The FCC project, if approved, it would create a private area for boat docks, restaurants, and so-called private clubs. A group of small islands, one road in and out. This development would engulf virtually this entire business area. Currently, you're going to reset me, aren't you? Okay, good.
No, sir.
Currently,
That
all
was
of
your
our
6
restaurants on our island, they're great neighbors, been there a long time. They're
Sir?
very giving.
Sir, no, you need to wrap it up. I mean, you had a large introduction about your Harvard background and University of Georgia, go Bulldogs. But I just asked you to just
Okay, well, I have
summarize
6
it.
minutes, so I do have this that I want to finish.
Yes, sir.
Which I'll be happy to do, and I'll hurry it up, because I did condense it half of what we were going to
Yep,
do.
please summarize because you're over 6.
I was just starting with 6 there. But anyway, the FCC and their lawyers and their one voter, that's the only ones that really like this. We don't like anything about it. If the project is approved, what they have actually done is bought a very inexpensive piece of property. And if they had to go out and buy this today at the new zoning, it'd be millions of dollars more. And I will assure you, if this domino falls, because we've heard it, we've been around, there are other developers that want to do the same thing.
Sir, please
They'll follow
summarize.
suit. Yes, we will. Now, there's one thing that isn't in this that I do want to report, but we had a situation just this week. I take my dog, my wife and I have a beautiful female Mastiff, and you walk where she wants to walk early in the morning. I had an early meeting, so I took her for a walk, and we walked over to where this development will be if approved. There's several numbers of burrowing owl areas there. Yeah, several, not just a handful, several. The storm knocked down some of the perches. The perches, they said, we put those back. But what really concerned me.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
I've got to finish with this.
Sir, your time is up. Sir, your time is up. Out of respect for your other
All those who wanna hear about
speakers.
the person trying to put mothballs into the burrowing owls, see me, and I'll fill you in on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is John McNicholas, and he'll be followed by Virginia. I guess this is Hogg or Hogue? Hogg? Hogue.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John McNicholas. My wife and I have lived in the Isles of Capri for about 30 years. The petitioners ask you to bless the installation of a massive, completely non-conforming, non-compatible, high-rise city in our midst, which will ultimately lead to a full bisection of Capri with a canyon of condo towers, destroying our small village atmosphere. County staff, the professionals and arbiters in zoning, land use, permitting, etc., recommended denying the request, which was followed by the Planning Commission members' emphatic, formal 6-1 denial of the request. Their decision is the perfect example of what zoning was intended to do: maintain the character of the neighborhood as the current property owners require and signed up for when they purchased here. Our residents relied on the protection of the existing C3 zoning that limits the kind of development to low-rise, 2- and 3-story retail stores, restaurants, etc. The petitioner also accepted this C3 zoning inherently when he purchased the property. There's been a lot of talk about the GMP, or Growth Management Plan, and seemingly an attempt to use that to justify what they intend to do. I really suspect, though, that the Growth Management Plan was not geared for a case like this. I suspect it was geared to plan empty acreage type of situation where you can build a whole community. We're a mature community with one parcel of land left. And to try to bend the growth management plan and at the same time bend us to meet in the middle somewhere, I just don't understand it. I don't see it. The current C3 zoning for the property is in keeping with what the community accepted and should remain in place. We implore you to just say no to this rezone request. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Virginia Hogg.
Ms. Hall, is Ms. Hall here?
Hogg?
Oh, okay.
I will remind speakers, please go ahead and queue up with the second podium if you can, and she'll be followed by Rosemary Langkow.
Ma'am, before you speak, I want to just take up just a moment. First of all, if everybody would turn off their cell phones. I mean, we've said it a couple times before. Thank you. I'm struggling with something up here because I know the citizens of Isles of Capri. It's in my district. I know that I'm speaking to my commissioner colleagues here because I just want to see if you have an appetite for this conversation. The strategy of what they're telling us, and the Planning Commission, voted 6-1, and everything they're saying is 100% correct. The problem is we're considering a totally different presentation than what the Planning Commission got. So I'm not saying what the Planning Commission said was moot, but we don't have the benefit of their expertise because this is a totally different plan. I've only served for 2 years, so I certainly don't have the seniority that Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel have, and I don't know, how unique this situation is. And I'm not making any type of suggestions, but I'm feeling uneasy that the citizens of my community are coming up here prepared to speak with us. The problem is I feel like we're all at a little bit of a disadvantage because their argument is the Planning Commission said 6-1. 6 said, well, but they voted on 168 feet, 108 units, 14 stories. And so I don't know if we can just look past that, but I just feel, I'm just wondering if anybody shares that view, or we just, continue to move forward. Like I said, I'm not offering anything, but a lot of the supporting conversation is not about what we're considering now. It's about what we all heard, what I heard in September, along with you all when I watched the Planning Commission. So I'm just wondering if other Commissioner Hall's lit up here. Yes, sir.
Yes, Chairman. I concur. And what was presented by the applicant is a totally different bird than what was denied by the Planning Commission. So my question is, and I just have a question, plain talk is easiest understood with me. Would it be unfair to send the new proposal back to the Planning Commission
You have to.
so that they get a fair shake at the Planning Commission with their changes, and they get a fair shake at what the Planning Commission actually says based on the accurate information?
Commissioner McDaniel.
I mentioned that early on when we were in discussions with the applicant and our staff, and I think that we probably should continue on with the hearing and continue on with the public speaking aspect of it. Certainly give the applicant a chance to speak, but we're out of order with where we're at right now.
Well,
That's how I feel about this. I mean, we moved into the public speaking portion.
I understand that. I also think that we all take great pride in this is about dialoguing, and you build something on a piece of property here, and it's like the pyramids. It's going to be there for 1,000 years, and so sitting through 70 speakers that all tell me, and I'm just speaking for me. That's why I want to see if there's other viewpoints here, telling me what the Planning Commission said. But we're sitting here on a totally different, set of algorithms here, set of measurements. I mean, we're all smart enough to be able to differentiate between the two, but it's just a concern I have. I'm not saying that it needs to go back to the Planning Commission. I want to hear your thoughts, and we might be a little bit out of order, but I don't think we vote on Isles of Capri issues 5 times a week. So this is one that maybe sometimes being a little bit out of order to make sure that we're digesting all of this properly. And I want to hear your views. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, And my view is it may be by the time we're done hearing the public and ask our questions that we do remand it back to the Planning Commission. From what I heard you say, this isn't, and I've talked to some of our residents, and this isn't a secret. There's something going to happen with this piece of property.
Absolutely.
And what we have to weigh is what's best for our county at large and how we in fact manage the change that occurred from the Planning Commission over to here. And are we going to hear new information if we were to remand it back to the Planning Commission? And I'm not there yet. I mean,
I'm not either.
It was a statement that, you know, that I brought up early on before we went to the public comment. So
Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I understand where you're coming from, and it's certainly not out of order. We have that option to send this back to the Planning Commission. We have the option to continue some discussions with the developer. I personally would like to continue with the public hearing. I'm not sure how I'll vote on this, but I am persuaded that our staff is comfortable with this. That is a major change. But I'd like to go ahead and hear the public hearing, and then let's have that discussion as to whether we want to send it back or not. I don't want to send it back with the purpose of just delaying things. So I think when we finish the hearing, we can make a decision as to whether we have sufficient information to approve this, or we can send it back.
And I agree 100%. I want to just the value of discussion. I don't think that costs us anything. This is an important topic, and you've offered that. Commissioner McDaniel.
And just to further the point, I mean, I have some significant questions for the developer and for our staff that's going to help me through the process as to what we in fact end up doing.
Absolutely. Okay. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Virginia Hogue, and I have lived on the Isles of Capri for more than 20 years. We came to Marco Island in the 80s and enjoyed a small island lifestyle. We moved at the turn of the century to escape the traffic and development. Before coming to the Isles, we did our homework, including the zoning laws at 50-foot height. I had prepared a statement which would take less than a minute and a half, and I feel that the good people here have spent hours and hours reading over the proposal, and now we have a substantial change. I enjoyed a 35-year professional career, and I was known for my problem-solving skills. I do not fly by the seat of my pants. So it's impossible to make remarks, a rebuttal to a proposal that is a substantial change that I hadn't, most of the people have not heard before an hour ago. I held my calm through 8.5 hours since 8:30 this morning until the presentation, when I was hearing more information than I could process by people meaning a substantial change. In spite of this, I'll try to address a couple of issues if I can remember them verbally. As I say, I don't operate this way. Density. And sometimes, if you wonder about Tarpon, the small units, 800 to 1,000 feet. So the density is going to be very thick there. These are probably, I would guess, around 3,000 square feet per unit, maybe even more. When they figure density, as you all know, you would figure it on the footprint of the building plus the greenery around. Keep in mind, we're dealing with a restaurant, a two-story urban parking garage with a pool on top, and a ship store, and whatever else. I think that I've covered everything. Those have been included in the acreage for the density. Normally, the density is included with the green space around the footprint. Marco Island was mentioned. Marco Island is a community of almost 30,000 people. It is more urban. We're talking about several tiny isles with one road in and one road out, as has been already mentioned. Each commissioner has gotten my letter saying we need over 500 parking spaces. I think the airport second-story undercover garage holds between 150 and 200 cars. I just asked how many spaces were underneath the residential thing. They couldn't tell me. They said they were going to be parking for restaurants and so forth. So I urge you to not do an end run with the planning board. We would be basing on the comments of one professional. I'm sure he's good, but he's a non-elected professional worker. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your next speaker is Rosemary Langcowell, followed by Kelly Callahan.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Lankowell. I live on the Isles of Capri since 1997. This is a completely different plan than we had before. I think it's cute that they've come forward without it going to the planning board. I'm a little concerned about a couple of things that they mentioned. Again, I'm kind of flying on the seat of my pants here. They talked about the $3.2 million benefit the island's going to get with the culverts and the sewer line. Least we forget this sewer line is going to their project. The project couldn't be there without the sewer line. That is of little to no benefit to the island. It'll benefit Island 4 houses, maybe, if they make it big enough and they allow that. But it's not going to handle the residents, the 2/3 of the island residents that are on Island 1 and on Island 2. And no, our toilets aren't exploding. And Hurricane Ian doesn't matter. When they proposed the initial proposal, one of the things they mentioned was where's the water runoff going to go? Because they've now said they're going to go even higher on their foundation. That water has to go somewhere. Water culverts was their, was that the term? Water culverts was the term that they used in the last presentation. That's nice, but I think we've learned in Hurricane Ian that may or may not be sufficient. There isn't a house on Isles of Capri that was not affected in some way, albeit some of them minor. My other issue with the island is if we start changing the zoning on this particular property, we have the property where the food truck park was going to go. Who's to say you're not going to change that zoning? Which, if I was, as an active realtor and I was representing them, I'd be pushing for this because you can change that now. And who's to say that where Tarpon Village is right now, that isn't going to get bought out, or some of our other restaurants. And then to get to the main part of our island, we're going to have to go through, as has already been stated, a Tower Canyon. If you don't know what that feels like, I suggest you go to Naples Square. Have you driven through Naples Square? Absolutely beautiful buildings. The units inside are gorgeous. But when you drive through it, it's driving through a canyon. So to get from Island 4 through Island 3, the business district, to Island 2 and Island 1, where 2/3 of our population lives, you have to drive through now what would be a commercial canyon. I'm a little upset by that. I don't think that's the intent of the island. And yes, while Doc Loach was from the East Coast, least I remind you, if you read his initial development plan, his view was to build a small fishing island, which is why the lots, the residential lots, are 60 feet wide on most of the island. It's because he wanted a quaint fishing village. That was the intent of that plan. All of our existing condominiums now are in condominium areas that are not affected by the rest of the island. Putting a condominium development of this size smack in the middle of the island is going to have an effect on several things. Besides driving through this canyon, you've now eliminated the ability for our fire department to get from Island 2 back to Island 4, where we have more residents and where we did have the fire during the storm. I encourage you to either send this back to the planning board or to vote against it at this point. I think they should build something. This just isn't it. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Kelly Callahan. She'll be followed by Michael Cornyn.
He's not here. Kelly had to go to work.
Okay. Garrett FX Byrant. He's in El Paso. Michaela Kendall. Oh, Mike Corman is here. Okay. Michael. And then Michaela Kendall will follow Michael.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Corman, resident of 111 Capri Boulevard. a relatively newer resident, and I've been handling the reconstruction of the property following Ian. I just wanted to take a moment and thank the board, the staff, for having the Marco Island Permit Center. I would encourage our residents to get permits. We got our permit in one day, and I had our first inspections yesterday. So the county has been, and I've been in property development for 36 years. The county has been exceptionally responsive to our needs, and I thank them for that, especially Gage Daly over at the Marco Island Permit Center. I used to be a plan commissioner. I've been parts of hundreds of developments with Target and with the military across the USA, and never before have I seen a development that's so out of character for an area. Specifically, I mentioned this during the neighborhood information meeting last year, and the quote was, "This site is located in an area already having residential and commercial development at densities and intensities comparable to that proposed." I could not disagree with that more. It just is not factually true, but that was in their application, and I think it's unfortunate. The other thing, as a former plan commissioner, I have been surprised that the applicant has been given the opportunity essentially to change his proposal on the fly. That seems to me to be, it's going to be very difficult for us as the residents to be able to fully understand the comprehensive nature of the project if we don't have staff reviewing it, and then the plan commission reviewing it, and then this body reviewing it. As also an elected official in my community, we talk about transparency all the time, and I'm sure in your recent election campaigns, transparency was a big part of the conversation. So I would encourage you to think about the fact that this is unfortunately not a transparent process. The applicant was given the opportunity to send this back for review and declined that opportunity, as I am told. They decided to push forward to the Plan Commission. I would also say, I would be interested to know generally how many plans are declined by the Plan Commission, especially at 6-1, that actually end up before this body. I would suggest that's a very low number, probably in the handfuls of projects, especially of this size. I have not heard anyone mention Rookery Bay. I looked at one of the signs out here, and it talked about it being developed in 1962 as part of the conservation program. I'm obviously concerned about that. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge, I don't know if you're able to tell us how many people are on Zoom or how many people are in the overflow rooms, but I think it would be beneficial for us to know the comprehensive nature of the number of residents that are engaged in this process. It's pretty substantial. I've never quite seen anything like it in all my years of property development. Thank you.
Your next speaker is...
Mr. Miller, why don't you give us that number?
Sure. We had the 68 to 70 speakers registered. That included the 15 people who are on Zoom, all registered to speak on this item. That's the 15 people that I'm sorry, not all of them are speaking, but they're all from the Isle of Capri issue. All of the overflow rooms have been cleared, so all of the people are in the room. Okay.
I don't think any commissioner here wants to correct or make a comment on any individual speaker, but I just feel the need because I know the gentleman back there. When something goes to the Planning Commission, 6-1, however the split is, it does come to us. So it's not a matter of they kill it there and say this isn't worth coming to the commissioners. They're a vetting process, and they actually don't vote on anything. They vote on a recommendation of what comes to us. So I just wanted to clarify that. Some other people have said some things that I think all of us here are making notes on, but I just wanted to clarify that. And I do appreciate how hard you've worked to get your permits and the shout out. It's not lost on the staff here. A lot of those people that you're commenting on are right here, and I thank you for those comments, sir.
Your next speaker is Michaela Kendall. She's been seated 3 additional minutes from Gary. I'm not even going to try to say your last name, Huck. And she will be followed by Jeanette Atkinson.
Hello, my name is Michaela Kendall, and I was born and raised here in Southwest Florida, and I'm here to represent the Rainbow Island Warriors. We're a nonprofit that is based in Isles of Capri, and our main concern is advocating for the veterans who have served for our country. But along with a few other things is the environment and our backyard. The last speaker mentioned Rookery Bay, and one of the things that we are very concerned about when it comes to this rezone is the effect that it's going to have on the environment. We've all seen Ian. That was an effect, I believe, of the climate change. It's a real problem, and we need to take control of that. How do you use this?
There's a keyboard. There's a keyboard that slides out, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so our biggest issues with this rezoning, again, is, like I said, the density increase and the impact that it will have on the environment. Earlier today, someone had said that there are 400 to 5,000 residents in Collier County already. By adding a high-rise, you're just inviting more, honestly, snowbirds to come down to rent out these apartments for half the year. For half the year, that's when our roads are going to be busy. That's when there's going to be more crash. It's just, I feel like, a product of having a large amount of people. Our mission is to reflood the river of grass, as well as, supporting the veterans along the way. We have the Rainbow Island. If you know Gary's property, it's just that little island right off the side. We want to be able to have that and keep that as a natural product of the environment. We want to be able to preserve it for what it is. We want to be able to protect our backyard. I've got this little diagram on the screen here, and it's a weather cycle. If you don't know how the water cycle, pretty easy. The sun heats up the water, it evaporates, we get cloud coverage, and we get rain. Back when we had the river of grass, we could expect rainstorms in the summer like clockwork, every day, same time. That's because the sun would heat the river of grass, the standing water that's only about 3 feet. Because it was easier to heat that, it takes less time for that to be heated as opposed to the Gulf of Mexico. To heat the Gulf of Mexico, deeper water has a high heat capacity, means it takes longer to change the temperature. That is part of the reason why we've been having the erratic rainstorms, stuff like Ian. And then many of you have probably seen Gary walking around today with our flag. This is a Chile flag from the Wifala people. This flag represents what we're trying to do here. The people of Chile, they stopped the developers from coming in and basically destroying their natural resources. They're still fighting the battle, though. Gary's been in Chile recently. He had seen a glacier. Later, just a few weeks later, they get a heat wave. Now the glacier is a waterfall. They're not supposed to do that. We also, many of us here, know that the rainbow is supposed to represent God's promise to never flood the earth again. A rainbow is also the effect of, light filtering through the raindrops. If we are able to protect our environment, restore it, then we'll be able to bring back the rainbows. Today I was reading the newspaper as Gary was getting his car registration sorted, and one of the articles was about the gopher tortoises. We all know that those are a protected species and very beloved by the community. At least I love them. Those, along with the burrowing owls, are all going to be affected with an increase in density and with the building and construction of a high-rise. That is all I have. I just want to reiterate, our stance is that we think this is going to be a bad idea for the environment, and we want to know what the solutions are going to be to accommodate the changes.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jeanette Atkinson.
And who's the speaker after that, Mr. Miller?
Willard Giansant. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Willard here.
Okay. Joan Coyne.
Joan, if you just would queue up at the other podium when you get a chance, and we'll
Yeah, Joan's actually going to be next. We don't have anyone ahead of her at this point, and she will be followed by Ronald Helsel. Is Ronald still here? Yeah.
Yes, over there.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Joan.
Hello, my name is Joan Coyne, and I live at 109 West Pago Drive. I'm going to read this because I'm nervous. When my husband and I first visited the Isles of Capri, we knew this was where we wanted to spend our retirement. We were going to be able to purchase a house that didn't look exactly like all the other houses in the neighborhood. We could live on a bay and have our boat right outside our back door. We rented on the Isles for approximately 4 years, and that's when we were sure we were in the neighborhood that we wanted to live in. We found it was ideal for us. I, along with many residents, became involved with the community when several projects were being proposed that were not the choice of the majority of the residents. That was the beginning of my community involvement, and that is what has brought me and all of us here today. In October of 2021, we were made aware of a project that was being planned for the commercial area of the Isles to build several condo buildings. We have spent many hours researching the problem. We've attended many meetings, listening to all sides of the issue. We decided very early on we were going to help defeat this project. It is not compatible with the community. It would be necessary to make residents aware of what was being planned. We asked residents to join in this project. We decided to go door to door to every house or condo and ask everyone or anyone to sign a petition against this project. I have approximately 1,000 signatures on these petitions that I'm going to present to you today. We have approximately 1,100 in-season residents and approximately 940 year-round residents on the Isles. I personally had about 6 residents who said they did not oppose this project. Let's see. I, along with others who have spent many hours trying to understand all the acronyms of the county, I have in my book, all of them. The big one for me was GMP, Growth Management Plan, and what it means to the residents, as well as the governing body of the county. This is the Constitution, like the Constitution of the United States. It should not be tampered with for one interested group.
Ma'am, please summarize.
Okay. Please limit government by saying no to this amendment and this one special interest group. Thank you for listening.
Your next speaker is Ronald Helsel. He'll be followed by George J. Merkling. Mr. Helsel's been seated additional time from David Beatty, thank you, Craig A. Braun, and John Borner. So he will have a 12 minutes, and again will be followed by George J. Merkling.
I don't have 12 minutes, so you're good, all right?
One moment.
My wife and myself are owners of 404 and 400 Cristobal Street. Today you've heard from members in the organization, from Capri community that are opposed to the change in zoning that would allow the high-rise building boom on the Isles of Capri. My presentation is more from a personal perspective. My home is what you would call an adjoining property owner. I'm the only one that I know of right now that's willing to speak or say anything, but this is where my home is located, and you see the arrow pointing directly over to where the condominiums would be. My wife and I purchased our dream retirement home like 12 years ago on this tiny little piece of old Florida after looking at a lot of different places. Recently, we also acquired the property next to us, so as I said, we own 2 properties. As you can see from the slide, we are adjoining property owners to FCC property and less than 400 feet away from the proposed tri-towers. We stand to be personally the most directly affected both in terms of the loss of our retirement sense of value and our personal investment. We spent a lot of time making our retirement home a little piece of old Florida, which will be wiped out by the proposed change in zoning. I don't think anyone on this board is naive enough to believe that if you pass this through and change this zoning, the rest of this business owl is going to be condominiums in the next 10 years. That's going to happen. I sat there with that paper folded up so long now it's stuck together. So the remains of the commercial marina were present when we purchased the property in 2009, and I did the research to see what that was about. We wanted to know what the zoning was with the understanding that anyone that owned that type of property was going to do something with it someday. After looking the Corps engineer's permit that FCC Beach and Yacht had in place to rebuild a 30-slip marina, then looking at the proposed model of the site plan, we were, and still are, comfortable with having them as a neighbor. Let's talk about the views. In the original NIMS and the failed Grady Minor presentation to the Planning Commission, they noted that no one's views would be affected. I'm not getting that feeling as you take a look at the views from our waterfront. This was a slide Grady Minor used to show that nobody's view would be affected. This is taken over by where Mr. Cox lives, and that's the boathouse in the background there. That's my house on the other side of the boat. So maybe not quite exactly right. Here's another photo from the NIMS that we participated on Zooms, which left us stunned with the request to rezone and allow an increase in density to more than 750% above the current code in a high hazard area. Clearly, they cannot do this unless they build an exceptionally tall building with multiple stories. I had to scratch out the 13-story building because it got changed, all right? When you factor in the parking garage, it was 13 stories. And we're told by the county code, the parking garage does not count as a floor, but it does for me, and it does in the law of physics. It's there. So, for comparison, the tallest building in the Collier County government campus is the building we're in right now. Okay, so now, and they changed it to 8 stories, and you don't have a parking garage underneath this, so they're going to put a building up taller than this building, if the stories work out right. I didn't have a ton of research yet properly because we all just learned about the change along with, well, everybody else in the room. You apparently heard about it in the last couple of days. Let's see, I lost track of where I'm at now. What they're proposing is much like the high-rise area Marco, or what I call Condo Row in Naples. I noticed that what we call the area of Old Naples and the surrounding area around here, there's a lot of construction. There's a lot of new construction. I don't see any towers. In Old Naples, you're not letting them build the towers, are you? You got like 4-story buildings down there. What do you got going on over here? They're like 3 stories. No towers. You're trying to keep Old Naples kind of like Old Naples as much as possible. We like that on Capri too. We think it's a special place. Our people, the reason people choose to purchase, live, stay, or rent on the Isle of Capri is our relaxed lifestyle and our sense of small town community. We're still fortunate to have that old town feel that is being wiped out by development across the state. Sometimes it's by developers, sometimes it's by Mother Nature, as recently saw in the Fort Myers Beach area with Ian. Once it's gone, it's never coming back. You're not getting Old Florida back once it's wiped out. This was our expectation when I did the research. We were permitted to go on the property prior to making the investment in our retirement home. I don't see how you can put a lot of faith in what FCC proposes if they promote one concept for over 15 years, show it as a part of what you get when you join the Tarpon Club in their showroom, then abandon it for a major development that's not even close to the original plan because we are now in the midst of a real estate boom. Are you aware they have 23 acres of vacant land right up there in Fiddler's Creek? They could put a larger development than this up there, and they won't even need to put a new gate up. They already have one right there. So I have no idea if they're going to use this property for something or not. I just pass it every day. I see it there. But there's 23 acres sitting right there on their property, right on 951, that they would probably not have any opposition with because, well, it's their neighborhood. It's Fiddler's Creek development. Let's talk about compatibility. That was the big thing. Now, we've gotten a lot of different things going on right now because things got changed from the Planning Commission meeting. Half of my presentation that I had was sort of based around what I learned in that presentation meeting, which I spent the time there. I looked at it. I watched it on Zoom one time. But now the facts are different. We have a completely new presentation and a completely new everything, basically. And then there's the high-end and luxurious condominiums. They are. There's no doubt that Fiddler's Creek FCC is one of probably the premier developers in this area of Florida. They build really beautiful, nice stuff. We're a little old fishing village. That's really what we are. I don't care if you don't think we are, we are. We like it that way. People travel around in our island in golf carts. They relax in our restaurants. They go out charter fishing. They enjoy the bocce course. The kids ride bikes around the neighborhood, and so on and so on. It's a small town community feel that we're not going to keep if this happens. Now, do I expect them? Do I expect them to go back and build this? Well, I got it all screwed up now. Do I expect them to back and go and build the original concept that they had there with the marina? The marina's been permitted since I bought my house. I get a notice of renewal of their application for it every 5 years from the Corps of Engineers. I knew that was going in there. I thought they were going to build a club like this, which that fits a community. Nobody's going to argue about something like that. Do I think they're going to build that now? Probably not, because it's really not very profitable, and they're here for the money. I get that. I'm in business too. It's just that what they've gone is so far away from where we're at, it just doesn't seem reasonable for us in our community. It's not a good fit. I urge you to either vote it down completely or at the very minimum, send us back to the Planning Commission so we can work through that process again. We were very involved. We'd have a lot more data to come back and speak intelligently about it. Everybody's speech here that they're having is kind of busted up because they don't have the facts. So that's my thoughts on it. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is George Merkling. He'll be followed by Glenn Fick. Mr. Merkling has been seated 3 additional minutes from Tad Wallen, and he is present here in the room. You'll have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you for hearing me today, Commissioners. I too have my 2 speeches all busted up. I'd like to correct a little math situation that we heard about the generous offer of a gift for affordable housing. When I added up the number of units, I know I'm only supposed to talk to you. When I added up the number of units, I believe there was 68 in the new proposal. And if that's multiplied by $5,000, it's $340,000.
108.
Yeah.
108.
108 units.
Well, we did the math when Mr. Yovanovich told us how many floors were going to be devoted to units. 108 was the original proposal. The way he described the number of units, it came out 68, but I'll stand corrected on that. The other public benefit was sewers, and this I'm going to explain just a little bit differently. There already is a pressure sewer line all the way from Condo Point all the way over to Marco Island Sewer Authority. It's already there. It's 4-inch. It can handle probably 5 times more than it's got right now. A 4-inch pressure line can handle a lot of sewer, but it won't handle enough to satisfy Marco Island because they've told FCC what the construction will have to be if they're going to use Marco Island sewer. That sewer line, by their mandate, has to be enough, and you've heard this, for the whole island. Even if they only build a sewer line just big enough for them, it would probably be a 6-inch sewer line. Now, the cost to upgrade from a 6-inch sewer line, and we're not doing the whole island now, we're only doing from their new apartments down to the intersection of 951 and 952. The only difference in the cost, when you think about it, is the cost to increase a piece of plastic pipe from 6-inch diameter to 8-inch diameter. The permits are the same, the excavation is the same, the roadway and traffic disruption is the same. I don't believe you have a multi-million-dollar benefit there. And the other benefit is 2 culverts across the road. It doesn't add up to that $3.4 million that was mentioned. As far as the blindsiding, I may not have been nearly as blindsided as some people because I had the fortune to have a meeting with the commissioner yesterday, and I was told that the size of the project was being changed considerably. Not enough for me or any of the other people in this room. However, the public has not had the benefit of a notice in the newspaper describing this project. It's required. I had to go through the same thing to get a change on my dock at my house. I had to publish a notice in the newspaper of my project. The notice in the newspaper describing this project doesn't describe the one that was mentioned today. It's a different project. The staff had a year and a half to deliberate and go down point by point by point of 19 points of consideration they're required to check off before a change can be made in zoning or in dwelling units per acre. That took them about a year and a half to do. Now, Mr. Bosey, and I gotta tell you, he's been a great help to us in explaining to my wife Joan and myself just how to read all these acronyms and what's going on here. We're not professionals in development. But Mr. Bosey's had a month maybe to reconsider all this. When it took him a year and a half the first time around with the full staff, I don't believe they've had, even though he said he did, I'm sorry to argue with you, Mr. Bosey, but I don't believe you gave the same consideration to the new project that you did to the original project. Number three, the Collier County Planning Commission, they've had no opportunity to look at this new project. I hate to say it, but you're giving us a lot of fodder for appeal if this thing goes the wrong way. And that, again, is not a threat. That's just what's happening. So I'm going to give you a suggestion. You've come pretty close to it when you had your talk right in the middle of our public hearing here. I'm going to give you a suggestion that you take a vote on the project that we know about, that we were presented with, and defeat it. And that's the end of it. If the petitioner chooses to present a new project, you have a process. You start with notification, you do a PL, you fill out your application, and start going. But this is a different project. I don't see how you can take the project that was shown to the world and not vote on it. And I guess I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Sir, your meeting yesterday was with, sir, your meeting yesterday was with Commissioner McDaniel?
It was.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to comment and just, you know, I don't want to correct every single point, but the process of how the applicant's allowed to make some changes and still for it to go forward, that us voting on what just went to the Planning Commission may or may not be a option.
And that may have been where George was misled, because I interpreted the reduction in the height to also a density reduction, which isn't what the applicant's coming forward with. They're keeping the same amount of units that they had in their original application. They've just reduced the height. Is that correct? Sir? Okay, yeah. And I may have miscommunicated that, George. You were calculating the 5,000 per unit for the affordable housing contribution that they offered up at the end of their presentation, and I may have misspoke to you yesterday.
And what I just wanted to add is, you know, because we're having an open conversation here, and I just want to make sure that we're talking accurately. You know, your proposal is well respected on us voting on the 168 feet, but actually in reality, that's not an option that we have. The applicant does have the ability after the Planning Commission, especially when they get direction that, hey, we vote 6-1, we think you should go back to the drawing board, but it still goes forward to us, and we hear what the current proposal is. So I respect your recommendation to us, but it's not an option for us to vote on what the Planning Commission heard. The applicant does have the ability to make adjustments and to have it, come to us with those adjustments.
Your next speaker is Glenn Fick. He'll be followed by Sheila Reesner.
Hello, I just have some random thoughts because many of them have already been stated and I don't want to be redundant. But first thought is, since the very beginning, the first NIM meeting I attended last year, I've had this really bad feeling in my gut. And part of that feeling continues to be exacerbated by the fact that the petitioner seems to feel like they know what's better for the Capriers than we do. And that feeling just continues every single meeting that we attend, that their shiny buildings are what we want. They're going to make our islands better than they are. I don't feel that way. And as far as a horse of a different color, instead of a 168-foot horse, now it's a 122-foot horse, but it's still a horse that I don't want, and I don't think many of my neighbors want on our island. So do the right thing, excuse me, do the right thing, vote against this. One of the other things I would like to consider on the traffic, only 108 or however many units are going to be, so that's not going to create much traffic. But a 10,000 square foot restaurant with 200 seats, is there a restaurant that big on Marco Island? I don't think so. And how many additional memberships are you going to have to sell to support a 10,000 square foot, 200 seat restaurant? I think it's more traffic than the traffic report that was done last February. And as far as being able to support something, because there's only however many residents we say there are to support commercial, has anyone ever tried to get into the Island Gypsy Cafe during the season? Of course people are coming from outside the island to support our local businesses that exist. And of course that will happen in the future if a 10,000 square foot restaurant is built. So please vote no to this. My gut feels awful about this. Please listen to your gut. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Sheila Reesner. She'll be followed by Jerry Newhouse. Ms. Reesner's been seated 3 additional minutes from Michael Davidson. Is Michael? Oh, okay, I see you. You'll have 6 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Reesner, and I've been a part of Isle Capri community since 2009. The reason I was drawn to the island was because it reminds me of where I grew up on the west coast of Ireland. Like everybody else, my speech has been blown out of the water, so I'm going to run it and see how I get on. Not my speech, sorry, I'm flying by the seat of my pants here. We in Capri are a motley crew, but we do somehow understand the uniqueness within our community, which in turn unites us together whenever necessary to preserve our little piece of paradise. This project has consumed my life, as it has done with, I'm sure, many people on the island. The reason for this is that I feel that this development will destroy the very essence of Capri. Not just for me, but for the hundreds of people that come to the island, go to the restaurants, go out on cool beans to watch the sunset, charter a fishing boat, go out on the water via boat, kayak, or jet ski. I think it's unfair to bring up the food truck park thing. That's not fair in this debate, I'm sorry, because majority of the people on the island feel it was been sanctioned under C3, so I think that's unfair to bring that up. As we found out earlier on this morning, affordable housing is a major issue in Collier County. And I would like to go to the summary of the staff's density. And I still don't know what density we are having in this particular project. I know they talked about reducing the height, but I have no idea what density it is. Under current laws, it's allowed 3 DUs, and with the conversion from commercial to residential, it's allowed an extra DU. There's no allowable transfer of credits, which the staff has already said in their report. And then that leaves the other way to get your density is through affordable housing. As far as I'm aware, through section 2.06.00 and ordinance 04 and 014, affordable housing is done through a process. You have a process involved where the petitioner has to apply. It's not a given. Affordable housing is not an entitlement. You have to put forward a list and I don't understand it properly, but you have to put forward a list of how much you propose to put in their affordable housing. And nowhere did I see in my research this where you can contribute or donate to an affordable housing trust. I have no idea where that is. I know it's an arbitrary thing. I never knew about it, I'm sorry. But I don't understand. Maybe that's why you have an affordable housing issue problem, is because you keep taking donations from developers and then that money never gets transferred into affordable housing. I may be way off on that, I'm sorry. I don't know. And then there's just one other issue with the applicant's lease for the marina. I believe, or the applicant's lease for marina is based on a marina style. If their upland changes to a multifamily home, that lease has to be resubmitted under a multifamily home, if I'm not mistaken. I would like that cleared up, please. In closing, I'm relying on you, commissioners, Commissioner LaCosta, our commissioner, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner, who's third? Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Cowell, and Commissioner McDaniels. I am relying on you to make the right decision. Listen to what Father Orsi said this morning. Please use right judgment and deny this small-scale amendment. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jerry Newhouse. She'll be followed by Tim Weselinsky. Ms. Newhouse has been seated additional time from Maria, is this Shom? She's here. George Sarkis. Is George Sarkis here?
Mr. Miller, just for planning purposes and for the crowd, we're going to take a break at 6:40, and then we're going to come back at 6:50. So we'll continue. But
And Lynn Sarkis? Okay, so that will be a total of 12 minutes for this speaker.
I'm not going to need it.
Okay.
I'm not going to need all that. Gentlemen, I'm Jerry Newhouse, a Capreer for 28 years, currently owner of Capri Realty on Capri, acting treasurer for Capri Community Inc. on Capri, and ironically, a commercial tenant of petitioners. Let me be clear. This rezone project is coming to you with a recommendation for denial that now from staff, which we find out at the 11th hour, has changed, as well as a recommendation for denial from the Planning Commission, 6-1. Again, we're all blindsided today, so everything changes now. But that's where we're starting from today, is where we left off at planning. Now we're trying to digest this. Let's be clear. As to earlier comments that we failed to negotiate with FCC, the burden of negotiation doesn't fall on our shoulders, especially when there was no starting point from which to negotiate with both sides apart. And they didn't come back to let us know about these changes in plans. We were diligent in our decision to stick with C3. Apparently, FCC would have you believe that they have won on traffic. They have won on density. They have won on the public benefit component, and that their only hurdle was height and affordable housing. For the moment, let's set aside misleading claims regarding the allowed density and the traffic impact when comparing their proposed rezone project to their proposed alternative allowed by right C3 compliant project. Instead, let's talk about those two supposed public benefit components that are simply nothing more than red herrings intended to distract you and us from numerous other issues with this project, namely the sewers and culverts. Capreers rejected FCC's project at the first NIM. Out of the blue, FCC holds a second NIM. Wasn't required, wasn't requested, but they did. What was the only difference between those two NIMs? They introduced sewer and culverts into the presentation, and they were touted as public benefits. While Capreers, of course, would prefer to have sewer with Collier County, we know now that that's impossible. Collier County would have to purchase Marco Island Utilities equipment and lines on Capri in order for that to happen. Marco Island is our only alternative at this point. There is no other sewer alternative for us. It belongs to Marco Island Utilities. In October 29 of 2021, sewer availability letter from MIU to FCC's planner, MIU made it clear what the requirements would be. It's a requirement. And more than a year later, no petition has gone before the Marco Island City Council, and no approval has been granted. And to our knowledge, after checking with them, no further progress has been made on that end at all between FCC and MIU. In the meantime, Capri Community Inc.'s sewer committee was already working with Marco Island Utilities because Capriers were told by Collier County that stormwater can't be addressed until we have sewer. They were making progress. They were, that is, until our commissioner came to a committee meeting and indicated that he had funding sources and would go to Tallahassee and get back to them. I understand nothing came of those efforts. When the sewer committee followed up with Marco Island City Councilor, Ms. Bobrowski, in July of this last year, she responded in an email that she believed the project was now in Rick LaCastro's hands. That's what she put in the email. This was news to the committee and essentially brought their involvement to a screeching halt. As of yesterday, there's still been no progress between MIU and FCC, but the existing sewer committee is, even though stalled, is ready, willing, and able to pick up and move forward with this task. I've read the correspondence, and I just spoke with the Director of Water Sewer Management. He confirmed that MIU still has access to significant grant funds that our governor is trying to get distributed for projects like these. Neither Mr. LaCastro's or FCC's involvement is needed, and MIU would be happy to restart the meetings with the Isles of Capri Sewer Committee. Describing FCC sewer offer as a public benefit is like describing a setback as a designated open space. It's not a public benefit. It's a requirement. A little clarification on the culverts. A resident-led culvert committee has been working on the culvert issue for a while. Had FCC bothered to reach out to that committee and not base their decisions on hearsay, they would have known that there is, to date, no data, no scientific evidence showing any water quality improvement from the first culvert that was installed. Until such data or evidence is obtained, which is what they're working on now, it is disingenuous for them to consider this a public benefit. It is simply smoke and mirrors. While we see that staff have now made concessions, sadly, for our end, they were unified with planning, as evidenced on page 21 of your agenda packet. Among their list of numerous reasons, which doesn't change based on those concessions, is, and I quote, "This project has no public benefit." That's in your agenda packet from staff and planning. This project should be denied or sent back to planning. Thank you.
Ma'am, let me ask you a question. So the email you got from a person that said something was in my hands, who was that person?
Claire Labrowski.
And when you got that email, what'd you do with it?
I got it from somebody who.
I know, and then if it upset you that much, so you sent it to me when? It was forwarded it to me when?
I got it yesterday. I got it, but it was from July, and I was able to track it down yesterday.
Interesting. Okay.
You happy?
Next.
Give you more details when you ask.
Not at all.
Mr. Chair, it is 6:40. Do you want your break now, or do you want one more speaker?
Let's go one more speaker, and then we'll take a break.
Tim Weselinski, and he'll be followed by Michael G. Hogan.
Good evening. My name is Tim Weselowski. We've been homeowners in Isle of Capri since 2015, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk this evening. And to be honest, I wasn't going to say anything. I had put my name in before. I pulled it out. I figured everything that I had to say other people were going to cover. That was before this whole process fell apart that we've seen here today. So just to kind of summarize things quickly, the Reader's Digest version, the original project was 168, went to the Planning Commission, there were some objections. FCC never came back and addressed those objections. No response was done. There was a 6-1 vote. It was against them. And then we learned today that there's a new project, we heard about this from Mr. Bosey, at 122 feet. When did he find out about this? To be honest, it sounded like it was right instantaneously here. 168's no good, 122, yeah, I guess that's good. I don't, that's good. When did he find out about this? What were the conditions under which he found out about this? This is a process that's taken a couple of years to get here. Is this pulling a fast one, this bait and switch? Is this an okay process here? How can we trust FCC going forward when they just pulled a fast one on us here? I respectfully submit that you shouldn't trust what they say. They came here on one plan, had a conversation nobody knew anything about with Mr. Bosey, come back with something new. It's gone completely around the normal processes. Is that what a good neighbor does? Is that communication? Is that trust? I can't trust them. I respectfully submit you all shouldn't trust them. And I'm urging you, based not so much on the project that what we've heard, but this process here today. This is dirty pool. This is going around the processes, and they should not be allowed to do it. I'm urging you to vote on the original proposal and to vote no. Thank you very much.
We will take a break and reconvene at 6:55.
12 minutes.
You have a live mic.
Let me note that I only ever hit Jeff twice.
Okay, appreciate everybody taking their seats. Once again, if you turned your cell phones on, please turn them off or on mute. Mr. Miller, let's go to the next
Michael G. Hogan. I don't know that he's still here. He was wearing a red hat. I don't see that. He would be followed by Patty Fowl. Okay, she's not here. All right, I know Nicole Esch is here. Okay, so let's have Nicole get up. Let me do this count real quick. 1, 2.
Call the second one.
All right, she has time from 11 additional speakers, so I need to call them all here real quick. Linda Russo. All right, Don Jones. All right. James Esch. Phyllis Mirinda.
Truly.
Maureen. There she is. Yay. Maureen Doherty. All right. Ken Lovegren. He is here. Don Jones. Wait, I did Don Jones. So he doesn't get 2. Cheryl Braun. All right, she's not here. Steve Miller. All right, I'm going to accept that he's actually in the bathroom. I think I have another duplicate here. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just don't want to get this wrong. And that's it.
Dan, do you have a slip, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so Mr. Miller, what's the...
It's still going to be 33 minutes.
Okay, and if somebody
and
comes
she will be
back from
followed.
the bathroom, we'll give you 36 then, but I don't think you probably...
Well, I counted the people from the bathroom.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Yes, I did. 33
We have
minutes.
a camera in the bathroom. I was just checking the camera. So. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
She will be followed by Matt Crowder.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, or at this point, not good morning, good evening. My name's Nicole Esch, and I'm an Isle of Capri resident of 10 years. I'm going to share something real quick with someone that had to leave earlier. She had one slide, and I just want to share it. It's from Patty. She is the secretary of CCI, and I have it on the screen here. I'm just going to highlight, this is a letter that is from the applicant. It's dated back March 18th, 1996, and it was an email to the Isles of Capri Civic Association, and it's from the applicant's lawyer, Mark Woodward. And I just wanted to I wanted to share the couple highlighted things, even though Patty would have had something to go along with this letter. So my couple highlighted points here are these purchases are of public record and are within an area designated C3 zoning by Collier County. So this is acknowledged by the applicant's lawyer. Also, it is the intention of FC Marina Joint Venture to operate essentially what exists today on the property. That is a marina and restaurants. And then third in the letter is all planned development will be consistent with the uses permitted under C3 zoning. This is what was proposed to CCI and the Isles of Capri residents. And I know Patty had some really good things, and unfortunately, that she was going to address with this letter. Unfortunately, she had to leave. But, this speaks volumes. The applicant should keep their word. I mean, even though this letter is from a while ago, and I know times do change, this was the promise to Isles of Capri residents, and they should honor that. A man of honor keeps their word. All right, so I'm going to go into my presentation now. All right, here. All right, I'm adamantly opposed to the proposed project. First, I would like to address the building heights. The Land Development Code defines compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relatively proximity to another stable fashion over time such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted or indirectly by any other use or condition. And, oops, hold on here, I think I might be reading this. And then complementary is not defined by the LDC. The dictionary definition of complement is a thing that complements or brings to perfection. There is also the Future Land Use Element Policy 5.6, which states, new development should be compatible with and complementary to the surrounding land uses as set forth in the Land Development Code. In my opinion, this proposed project is not complementary nor compatible. I'm going to share pictures of all of the buildings on the business aisle with their actual heights so you can see and understand how the proposed project does not fit into our community. Austria Capri, 20 feet. Capri Lodge Condos, 20 feet. Capri Realty, 14 feet. John R. Woods Building, 25 feet. Little Cream Building, 10 feet. Pink Building, 17 feet. Capri Community Center is 17 feet. Tarpon Village 55 plus community is 25 feet. White Building is 28 feet. Capri Produce is 17 feet. Yellow Building, it's the kitchen for Island Gypsy, is 15 feet. Island Gypsy is 20 feet. Island Gypsy Cafe Gift Shop is 32 feet. Driftwood Landing is 25 feet. Tarpon Club Marina is 75 actual. And then the Teal Building is 20 feet. Pelican Bend is 21 feet, and Capri Fish House is 19 feet. Greater Naples Fire Rescue Fire Department is 25 feet, and Capri Christian Church is 25 feet. Or no, 35 feet, sorry about that. My measurements provided on the table show the average actual height of all buildings on the business aisle is 24 feet. Now, with the changes the applicant made, I still don't believe it's compatible. Why is this important? C3 is zoned for a maximum of 50 feet, and the actual height would be closer to 75 feet. At their new proposed height of the 122 feet, that will not be compatible with any of the buildings on the business aisle. The C3 maximum allowed height will, or their new height will be over 100% higher than the actual average building height on the business aisle, according to my calculations. Just to reiterate, based on my calculations, the average height of the buildings on the business aisle is 24 feet actual height. I believe the comprehensive planning review put together by staff is correct. FCC Beach and Yacht LLC's proposed project must be compatible with the surrounding land uses. I agree, it is not. The picture on the top left shows Backwater Nick's. It was the applicant's waterfront restaurant on the property prior to Hurricane Wilma. Backwater Nick's was compatible. The picture to the bottom left is the applicant's model at their sales office. I liked how the parking was designed at street level like the rest of the island. The model was compatible. You can see the applicant's proposed project to the right, which I believe is not compatible. Two existing structures adjacent to the proposed property are the Teal Building to the left and Austria Capri to the right. Both buildings are 20 feet actual height. The proposed project would be located between these two buildings. Think of the privacy lost for the residents living across from these 3 proposed buildings. These towers will look directly down into their back patios, pools, and into their homes. The homes across the water are zoned RSF-3 with 3 allowed houses per acre and a maximum height of 35 feet. Most of the houses and businesses represented by the color yellow will be negatively impacted by losing some of their sky view or looking directly at the proposed project. When these residents bought their houses, I doubt most thought they would have 3 large towers to look at while they are in their homes and in their backyards. I'm going to give one quick example. If you look to where the lower black arrow is pointing, this is all the way back to Tahiti Street. I have friends that chose this house as their retirement home. When you enter their second floor, which is their primary living area of the house, this friend's husband's chair has perfect views, both outside and at the TV. Both look out over to the top of the marina. Right now, they see sky. The proposed project will put towers in their view, and this concerned the couple. The applicant's attorney commented that we would not notice 3 buildings because of the less landscaping. I disagree. Every time I come on and off Isles of Capri, I will have to make an approximately 245-degree turn around the 3 tall buildings and the concrete parking structure. The applicant has requested plus accessory indoor and outdoor recreation uses and parking structures without limitation. I do not believe a multi-level parking structure is compatible with the area. There is no multi-level parking structures on Isle of Capri. There are no pools on top of any parking structures on Isle of Capri. All parking is on ground level on Isles of Capri. The proposed multi-level parking structure is not compatible with our current parking, and in my opinion, it is worse than a storage building. Commissioner LaCastro, if you care about District 1, you would not allow the applicant's request for plus accessory indoor and outdoor recreation uses and parking structures without limitation. In all of the BCC meetings that I have listened to, I have yet to hear an applicant ask for a parking structure without limitations. I believe that granting this request will open up other C3 properties or anyone in general. I think it has no benefit other than being an eyesore in the middle of the business aisle. I feel that it would not be in the best interest of our community or any community. What I hate about parking garages. The proposed parking structure has a larger footprint than the 3 towers being proposed by the applicant. It is out of scale with the surrounding area. The concrete wall located on the side will be an eyesore, and I will have to drive around every time I leave and come back. I personally find all parking garages unattractive. I asked the Board of Collier County Commissioners to not allow a parking garage to be built in the center of a community business aisle. In my opinion, it is offensive, and this would not happen in Port Royal or Goodland due to their superior standards. In my opinion, Isles of Capri represents the best waterfront property in East/South Naples and should not be subject to this large, unsightly concrete structure. Compatibility is not 1 or 2 miles away. It is within a reasonable distance of the subject site. In the Planning Commission meeting for Naples 1 project, it was acknowledged multiple times that 1/3 mile radius is the accepted standard for determining a reasonable distance. What does a 1/3 mile radius from the proposed project site look like? According to the map shown, a 1/3 mile radius includes some of the business aisle and part of the 2 aisles immediately adjacent to the business aisle. It does not include the aisle bordering the Marco River or any of Marco Island, nor does it include Hammock Bay. Please look at the radius closely, as any changes to this zoning will greatly affect future business standards and set a precedence for the business aisle. The Tarpon Village 55-plus community is the only zoned RMF 16 property on the business aisle. Please look at the picture to the left. It is only 2 stories and set back far from the main road. In my opinion, it's not compatible with the property and sorry, I lost my spot here. And the property is not built to the maximum allowed height. According to the page packet 38 of this agenda, staff is constrained from recommending approval since this petition is inconsistent with the flume or the GMP. I am asking you all to also agree that the petition is inconsistent with the flume of the GMP and vote against the petition. If the board finds that the petition is consistent with the GMP, then I urge each of you to not consider a maximum height of the 75 feet, but instead to consider a maximum height of 50 feet, which is currently allowed for C3. And I don't know if I can quickly show this, but in your agenda packet, I don't know what, with Mike Bosey, what happened, but this was the actual recommendation if they were to change the building height. There's some conditions there, I don't agree with it, but what the Planning Commission's agreement was 75 feet with a number of different conditions. So I don't know if I can just throw that on a screen here so someone can see it. But I don't know how that could change from this very short time. You can kind of see, I just highlighted it there because I obviously didn't have time to add it into my slide. This slide shows property owners of the Tarpon Village 55-plus community in alphabetical order. The arrow shows a couple that owns 2 properties and what I would presume to be family members with the same last name owning the 3rd property. All the other properties are individually owned. There are no units currently for sale and no plans currently to make any changes in height to these buildings. And just as a little side note, back to the Naples one again, it's not what could be in there in the future, it's what's there now, like right now, and it's 24 feet. So that does not even, that's why the 75 feet's not even considered a comparable. The applicant's attorney has brought up in other meetings that the property needs to be profitable. I personally don't think the price paid for a property nor the property's value should reflect the decisions made by the Board of Collier County Commissioners. The applicant bought most of the property many years ago and in total paid $4,186,000 for all properties, including the successful Tarpon Club Marina that they've been making money for or on for years. The applicant could just sell the land alone and make a profit. I believe a C3 project would be successful and profitable. Mr. Ivanovich showed 2 letters written by commercial real estate professionals at the September 1st Collier County Planning Board meeting, stating that C3 will be successful on the proposed site. Based on this information, I believe there's no need to change the zoning. This slide shows some of Isles of Capri, the business ownership. All these property owners bought C3 land. Please keep in mind that your decision today could bring additional towers to this small site. Please do not consider any additional height or zoning change to the property, to the applicant's property. 50 feet zoned is really 75 actual. In my opinion, this is not compatible already with the business aisle. Most of the business aisle really is like a C2. So, I mean, honestly, it should, I hate to say it, to bring you down, but it really should be C2. But we don't want to, I don't want to infringe on their building rights. So I'll, that's why we're saying keep it C3, The density of this proposed project is 2 grand at 20.3 acres, which comes out to be a total of the 108 dwelling units. Some of the key focal points of our community are already being outgrown. The Isles of Capri Park currently needs another bocce court to accommodate its 16 bocce league. The Capri Community Building, where residents hold various recreational activities, sometimes cannot accommodate everyone in season and is left a standing room. I believe the sensitive environment of Isles of Capri will not be able to handle the additional population of approximately 253.8 more residents. There are still some open lots on Isle of Capri that have not been built yet, but in my opinion, our level of service is already reaching capacity. Density is a great concern. If this project were to be proposed for residential development, I would like to see it adhere to the limit set by the growth management plan at 3 dwelling units an acre or 16 dwelling units total. Please remember that if they were to have that additional 1 dwelling unit, it's at your discretion and it's not entitled. The additional dwelling unit for a conversion of commercial to residential doesn't even make sense because they're keeping commercial inside the project. The applicant is actually proposing to add dense residential on top of the 6,000 square feet office space, the 1,000-foot ship store, the marina, and then the restaurant, 10,000 square foot restaurant, which is larger than the 6,000 square foot maximum allowance for C3. So I don't see how they're improving our density, because if they were to build a restaurant right now, it would have to be at 6,000 square feet under C3. And that actually puts another issue with Isle of Capri. How about if the other restaurants that are in the C3 zone, they say, oh, you let them build 10,000 square feet. Now I want to build it too. So now we have restaurants now that are wanting a higher than C3 zoning themselves. The LDC in the Collier County Manatee Protection Program describes the same criteria for a marine setting, and there's a rating system. Under Section 3.2.4 of the Collier County Manatee Protection Program states that the purpose of a marina site rating system is to determine the maximum powerboat wet slip densities in order to improve existing manatee protection. The rating system is based on 3 criteria: water depth, native marine habitat, and manatee abundance. Adequate water depth requires more than 4 feet at mean low water level. This is based on the fact that the majority of vessels in the county operate at a less than 2-foot draft, allowing 2 feet clearance below keel for manatee protection. Native marine habitats include seagrass beds, salt marshes, mangroves, and other biologically productive submerged and shoreline habitats, which may be adversely affected or destroyed by dredging and filling activities. I was bothered by the applicant's expert report from Turrell Hall and Associates. I am referencing the water along Johnson Bay with the remnant docking structures. On page 227 of the Collier County Planning Commissioner's agenda meeting, there's a picture that indicates there are 3 paddlegrass beds as shown on the right. I wondered how the docks could be approved with the docks on top of the paddlegrass or directing boats over the paddlegrass. As shown in the report, 141 square feet of paddlegrass was identified in the proposed dock site. In my opinion, this would certainly impact native marine habitat found in the project area, which is in the Rookery Bay National Estuary. The Marine Protection Plan and Section 5.05.2 of the LDC requires water depths of 4 or greater at mean low water to be considered adequate depth. According to Figure 3.5 found in the Collier County's Manatee Protection Program, Johnson Bay is identified as not having adequate depth. According to the Collier County Manatee Protection Program and Section 5.05.02 of the LDC, no impact to the native marine habitat means no more than 100 square feet of seagrasses can be there, otherwise it's impacted. Based on the patches of paddlegrass identified in the Submerged Resource Survey combined with the dock site plan prepared by Terrell Hall and Associates, I believe at least 141 square feet of seagrass will be impacted. Because Figure 3-15 of the Collier County Manatee Protection Plan shows the proposed MPUD location as not having adequate depth, and because it appears to me that the drawing prepared by Terrell Hall and Associates identifies what appears to be more than 100 square feet of seagrass that cannot be impacted, I believe this area should be classified as a protected site. According to Section 5.05.2D3 of the LDC states, a density of 1 boat slip for every 100 feet of shoreline is allowed. Drawings prepared by Terrell Hall and Associates note that the applicant owns approximately 595 linear feet of shoreline along Johnson Bay, which I believe means the applicant is allowed 5 or 6 boat slips. Furthermore, Section 5.502D3 also states that for protected sites, expansion of an existing dry storage facility or construction of new dry storage facilities is prohibited, which, including the marina, means that they cannot add anything more to their current marina if they have it in an MPUD. According to the Tarpon Club Marina's website, the applicant can currently accommodate 140 boats and dry storage slips, 140 boats in the dry storage slips. But in this proposal, they're saying 258 dry storage slips, which according to this Manatee Protection Program, they can't have those additional slips. The docks on Johnson Bay, in my opinion, have been overlooked due to the applicant's renewals dating over 10 years. I request that Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Army Corps of Engineers in Collier County is made aware of the applicant's study and the Collier County's Manatee Protection Program prior to allowing any dredging operations or dock construction activities to begin. Dredging greatly affects the natural habitat of the endangered smalltooth sawfish and the threatened West Indian manatee. Rookery Bay has done a 2.5 study and identified Johnson Bay as having an abundant manatee population. The Paddlecraft Park, located at the entrance of Isle Capri, has signs to ensure visitors are aware of the endangered wildlife in the area, which include the smalltooth sawfish. In fact, there was a news article on the Naples Daily News several years ago explaining how a smalltooth sawfish was spotted in Johnson Bay, less than 800 feet from the petitioner's proposed dock site. The applicant cannot do this proposed project without a sewer pipe coming all the way down Collier Boulevard. Currently, the city of Marco Island will not allow more connections to the city's force main until a gravity sanitary sewer collection system is constructed for the commercial zone. In addition to installing a force main along Capri Boulevard from Collier Boulevard to the business aisle with a capacity to handle future phases. Capri Boulevard is a narrow 2-lane road, and such construction projects will likely require these lanes to be closed during the construction or be down to 1 lane during the construction activities. I'm concerned that the daily commute of residents, business, and visitors of the Isles of Capri will be greatly impacted, and this project should be planned, if approved, out of season to not impact our businesses. At this time, a sanitary collection system is not currently funded in the City of Marco Island's 5-year capital improvement plan and has not been designed. What controls will be put in place to ensure this work will have minimal impact on the flow of traffic during construction? Oh, thanks. The existing sewer pipe only services 3 condominiums at the business aisle and 5 commercially owned businesses on the business aisle. All residents and all property owners on Isles of Capri are on septic. Please do not approve this project as an overwhelming number of residents in 2005 and still currently today feel that if and when Isles of Capri converts from septic systems to public sewer systems for residential homes, Collier County would be the preferred utility owner. As we receive our water from Collier County, are taxed by Collier County, and live in Collier County. The sewer pipe would create a redundant infrastructure, almost guaranteeing the residents of Isles of Capri a future City of Marco Island sewer connection. I am personally bothered by this as the City of Marco Island's resolution number 2003-43 under Section 5. It is argued that the City of Marco Island should proceed with the purchase of the Marco Island Marco Shores utility system to ensure the system is not sold to another public entity operated by appointed or elected officials who are not politically accountable directly to the customers of Marco Island or the Marco Shores utility system. My interpretation is that the whole Isles of Capri future service area is under the City of Marco Island service area for sewer services. The residents of Isle of Capri will be put in this very same position. We will be charged assessments and sewer rates by an entity that is not politically accountable directly to the residents of Isles of Capri. If Collier County can agree with the City of Marco Island, they should have a sewer system that's operated by an entity that's politically accountable to its residents. The residents of Isles of Capri and unincorporated Collier County deserve the same. Please do not agree with this proposed sewer project. Isles of Capri was told in 2019 by Marco Island City Council when the time was right, this would be discussed with Collier County, and the residents of Isles of Capri should have a say in any proposed future system that we as residents should be required to hook up to. The sewer is a big project, and Isles of Capri deserves the same consideration as all the other sewer project plans in Collier County. Letting a developer do a sewer project that will disrupt the commutes and daily lives of the residents and businesses is something that should be well planned with the community, Collier County, and the City of Marco Island to minimize the negative impact. Most Collier County sewer projects are planned with stormwater improvements, newly paved roads, paved sidewalks, and beautification as shown by this picture project. When Isles of Capri is hooked up to sewer, please have this as a one-time project that can be coordinated with all of the needed infrastructure improvements, such as the stormwater management and repaving of our roadways. It is in the Isles of Capri best interest to be serviced by Collier County. Collier County should want to provide sewer to all of its residents. Please keep the public utility review as rejected. I agree with staff's opinion or staff's recommendation of denial. Thank you for the time to speak. And I guess if you have any questions, because I know that was kind of a lot, I'm willing to answer them to the best that I can.
Very impressive.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, your next speaker, he resurfaced, Michael Hogan. I'm sorry, sir. And then I know I called Matt Crowder, but I think they wanted me to go to the Zoom speakers before they finished with the people they had here in the room. So that's what we're going to do. So Michael G. Hagan, I'm sorry, sir, followed by Ann Hall.
Okay, thank you for having me. That was a nice presentation. I just want to say something briefly about Capri. I've been in Collier County 20 years and worked for a realtor for 15 years approximately. She lives on Capri. It's pretty obvious that nobody there wants that project there. I don't understand why. It's your district.
Our district.
Our district, correct. It's our district, and it's your constituents. I understand if you lose all of their votes, you probably will still win election again. I understand that, but that's something that nobody wants, and I don't see the value in ruining what is part of Collier County. The attraction to Collier County is Naples. People come to see the city of Naples. They also want to see Capri. They want to see Goodland. They want to see the Everglades. That's what makes us unique, in my opinion. I'm here to address you about the homelessness issue that I've been working on for a long time. Some of you are familiar with that. If I understand it correctly, there's $20 million available for use toward homelessness with the tax increase vote. When we increase it from 6.5% to 7%, I believe there's $20 million allocated specifically for homelessness in Collier County. I know there's 25 for David Lawrence Center. Somebody can tell me if that's true or not. The point is, there is a solution to that problem. It's a simple solution. There's a solution to the affordable housing problem. A $540,000 house is not affordable to the vast majority of people who live east of 41. Most of us, really. That's just not affordable. Affordable housing, to me, would be, and there are some available, $200,000 to $250,000 condo, maybe a $300,000 home. That's affordable to most of us who work service jobs. And let's face it, if you go to Naples Manor, I lived in Naples Manor by myself in one of the houses the realtor had. My neighbors had 7 cars in the driveway and 4 generations of people. And that's what it's come to. They beat us to it. And they're beautiful people. But that's the only way to live in Collier County. Those are the people that service every one of us. And we all know it, but nothing's being done about it. Everything's swept underneath the rug. I know a guy who died in the bathroom in Justin's place with a needle in his arm. I know another guy who was murdered by his roommate off of Bayshore. He put him in the big toolbox that goes in the back of your truck. He had one behind his trailer, and the neighbors smelled it. He moved him to the woods, and his arm was torn off by an animal, and you could see his lungs. And I have pictures of that. This has to stop. I have the solution. What I'm asking for is somehow form a group of people, myself, a builder, we can find a builder, somebody from the county, and put this thing together, and we don't need any help from the federal government. We can do this quickly, and we can build affordable housing, 300 square foot units that anybody can live in for $500 a month.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go to Zoom speaker. Our first speaker on Zoom is Ann Hall, and she will be followed by Connie Sofo-Kolsch. Ms. Hall, you're being prompted to unmute. There you are. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Ann Hall. I live with my husband, Eddie Hall. We're property owners and have been full-time residents for 26 years on Isles of Capri. And I'd like to just echo, and I'm so proud of all the speakers that I've heard from this beautiful community. And I would also support them in a vote of no. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker will be Connie Sofo-Kolsch, followed by Richard Downs. Connie, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, and there you are. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your time today. Well, what I was going to discuss is not up for it at all because the figures don't match what was presented today. But what was presented is what was stated in the very beginning of this meeting when we were announced that this was a mixed plan unit development zoning district for the project to be known as the Isles of Capri MPUD, to allow construction of mixed-use development up to 168 feet in actual height, including a maximum of 108 multi-family dwelling units, up to 10,000 square feet, and 200 seats of restaurant and membership clubs, a marina including up to 64 wet slips, a 258-unit dry boat storage facility, and ship store and dockmaster office limited to 1,000 square feet and 6,000 square feet of general offices, plus accessory indoor and outdoor recreation uses and parking structures without limitation. Now, that's not what we're discussing anymore. There's been a change. So the figures I had with the mass that they had don't add up. Well, what they originally were, each building, and they're only working with 3.6 acres. So one building alone stated at that fax of mass was 12.86 acres. That's wall to wall, no space in between. So that's not going to work out anymore because they've changed it. So while they want to maximize their profits for the value of their property, what's going to happen is they're changing the value of our properties. Our skyline will be missing. It's gone. They're covering it up. It doesn't matter if it's 122 feet. And I understand why they went with the 7 foot, because after Ian, we had an 8-foot surge. So they want to protect what's theirs. The community keeps on saying, a good neighbor. I don't understand. They are not trying to fit into the community. They want a community within a community. And that is not what Isles of Capri represents here. We are not that type. We are a community as a whole. And Mr. LaCrostro, you helped us so much after Ian. You came to our rescue, but you saw who and what we are. We come together as a community, and that's who we will always be. Mr. Boise pointed out that this cannot be a sale of the units. As they said, we'll give $5,000 for the sale of the units to be put in the county fund prior. Well, they've
Ma'am, please
switched
summarize.
this. Yes, they switched this so many times. You should probably get that in a contract for writing before you vote on this, because we don't even know what we're going to get anymore. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. And this is a no to the rezone. Keep it C3, please.
Your next speaker is
Thank you.
Richard Downs. He'll be followed by Frederick Champelivier. I hope I'm close. Mr. Downs, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Rich Downs and my wife Ann Downs. We're just speaking on behalf of the wonderful diamond in the rough that we have in the Isles of Capri. We're strongly and firmly believing that C3 should continue. I'm an accountant and CPA, and I'm sort of like a crazy guy with an Excel spreadsheet, and I went up and down the west coast of Florida, and I found the Isles of Capri. And I thought, boy, we were in paradise. I did my homework. I went to the Fiddler's Creek and got their sales presentation and saw what they had planned. And I thought, wow, this is wonderful. A yacht club, a restaurant, and a marina. This is just exactly what would work well with the Isles of Capri. Sure, they're allowed to change their mind, as long as they change their mind and go along with the C3 if they have to make changes. But it was a spectacular proposal that they had. And I still struggle with the process today, because I see we're again, everybody's saying we're on the fly, that even the commissioners admit that where did 110 go to 108 units, go back to 68 units, but no, really it's 108, yet the floors are dropping down, yet we're still stuck with the 108 additional apartments or condos, and it's just a strange process that I think that it's just stick with the C3. You bought C3, you know what you bought, you knew why you bought it. Just stick with what you have. And I want to compliment all the speakers before, because I'm nothing compared to what they said. And I also want to thank the commissioners for what they did for us during Ian. It was a spectacular show from our Collier County. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Frederick Champelivier, followed by Lorraine Painter. Let's see. Frederick, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, I'm Fred Champelivier. I've been on Capri for 17 years, and I was assured by building and planning zoning that Fiddler's Creek property was zoned C3 with the height limitations of the 50 feet and 3 units per acre. That was acceptable, so we went ahead and purchased our property, and that's how zoning's supposed to work. You do a little bit of homework, and you can make an intelligent real estate decision. Rezoning this property undermines the zoning process. Doing my homework, I found that the criteria to rezone mistake or show that the area has changed significantly to warrant a rezoning, or that it benefits the citizens in the area. They can't check any of these boxes. Fiddler's Creek knew what their land was when they purchased it. They knew it was zone C3. Rezoning this parcel is breaking the contract with the residents of Capri. They're asking to increase the density. Well, see, things have been changed now, so I'm wigging it. They're jumping it up way more than what they were. They're supposed to be 50 feet and 168 feet in height. Now they've gone down to 122. That's for 3 buildings. That would mean a wall of concrete which stretches about 450 feet and would give you a shadow to the people to the east, where they would be their properties would be in the shadows of these buildings in early afternoon. So in other words, they wouldn't be able to see a sunset. All they could do is watch the sun go down behind the buildings. I don't think you'd want that in your neighborhood. And you wouldn't want 108 units looking down in your backyard while you're trying to barbecue or work or lay by your pool. I was involved in the petition process, and I talked to hundreds of residents. You know, you've got 1,000 on that petition. I didn't run into one person that was in favor of it. In 2 days of the planning board meetings, nobody got up and spoke in favor of it. Mr. Bosey said it was incompatible with the neighborhood. So to sum it up, they can't check any of the boxes that justify the rezoning. The residents are united against it, and your own planning board is against it. I don't care how they change it down, it's still changing our neighborhood. So how on earth can you vote any other way but to deny this ridiculous request for rezoning? You know, another thing that we're handling here is that you're opening a door for the commercial property on the other side of Capri. And they're waiting just to see what you do. How are you going to turn them down when they come in? You know, the lawyer for Fiddler's Creek showed pictures of other compatible neighborhoods with tall buildings. They're all new neighborhoods. They're not established neighborhoods. These buildings were built at the same time.
Sir,
It
please
totally
summarize. That's your
undermines-
time.
Okay, basically, the other thing they snuck in there was they're going to slip a gate in there. That is a bottleneck of traffic as it is right now, and I can see it exacerbated. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Lorraine Painter. She'll be followed by Robert Brown. Lorraine, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. And there you go. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Lorraine Painter. I live at 414 Panay Avenue. I am directly east across Tarpon Bay from this location. And so I will look out of my window and see it every day. What I would like to ask of the commissioners is to think this through. If this was your backyard, what do you have in your backyard? What, how are things being changed? I feel like the developer has not offered in good faith, because even from the beginning, and I was at the last hearing in person, asking for things that were way out of line with the density, asking for density based on the entire parcel, not just the portion that they're going to develop. They wanted to count the boat storage, and so on, and now it changed again. All I'm saying is, that if there is a way for them to do something, keep it to the minimum, not to the maximum, not to make it outrageous, not to make it so difficult. And I would like to have you think about what if this was in your backyard. If this was in your backyard, your window looking out every day, what would that be like to have a change? I think that Hurricane Ian especially just made us all realize what is the worst that can happen. And I'm on Panay. The next street over was the house that burnt down, and the fire trucks could not get to it, and it burnt down to the ground. So we're just not set up with infrastructure to to have something like this put in the middle of our midst. And that's all I would say.
Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Robert Brown, and then we'll come back to the room for Willard Giansante. Mr. Brown, are you with us, sir? And you're being prompted to unmute, sir. All right, I don't see him unmuting. I'll keep an eye on him, but let's go ahead and move to Willard Giansante here in the room, followed by Matt Crowder.
Mr. Miller, how many do we have left in the room on your tally? Or give us that when you get it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Giansante, and he'll be followed by Matt Crowder. Go ahead, sir.
I live on Isles of Capri since 2000. We built the house. I've owned the property since 1996. And I came here with visions of grandeur and living the rest of my life here. And that's what we decided upon. My wife just passed, so we got half of it right so far. But in reality, what's really going on, I just can't believe anybody would be in favor of this. When we first built our house, I sat here for over a year, listened to pounding and pounding and pounding of pilings going in at Twin Dolphins. And they were going down 100 and something feet, okay? And I listened to that for over a year. This is within 2 streets of my house. I don't want to go through that again. I can't imagine what it's going to take for the pilings in this part of the island. That part of the island's all filled. So basically, they've got to drive pilings down so deep it's ridiculous. The other thing that really disturbs me is trying to get off this island during a crisis. I stayed for every hurricane, including the last one. And I thought it was a joke. I said, oh, the media just hyping it. It wasn't a hype. They were right on the money. And I watched it come right up within 6 inches of going to my house. And I built it 12 feet above sea level. And I didn't pile the house. The house has 68 pilings under it, but it's all filled. Okay, and I survived the storm, but no problems major. But I wonder, think about it. You're going to have 100 and something residences there with potentially of 4 people per residence. Let's say there's only 2. That's still 200 people to 400 people. That could be there. And if it's a crisis, you don't leave like I did. Maybe I was a knucklehead. I was fortunate. But how are you going to leave an island when the streets, every street on this island was underwater by about 42 inches? I couldn't get out of my driveway. My mailbox stands 40-something inches high. It was underwater. The whole island was a mass of water. How are you going to get out of here? Marco Island has a back entrance to get in if there's a crisis. We don't have a back entrance. We got a little road. And on Sunday, even when the church gets out, traffic is backed up all the way down to the corner. It's backed up all the way around the whole length. That's 2 miles. Actually, I'm sorry, a half a mile. So it's backed up a half a mile just from a church. Think about these people trying to get out of here. And the other thing that's a play on words is anybody can go to this facility, okay? It's not a private facility if you join. What kind of comment is that? So you can spend $15,000 to join, $6,000 a year for dues just to eat there? Who is going to do that? We've got 4 restaurants. That is just everything. A lot of the proposals are plays on words. And Mr. Yovanovitch, I got to give him credit. He's a very intelligent man. I can tell by the way he speaks. He knows a lot more than I do, and politically. But some of the things he uses are twisting stuff around. Okay, he's saying things about what were approved. Things weren't approved. It's a proposal that's trying to get approved. He hasn't got an approval. He's saying they've agreed to this 120 seat. They haven't agreed to the 120-some foot. They've agreed to 3 buildings, changing the concept. Height is money. I guess that's the end of my money talk. Okay, but what I'm getting at is I'm 100% against this. That's all I can tell you. And it's in my backyard, and it's very upsetting to me.
Mr. Chair, we have 11 speakers left. I did miss a Zoom speaker, so Mr. Crowder, I'm going to call on her real quick. Margaret O'Neill. Margaret, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. And you have 3 minutes, Margaret. All right. She has seemingly gone. Let's go to Mr. Crowder, and he will be followed by John Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Crowder, for the record, Capri resident of almost 30 years, president of Capri Community, Inc., and I am cold. I just want to say that, cold and tired. So I'm not going to say a lot, but I just want to review a couple of things, and I won't spend a lot of time repeating things other people said, but I would briefly like to go back to something that George and Joan said, because I think it's important to know. We're just regular folks on Capri, and we come in here and we hear very intelligent, talented people talk about, as George and Joan put it, the acronyms, the flu and the LDC and all of these kinds of things. But I guess I need you to understand that when we look at it, we just see it as regular people, right? I guess I get that it comes down to specific compliance with specific things, and therefore it gets the green light and the smiley face and it goes forward. But to us, the buildings are now however many feet shorter, 25% feet shorter than they were before. So to us, they are 25% less incompatible than they were before. But still, notably, remarkably incompatible for the island. I know many of you have been down to Capri. All you got to do is go down there and see what we're talking about. You can't look at what's going on the business island and say, oh yeah, that would be a good fit here. It certainly wouldn't. There's no question about that. I want to say this too. I am so pleased with all of the speakers that came up here today, pleased and proud as president of CCI. And I heard so many excellent arguments by so many excellent people. Nicole, I agree with everything you said. Actually, all of you, I agree with everything you said. But one thing I didn't hear any resident get up here and speak in favor of this project. And I think by now you guys know why, right? Because there are few to none. And I'm just going to I got like notes scratched and stuff like that. So I'm just going to go through them real quick if I can see. I want to refer to something that a number of other people have said about the potential for sort of the dominoes to fall and other developers that own property on the business island to also want to put up high-rise towers if this one should go through. That's not an assumption. That's not conjecture. We have heard from them. We are acquainted with some of them down there, and they have said, if this goes through, I'm right in there, and I'm going to do it as well. So it will be a matter of the dominoes falling, and we will lose our entire business island. That's why, when we hear, the gentleman that said, well, still have a couple of acres left of commercial after we're done that can accommodate the island. No, we don't believe that's true, and I think we have the evidence to show that it won't be true at all. And another thing, too, if you think we're not an attractor already, as you said, buddy, just come down to Isle of Capri on a Friday night during season and see what's going on down there. The island is full of people from off island. So we are not afraid of the traffic. We are clear-eyed, and I'm going to leave you with, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm just going to leave you with a couple of things if I could. We know there's no real public benefit. We believe that. Okay, and after all of the talk, I think that we're even more firmly convinced that there's no real public benefit here to us. And this has been a last-minute change. Only a few of us were aware of this, and myself even only last night. So, I think the petitioner has had months since the Planning Commission to sort of prepare these changes and to bring them to us, and we have had literally no time to respond. So for that reason, I think it might be a good idea to consider sending this back to the Planning Commission and letting us go through the process again. I don't get how you get buildings that are 25% shorter and still have 108 residential units. That doesn't make any sense to me. It sounds like something that should be reviewed, maybe by the Planning Commission, maybe by staff again, and see how that density works out. The density thing I don't get to begin with. It's a coastal high hazard area. It's got 3 max domestic units per acre, and because of the fact, thank you, sir, because of the fact that it's coastal high hazard, until you put in a PUD. And then you can have all the density you want, right? So it's like a coastal high hazard until it's not. And I don't understand that either. I will just close with this. I think what I would ask of you is this. Please prioritize the interests of your constituents over that of the profits of a corporate developer. And please vote no to this rezone proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have reconnected with Margaret O'Neill on Zoom. Miss O'Neill, if you'll unmute yourself at this time. Miss O'Neill will be followed by John Mueller. Margaret, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Peggy O'Neill. I live at Tarpon Village as a seasonal resident. I would first say that I have no objection to this remaining as C3. I think that I had prepared statements to make But because the plan has changed so much, as they say, I'm talking off the cuff. I'm very upset about listening to all the money that's being teased in terms of tax benefits, $5,000 per unit, which is, from my understanding, not being paid for by the owner of the property, but will be paid for by the buyer of the expansive units. If you want more units in the building, more residential units, why don't you make them smaller? I don't know exactly how large they are, but I'm expecting 3,000 square feet per unit since there's only 2 on each floor in one of the buildings. So, in summary, it's late. I also object to the fact that this meeting did not start until 3:20 p.m. and people were there and online at 9 a.m. I have been following in and out. I'm sorry, I took a break for dinner. Granted, you didn't have one, and I'm sorry for that. But so I object to that. I object to 122-foot buildings. I object to all the environmental issues that will occur as a result of this building. And I thank you for your time to speak, and I urge you to vote no to rezoning. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're down to our final 2 speakers, but each one has additional time ceded to them. John Mueller's been ceded additional time from, let me get this straight, John Kramer. He's here. Kathy, is it Pierce? Is Kathy here? I don't see Kathy. What about Jan Drajesk? Right there. Okay, that gives you 9 minutes and you have an 8-minute video. So let's go quick on the intro, sir.
My name's John Mueller. I'm with Capri.org and an 18-year resident of Isla Capri. While the height of the buildings, commissioners, has been lowered for whatever reason, it's still over the C3 height restriction. But for the past few hours, we've been talking about Isla Capri and what Fiddler's Creek is going to try to do to it. So let's take a few minutes to look at Isla Capri the way we see it and the way the commission saw it when they rejected it 6-1. So Troy, let's go to the videotape.
Yes, sir.
The Isles of Capri is known as the Jewel of Collier County and is one of the last old Florida sanctuaries. It's home to over 870 households and is accessible by car or boat. Isles of Capri is part of the Rookery Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, which is a national organization committed to protecting Southwest Florida's coastal environment through research, education, and land protection. In this video, we'll take a peek into the lifestyle of Isles of Capri residents and show you the natural beauty of Capri. We will then show you the specific reasons why the people here are opposed to the rezoning request made by FCC Beach and Yacht Club. We will also summarize why 6 out of 7 Collier County Planning Commissioners voted to deny the application on September 15th. Isles of Capri is 2 miles north of Marco Island. The relaxed community is located between the Marco River, Tarpon Bay, and the Johnson Bay, with direct access to the Gulf of Mexico. Most residents enjoy water views while living in harmony with the environment. Isles of Capri is known for a substantial variety of activities on both land and sea. This includes regular sightings of an assortment of wildlife, including dolphins and manatee, as well as numerous species of wild birds. Residents of our neighborly community gather together for a variety of activities and events throughout the year. At sundown, you'll find people of all ages taking pleasure in the spectacular views as the sun dips down into the warm Gulf waters. The homes here are occupied by young professionals and retirees that all share a love of water and community spirit. Part of the charm of Capri is that we have no street lights. Our night lighting comes from the moon and the stars and is not polluted by city lights. You will also notice that there are no high-rise buildings anywhere on Capri. Isles of Capri was a well-kept secret 10 years ago, but now people travel near and far for the experience or for dining in one of 4 relaxed waterside restaurants. The area gives visitors a taste of laid-back, old Florida lifestyle not ruined by urban sprawl. If rezoned, FCC Beach and Yacht Club will build 3 high-rise, high-density condominium towers whose activities will ruin the island's natural beauty and could negatively impact wildlife in the area. We will now show you further evidence and specific details as to why these high-rise condominiums simply do not belong on Isles of Capri, and we urge your support to have the application for rezoning denied. As you can see from this aerial view, all of the homes and condominiums surrounding the business district, as well as the restaurants and marina, presently enjoy an expansive view of the skyline, as well as the natural beauty of the mangroves in the distance. When you compare that to the proposed structure, you can immediately see the intrusive and obstructive nature of the high-rise tower. It's quite obvious that buildings of this size and height are not compatible in this low-rise community and simply do not belong on Isles of Capri. This next water view, taken from above the homes on Cristobal Street, again shows resident homes surrounding the business district and the views they currently enjoy. This rendering shows the massive size of the 3 proposed buildings that would permanently disrupt the landscape with an enormous negative impact to the entire surrounding neighborhood. You can see Tarpon Village shown here, as well as many other homes on the streets just off Capri Boulevard that would also be impacted. When viewing the proposed site from behind the Capri Marina, you get a good perspective of the view that the homes in that area currently enjoy. Once again, when you compare the current view to the proposed high-rise structures, you immediately get the sense of how incompatible and intrusive they would be. Since the conceptual elevation depicts a view looking down on the proposed complex, you do not get a true perspective of the massive height of the buildings. The proposed structures are almost 95 feet higher than the top of the Boatyard Tower, which is approximately 75 feet tall. The applicant has claimed that the proposed property will be a minimum of 350 feet from other residential properties. As you can see, measurements taken from Google Earth tell a different story. One of the residents here on Cristobal Street is only 303 feet from the proposed property. This angle also shows just how close the high-rise towers would be to those same homes, and here's another viewpoint which emphasizes the close proximity to the homes as well. To summarize what we've shown in this video, the vast majority of residents on Isles of Capri have expressed their opposition to the rezoning request, with over 1,000 people signing petitions against it. The proposed structures are simply not compatible or in harmony with the community. The applicant's request for these buildings is grossly out of proportion and scale for this area, and nothing comes close to comparable anywhere on Capri. The requested density is substantially higher than what the current zoning provides and would have an immediate negative impact on residents here. Also, the light pollution dispersed would be intrusive to everyone in the area. Owners that purchase their homes anywhere within view of these high-rise monstrosities would surely be affected by the change in character of what is currently their island paradise home to a much less desirable, busy suburb. And approval of this zoning variance would set a negative precedence for future development on the island. It's also apparent to Capri residents that developers are only looking to profit from these buildings and do not care about integrating into the community. They would be driving a wedge between current residents and future occupants of these buildings by creating private clubs separating them. There's simply no discernible benefits to the Isles of Capri residents for these buildings. As you probably know, the Collier County Planning and Zoning staff has stated many of the same concerns we mentioned, such as incompatibility, height, scale, and density, to name a few. After stating their concerns, they recommended that this application be denied. Subsequent to their recommendation, and during the September 15th public hearing on the subject, the Collier County Planning Commissioners provided a majority vote, with 6 out of 7 commissioners voting to deny the rezoning application made by the FCC Beach and Yacht Club. Their message was clear, not only from their overwhelming vote to deny the application, but from their comments as well. Some important examples of the many comments made were that they didn't see that a case has been made that shows a tangible benefit or how this would be complementary or compatible to the community, and further said that even if revised as discussed, it falls very short. They indicated that there's a precedent set when something is allowed that could impact future development, and they confirmed that the applicant does not have the right to build at the height they are asking. One of the commissioners summarized it well by saying that the proposed towers would be inconsistent and incompatible, staff does not support it, most of the community does not support it, and I can't support it. Given the overwhelming opposition from the residents of the Isles of Capri, and including the planning commissioners and the staff of Collier County, we now urge you to also join in this opposition. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration of how the residents of Isles of Capri will be impacted by this important decision.
All right, Mr. Chair, that leaves us down with one final speaker, and that is Ralph Brooks. Now, he has been seated additional time from Kathy Kurtz. Okay. Dan Kolesh and Jeff Pierce. All right, so Mr. Brooks, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be the last speaker tonight.
There's more to come, trust me.
Isle of Capri is not Marco Island. Isle of Capri is not Vanderbilt Beach. Isle of Capri is its own unique place. Particularly Isle of Capri, Island number 2. It's a low-rise community, maybe a mid-rise community with 75-foot tall buildings there. I'm a lawyer for Save Capri, and so I have to say a few lawyer things, and then I'll get back to talk about what my idea is here at the end. First of all, I need to say that the plan amendment is not in compliance under the state law because it's internally inconsistent with other policies in your comp plan. That would be the density rating system in the future land use element. This is in the coastal urban fringe. It's in the coastal high hazard area. It also would propose buildings and building heights that are not compatible or complementary, which would violate policy 5.6 of the future land use element as illustrated so clearly by the slide aerial and ground photographs in Nicole Ashton's presentation, which we adopt wholeheartedly in full. 3 buildings are proposed. All of the heights would exceed what's out there. It's also not in compliance under the state statute with 163.3178, parent 8. It lacks data and analysis and fails to react appropriately to that data and analysis. The hurricane evacuation times far exceed the level of service that's allowed, and the mitigation proposed is nowhere near adequate. $5,000 contribution won't pay 1 year's rent for an affordable housing tenant. We had the 60-day rental I noticed earlier, $5,000, so not even $500 a month. We're double dipping the residential density. We're taking acreage that's already being used for the existing boathouse and using that to calculate residential density to even further increase residential density increases in the coastal high hazard area. The front setback of buildings that are greater than 50 feet are supposed to be 50% or 1/2 the height. If we're now at 122, we're looking at a 61-foot front setback, and that hasn't been provided. And sadly, I'm sorry to say this, but the disclosures of ex parte communications were not adequate under the Florida statute or the case law about constitutional due process. We adopt the objections of Nicole Ashton with regard to the Manatee Protection Plan and Johnson Bay and the paddle grass over 100 acres. Looking to the rezoning standards, the application fails to show that it will not constitute a grant of a special privilege to an individual owner, contrasting with public welfare and all the other owners on Isle of Capri, Island number 2. They're not building in accordance with law. They're trying to rewrite the law to create a special brand new district here coastal urban fringe, Isle of Capri. They're writing their own rules and regulations and laws and comp plan policies in to accommodate their specific needs. That's granting a special privilege. The change is out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood. And that is in the staff report on page 17. And we believe it's out of scale according to the slideshow shown by Nicole Ashton, which illustrates that, and it will adversely influence the living conditions in the neighborhood. The neighbors have all presented competent, substantial evidence. You can consider layperson testimony as competent, substantial evidence if it's fact-based observations, if it's based on aerials and photographs, codes and comp plan policies. And that's all in the Metro Dade versus Blumenthal case and many other cases, including Sport Acre case. You should keep in mind that what is competent substantial evidence under the Supreme Court case DeGroot versus Sheffield? It's pretty easy. Should be sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind, such as yourselves, would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion that you reach. A plan amendment is legislative. You can say no to a plan amendment for any reason. You don't have to change your comp plan. You adopted a comp plan, you don't have to change it, and it's legislative. It's unlikely to be overruled in court. The rezonings, you can say no to a rezoning. First, it has to be consistent with the comp plan. Your effective dates in your rezoning say it's contingent upon approval of that comp plan amendment by the state, which was where it would go from here. But even if that comp plan amendment is approved, you can still say no to a rezoning for any legitimate public purpose, even if it's consistent with the comp plan, which this one isn't. But you could still say no to a rezoning request for any legitimate public purpose under the Snyder versus Brevard standard. Now I'm just going to talk a little bit about what we're asking for you today. If you look at the overhead projector, a similar deal was proffered at the Planning Commission. They came down in height during the middle of the Planning Commission meeting. Maybe it was 3/4 of the way through. They had 3 buildings. They had 3 heights. They had, you'll see the building 1, zone height 125, actual height 144, building 2, 105, actual height 124, only 2 feet taller than what's proposed today. Building 3, 116, and 135. So the Planning Commission 6-1 denied something that's almost the same height here. We're looking at 122, but it was 144, 124, 135. So they've already looked at these numbers within this 10-foot range. Maybe 11, 15 feet range. That's like one story, and they've said, no, you need to come down substantially more. So we would ask that you vote to deny these applications tonight. And if you are inclined to approve these applications, we would ask that you send this back to the Planning Commission. This slide I had to prepare with a Sharpie because I just found out about this height today, and that's simply unfair to the residents, unfair to the community and the county residents, as well as yourselves and the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Miller, don't tease me. We're out of speakers.
That is it, sir.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. First off, on behalf of all the commissioners here, I just want to say thank you for your professionalism. This was a marathon session. You know the speakers who came to the podium and were very articulate, all of you. I think Matt Crowder said it best. And this is the process. So nobody up here has any kind of predetermined decision, but I know that you all come into the podium, and those of you that have stayed here this late, I know there's other people online, we appreciate it. We don't feel like we're here an extended amount of time or anything. This is what we do, and this is a big decision. But here's what we're going to do. The next step would be to bring Mr. Yovanovich back, and he has a chance to make some comments on what he heard, correct the record, give clarification. We're going to take a break before that so we don't sort of have this all fragmented. So it's 8:13 now. Let's come, and because we've been here quite a long time and we have people in front of the scenes and behind the scenes, let's come back at 8:30, okay? Okay, if you can please take your seats, those that are still in the house. Okay, so our next order of business here will be to bring back Mr. Ivanovich and have him, I'm sure he took copious notes as we all did, and now it's his chance to add to the story, rebut, correct the record, ask questions of us and make statements. So you know the protocol. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's been a long day, so I'm going to try to I'm not going to rebut everything that was said that I think was incorrectly portrayed in the comments. I'm just going to hit some highlights. And I'm going to work my way backwards, if you don't mind. First, I'm going to talk about the last speaker, who's obviously an attorney. Just so the board knows, there were 2 lawyers for the group, for each of the individual groups. So despite the person saying that they were regular people, they did have experts advising them as to the process and as to how all of this.
Wait, okay, come on.
Which is, you know what?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Brooks, like me, we're just lawyers. We don't provide expert testimony. We hire experts to provide the testimony to the Board of County Commissioners and to staff. And I want to go back to what their expert said with regard to density and with regard to height. And Troy, if you can help me pull up, I think it's slide 17. Their expert hired by Mr. Brooks said, density, he defers to Mr. Bosey. Height, he defers to Mr. Bosey for determining compatibility. Now, the only independent person in this room is Mr. Bosey. Mr. Arnold, he's independent, but people could say, hey, he was hired by my client. Their expert was hired by them. I believe both of those gentlemen, because they're experts, will tell you the truth regardless of who hired them. That's their job. They're AICP certified planners. So Mr. Arnold will tell you the truth. Whether I like the truth or not, he's going to tell you the truth. And Mr. Forgey is going to tell the truth whether they like the truth or not. And Mr. Bosey is going to tell the truth whether you like it or not. Mr. Bosey said today he had a problem with height at the Planning Commission. And what Mr. Brooks put up was the offer that we made. We staggered the buildings. Mr. Bosey still thought the tallest building I proposed was still too tall. And that's what he said. I can't go along with the proposed reduction in height. So I think Mr. Brooks made the case for why this does not need to go back to the Planning Commission, because they, in fact, saw some modifications. Now, go back to the fact that I tried to talk to the leadership of both organizations about alternative heights before we went to the second hearing of the Planning Commission. And here's the letter they handed to me. This isn't the same envelope, but it was in an envelope. They handed it to me. I had to open it up. And they basically said, simply stated, we object to any change or variance in the current C3 zone on the business island. They're dug in. No change. I asked, is there any chance to discuss height or any chance to discuss density? They told me no. I took them at their word. It made no sense for me to keep reaching out to them when they made it very clear. And they made it very clear today. There's nothing to discuss with them. They've taken their position, and you'll ultimately decide what that island lives with forever. Because it isn't about just today. It's about long-term what's going to go on that piece of property. And the postcards you received said something about they'd rather see nothing than, I think, the wrong thing, or whatever the exact words were. Nothing's not an option on this piece of property. C3 is our only option if the zoning is denied, and clearly C3 is not consistent with the growth management plan. Mr. Bosey testified to that. So Mr. Bosey was clear in his testimony at the Planning Commission and again today. Mr. Bosey has said staff finds the project as modified to be compatible. Now, with regard to the density that I think Mr. McDaniel brought up, we did, at the Planning Commission, say we would go down to 90 units. Obviously, everything was rejected. So today, we've actually done the math, assuming, and the gentleman was right, it's 68 units right now, but we want some flexibility in case the market changes and we would need to build smaller units, but more of them. We think 80 units is a safe density. So we would go from 108 to 80 units based upon the reduction in height. The math works. We've looked at it. We wanted to leave some flexibility because the market could change as far as the size. So again, that was an issue, was density for the Planning Commission. Too much density, too much height. We've addressed both of those comments and concerns. I can bring Tim Hall up if you want to have him talk about listed species and go through how he's done his listed species analysis. But your staff has already determined that we have no impact on listed species based upon the reports. We already have our state and federal permits for the docks. I could bring him up here if you want to talk about all of those issues. But I think your staff has already analyzed those issues, and your staff has already said there are no environmental issues related to our project. A couple of things that was going back to the claim that we somehow surprised them that we were going to reduce the height. I don't know how they could be surprised. Mr. Bosey made it very clear that height was the issue. And certainly they would have expected us to go talk to Mr. Bosey about what would be a height that staff could support. Now, we may have not agreed to what his height was, and we might have fought for higher height, but we reached an agreement on what the height that Mr. Bosey said he can agree to. There's no surprise. It's the way the process works. Just because we lost at the Planning Commission doesn't mean we can't come to the board and then talk about modifications to the Planning Commission. That happens all the time. There's nothing unusual about that. One of the things that I'm going to take people at their word when they testify under oath. I forget who said, we got the culverts under control. We're going to go, we can get the culverts. That's not a real benefit to the county or to the island. I don't think they have it under control, but we're willing to give the Board of County Commissioners an option. If they've got the culverts under control, we'll give you the $2 million for affordable housing. You can have the $2 million towards affordable housing or the culverts. We don't care. We think the culverts is better for the island, but if they got it under control, great. We'll give you $2 million plus the $5,000 per unit. So if we build all 80, that would be $2.4 million towards affordable housing. You're going to get $2 million at base, and then however many units we build on top of that, if that's what the community wants, because they got the culverts under control. If they think that smoke and mirrors with utilities, great. Take it off the table. We'll just build what we got to build. And if we don't have to build it big enough to serve the island, they can come back later, and they can upsize. Or they can figure out how to upsize it and come up with the cash if they want it to be upsized to serve them. But we believe what we were doing was upsizing it, not only the lines, but the pump stations to the benefit of the people on the island. If they don't want the benefit and they think it's smoke and mirrors, then don't make us do it. If truly we have to do it by the utility, we'll have to do it, but if we don't, then we can take that off the table. We don't want to take that off the table. We think it's a genuine benefit. Just going to go, I don't want to spend forever on all the comments, but one of the comments was somehow we're not a good neighbor. They want to discount the fact that Mr. Farrow has made his property available to the people on the island on multiple occasions to use his property for church services on Easter and other events. That is a good neighbor. He has done that. He didn't have to do that. He has done that. He is a good neighbor. They don't like his current proposal, but that doesn't make him a bad neighbor. Just to be clear, if we build commercial on that site, we can build standalone parking garages. We can do that under the C3. We could build standalone parking garages under C3. So the woman who testified that she doesn't like standalone parking garages, saying no to us is not going to result in no standalone parking garages. That's going to happen. That's going to be part of the commercial project if it goes forward. What we've done, and I showed you the landscaping, you will not see the first two levels. You will not see the first two levels of that parking garage because we are going to landscape the heck out of it, as done by other developers, along Moorings Park. So you're not going to see what they claim. They don't want to see the concrete. They're not going to see it. I respectfully disagree that the comments regarding the food truck park, that the island was split. It was not 50-50. You were already here. This room was packed with people who were opposed to that food truck park. I don't remember, maybe one or two at most spoke in favor of that food truck park, but that island was pretty uniform, and we don't want the food truck park, we don't want the traffic. What alternative has the least impact on the infrastructure for Isles of Capri? Residential. Less traffic, less everything. So if the residents are worried about impacts on infrastructure, residential's the right answer. And you've heard them say they're worried about the roads. Residential is less traffic, especially now that it's down to 80 units compared to what we could do on commercial. They're never going to get just backwater nicks on that piece of property, and it's going to be an intense development if it has to be commercial. I don't think that that's the legacy that wants to be on that property. I don't think that's the legacy that the Planning Commission even wanted on that property. I think the majority was residential was the right answer. The question was height and density. Mr. Bosey has said residential is the right answer. We've resolved the height issue and we've reduced the density. The comprehensive plan wants that to be a residential mixed-use piece of property. We're not double dipping. And of course you can do a growth management plan amendment to address projects. That's why you do amendments. And Mr. Brooks says you can do amendments. We can do amendments. We've met all the legal requirements for an amendment. And those are the highlights of what I wanted to address. There were a lot of other things that were said that I don't think it'll be productive to go back and forth on. But with that, my team is here to answer any questions you may have regarding our project. I hope we've done a good job outlining the project and explaining the proposal and taking into consideration the impact or the comments from your staff. We didn't make the residents happy, obviously, but I think it's a great project for that island. And it's going to be, in the long term, they're going to say thank you. In the short term, they're not. But I think if they ended up with Tin City, they'd be really, really upset with that island. And with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, so to my colleagues, we've got multiple options, but two I wanted to throw out. We can keep Mr. Ivanovich up here and ask him questions, and we can always bring him back. Or we could bring up Mr. Bosey if, Mr. Bosey, if you want to take the podium and make any comments. A lot of things were said that are in your area of expertise before we start getting into Q&A and some discussion here. I mean, my suggestion, unless there's any objections from the commissioners, would be to give you a chance to speak at the podium and give some closing comments, some corrections, anything that you wanted to stress.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to bring up Mr. French.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bosey, and then Mr. French on deck.
Mike Bosey, Zoning and Planning Director. I wasn't really contemplating any closing remarks. I will say that the two issues that were the main issues at the Planning Commission were height and density. The reduction in height, the reduction in density that's being proposed, staff feels like those issues have been addressed. I really do feel that the substitution of residential for commercial in an overall impact to the area is beneficial. I understand the neighborhood's concerns related to the height of the properties. I believe with the 80-foot clock tower that currently exists, the zoning that exists to the north and to the east with the RMF 16 property that can go up to 100 or to 95 to 100 feet as a matter of right establishes a context towards where 122 feet can be found compatible with the area. And I think they've shown a number of different areas within the county, within the island, that taller buildings and shorter structures can be arranged. This is the business island. It's the island that's supposed to have the most intensity. It's the island that is designated for this type of activity. I think substituting commercial for mixed-use residential is an improvement. I feel that the public benefit that would be provided, and I know that there's been some questions as to whether the culverts, the flushing culverts were going to be of value. If those aren't of value, I know an additional $2 million towards the Affordable Housing Trust Fund would be of value. Overall, staff is willing and will support the project, the revised project as stated or as modified. Any questions that you may have from my perspective? I know that from Jamie Cook's perspective, from the Manatee Protection Plan, it was indicated that there were some violations. I know we've looked at it and that we feel that they've satisfied the requirements of those. And some of those requirements of the Manatee Protection are also applied when they go and apply for a site development plan, and those would be flushed out as well. But our staff has looked at it. All of your emergency management, transportation, utilities, stormwater, all of our reviewing departments have signed off on the project. It was only zoning and planning and zoning that had the recommendations of denial. With the modifications, staff is recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Any questions that you may have?
So a question I have for you, and then I'll see if any of my colleagues light up here since you're standing there. One of the things that always concerns me about C3 is it gives you a lot of latitude. The citizens in the audience here, a lot of the specificity that you talked about you liked or didn't like, you can negotiate it with a developer, and I'm just talking generically now, I'm not saying this developer, but you have the latitude to negotiate some things. Let me just ask you point blank, if that property stayed C3 and it was either sold or this current applicant decided to develop it without having to go through planning commissions, and if a developer was coloring within the box on that piece of acreage, what is the, I don't want to say the maximum, but what is the likelihood of that? Because I heard something about 80,000 square foot, 80,000 square feet of shopping mall, restaurants, and all that could happen with very little movements, right? I mean, it's within C3. Paint a picture for us, if we keep it C3, and whether it's sold or not, what that property owner could do without having to ask a whole bunch of Mother May I's, because C3 would allow them to do it. What could be put on that property?
There could be an arrangement of retail on the bottom, office on the second, third, and fourth floor, parking underneath. As I said, it's got a 50-foot zoned height. You're allowed to put, if you put two floors of parking within your principal structure, within that principal structure, so that 50-foot gets raised to 75-foot, you could have a 70-foot building, tall building, with retail on the first floor and office on top of that, upwards of 80,000 square feet. But I don't know if there's a market for that, but there could be that would be allowed, and there wouldn't be anything other than administrative approval that would be required to provide for approval of that.
It wouldn't have to go through all types of these kind of.
No, there'd
right?
be
It
no.
meets C3 and.
There'd be no public vetting.
Okay. When you talked about mix, it could be mixed use. It could be. It also could just be all commercial, right? On that property, so it could just be a mixture of shops and restaurants, and
What I described
with an open parking garage, and we wouldn't have the latitude to be able to negotiate landscape and architecture and all those things. I mean, we always could offer it, but under C3, that developer has an awful lot of things at their disposal that they don't have to ask permission to do. Correct?
I mean, it's commercial zoning. They can, they're like I said, they're allowed to build to a zone height of 50 feet, which could translate to an actual height of 70 feet. And what I described, retail on the bottom, office on top, those are all variations of commercial. So that's not mixed use, that's all commercial. And the traffic that's associated with commercial is higher in number in terms of, and I think they've described it, it'd be double. Now with the reduction from 108 to 80, it'd be even more than double than what's being proposed. So there are a lot of potential negatives that could be associated with the impact the impact on the infrastructure with a commercial development. But that's what's vested right now, and they have the right to do that.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I have a couple quick questions, Mike. C3 is by right convertible. At what density to residential?
The conversion of commercial, which Mr. Ivanovich feels would apply to this property, the coastal urban fringe does not avail itself to the conversion. But that's with every acre of commercial that you convert to residential, you'd be eligible for 16 units an acre. And just by the way, what the revised proposal at 80 units an acre just gets you right under that. It's about 15.5, 15.6 units an acre.
It would allow for 85 units.
85, yeah, that's what I had here.
That's what I did on my math. My other question I had, well, and I don't know, one of the questions that I had for you is the parking garage without limitation. Talk to me a little bit about the without limitation stipulation.
I'm not sure why that was placed within and they indicated it was in a staff report. There is a limitation. The limitation is 40 feet. That's the height limitation. So, I mean.
So it's without height limitation, not limitations at large.
I mean, the limitation on that parking garage is 40 feet.
Okay.
So it's not unlimited, is where they can create an unlimited and untethered parking garage. There's a 40-foot limitation associated with that.
Is it unusual for someone to aggregate density off of an area of a project onto another area of a project?
Oh, it's what we do in the county. We aren't very embracive of vertical mixed use. Vertical mixed use means when you have your retail and your residential in the same structure. We prefer horizontal mixed use, and a horizontal mixed use project is still considered mixed use by our codes. And what that allows for is when you have a mixed use project, the entire acreage of your project is what you can calculate your residential density upon, even though some of that property would be dedicated to a commercial only quadrant or building. That's just how our code has been developed.
And when we're contemplating, because it was mentioned, and it's not a secret, there's a lot of vacant land around this project that's going to get developed at some stage. Who makes the determination as to what the maximum densities and capacities of those sites in fact can be?
The growth management plan makes the determination. If the applicant's not satisfied with that determination, they can seek an amendment to the growth management plan, such as this applicant's doing, and then ultimately it's the 5 commissioners that will make the decision as to what's appropriate.
Is your department the one that makes the decision with regard to the capacity for the sewer?
No. We would turn to our public utilities folks for the available capacity within the project area.
That's where I want to go next. That's where I want to go now. I'm done with him until I get to the applicant.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. Mr. Bosey, I want to try to explore what might be some of the worst case scenarios. Pardon me. An office tower, that's not likely in a location like that. 80,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial with parking garages, again, not a likely use there. You're going to have to refresh my recollection a little bit. When the food truck park came before us, was that what location was that to be in?
That was in where the location of this project is, if you would say all the easternmost portion of the island. That's where that location was. It was the easternmost portion of the island to the west of the roadway.
Under the C3 zoning that's there now, would that type of project be permitted on this parcel?
Would a food truck park be?
Some kind of, food truck park or some kind of, I look at Stan's Idle Hour, for example, which is very well contained because it's really only a Sunday afternoon event. But I'm thinking in terms of, could there be a Stan's Idle Hour type operation on this property that has loud music, bands, that sort of thing in the C3?
Without a doubt, a restaurant, bar, outdoor venue with outdoor amplified sound most certainly is a permitted use within the C3 zone.
Because it seems to me that would be the real money generator on a parcel like this. If you don't do residential, you're going to do some kind of water-related food and beverage and alcohol, loud, music and that sort of thing. Something like a Stan's Idle Hour, only on steroids. Something like the food truck park on Bay Shore that people have been complaining about the loud music there because they operate, I think now 7 days a week. Is that the kind of operation that could be on this parcel?
Without a doubt. I mean, it's take away the food truck aspect of it. If you just have a restaurant bar with a patio and a space for a band to be able to play, that's a permitted use in the C3 zone.
And that's kind of my concern. I've got mixed emotions about the project. I've listened to the neighbors and I certainly feel their pain here. But I'm concerned also on the other end that if a residential project isn't approved, then what's the worst case scenario there? And I think it could be a lot worse. I don't think it would be parking garages and 4 or 5 story office towers with a restaurant enclosed. I don't think that would be the real money making operation there. I think it would be a real bar and music type of an operation. Nightlife thing, outdoors for the most part. That's just one of my concerns. But anyway, I appreciate your response there.
Let's have Mr. French come and take the microphone. I know Commissioner Hall had a question.
If you could, Mr. French, just explain to us the elevations there for what the benefits would be for the sewer line.
Sure, and I can probably answer your sewer utility because that's within the Marco Island wastewater district area. So, Commissioner, I spoke with the engineer of record, Mark Miner, for this project. We're constantly, I do serve as your floodplain administrator for Collier County and resiliency officer. So when I look at these properties, I'm also looking at what my grade elevation is and what that development might take. In this particular area, we've got grade elevation somewhere that range between 2.5 to 5 feet. Post Hurricane Ian, what happens is that FEMA comes along with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and probably Michael Baker or AECOM, their contractor, and they'll come out and they may have amendments or addendums to what was adopted through the Federal Registry. Currently, right now, those elevations run, and Mark confirmed, but it's about 4 feet. We were guessing somewhere between 2.5 and 5 feet of it's called the NAVD, which is your North American Vertical Datum information that FEMA uses. But the finished floor elevation, just for a parking garage for this area, they're going to have to elevate that site to 9 feet. And those historic structures that have been here a long time, only because we also do the damage assessment for you for this community. We drove that community. If there was 4 feet of water, I bet you it was closer to 5. And Commissioner LaCastro, you and I drove it too. It's the reason why we saw all the drywall and the furniture out and the cabinets, because we knew everything went underwater. And we do appreciate the community sentiment and feedback with regards to how fast we responded and helped them with permitting. But no doubt that this site's going to have to be elevated just for parking alone. And by right, even if it's at a commercial use, they're going to get 2 stories of parking. Average parking could be somewhere between 12 and 14 feet per story, just based off of that design. So design standards are going to be regulated by your Florida Building Code. We have no local authority over that. The state is the authority having jurisdiction, and they are going to follow your National Flood Insurance Program as well as your FEMA guidelines with regards to development standards. What we do at the local levels, we will look at stormwater, we will look at those things, and even the utilities, as far as how they're working along. Now, with regards to utilities, if you don't mind, sir, so we know that even some of these older homes that have the historic septic tanks and drain fields, water flows down. It doesn't flow up. These are gravity fed. You typically have a 4-to-1 slope that's regulated by the Department of Health. There are alternative designs. Many of these homes that have replaced their septic tanks and drain fields over the years, they may have employed those alternative designs that are approved by the state and the health department. So they may not see the backup in the shower. But you take a 30, 40-year-old structure that's sitting at about 6 to 7 feet, there is no way you took that water and water didn't come up through the drains. We saw it through our stormwater system. We saw it throughout homes throughout the entire county that make up that urban fringe that were dated. So there has to be a letter of adequate capacity. So whether you achieve that by a package plant on their site, they do a design criteria that's consistent with the Department of Environmental Protection rules and Marco Island's design standards, but we can't issue a permit for them to move forward to develop until they provide us with that letter of adequate capacity or that agreement that exists between the utility service provider and them as the property owner. So Collier County is not within the water and sewer district as far as both. It is in Georgia's water district, and I did confirm that with Dr. Yomez, but they would have to take service by the city of Marco. That's the closest utility. And the alternative would be perhaps a package plant. And I know from many years ago, I learned a lot from Mr. Klatsko and Commissioner Saunders when he worked in this business with us. That's pretty expensive, but it is a must, and the state they won't bat an eye at this stuff.
What is a typical assessment to hook into the sewer if you can't go back with your septic?
I don't know what the city of Marco rates are. Do you know?
The last time that the county did a joint septic to sewer and stormwater project was actually a partnership with the city of Naples. That assessment started out at about $25,000 per home, which was bought down with a number of grants and other funding sources. The second phase of that project currently is coming in at $40,000 per home. Now, the complexity of this particular area is its more geographic isolation, and also its proximity to tide. So even those numbers may not be applicable to what will be required on Isles of Capri, making it a challenging assessment situation.
Now, Ms. Patterson, I just wanted to chime in on what you just said. So the buying down of the septic so that the residents weren't stuck with that full bill, how long did that take to negotiate that, to get that buy down? Obviously, that's not something that you do in a week. So that was in play for quite a long time, correct?
Correct. First of all, the partnership on that project by itself without the funding pieces took a long time between the city and the county. But the funding piece took several years from beginning to end, nearly killing the first phase of that project at one point in time. However, we did leverage both state and water management district money, which was the concept that we were putting forward for the eventual conversions on Isles of Capri. And the residents were correct when they quoted us as saying, we won't go in and deal with the stormwater until we can deal with the septic to sewer, because moving stormwater faster in an area that is septic is not environmentally the correct answer. Same problem that we had in the West Goodlet project. That one happened to outfall into an impaired water body that then outfalled into Naples Bay. So we're dealing with very, very environmentally sensitive areas in both of these.
So confirm or deny for me, in order to get the buy down money, not only does it take a long time, but don't you typically, the money we get from the state before they even consider that over many years of fighting for it, typically they want us to have design 50% of the funding already in pocket. Go through the list, if you would, of the couple of things that you have to have before you have everything under control for septic tanks.
Sure. So first of all, typically how these work, because this is a multi-jurisdictional situation, we have interlocal agreements between the county and the municipality saying that we're going to enter into this project together. At that point, we would contemplate how we were going to, if there's not a master plan in place, which in this case, Marco Island has done some of that preliminary work of what it would look like to do the septic to sewer conversion. Building on that, we would need to enter into a design contract to be able to figure out how we're going to design this. The closer to shovel ready that we get with design plans, the better chances that we have for getting funding from various grantor agencies. Now, there's been conversations about whether or not money might be provided earlier to help with some of these designs, and we could approach that. But conceptually, the city and the county need to be moving in the right direction together. And most importantly is that the residents have to buy in as well, because forcing an assessment onto residents that don't want it adds complication. And that was one of the complications of the Goodlit project was the cost and the belief that we could do stormwater without septic to sewer. So all of these need to be running on a parallel path for the greatest success in moving the project forward, as well as getting other funding other folks to come in as funding partners.
So something I wanted to say, and then I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel, is first of all, I listen to the residents, okay? And those of you that don't think I do, then maybe we need to talk a little bit more. But I'm also here to separate rumor from fact. So when some people come to the podium and say, the culverts are taken care of, septic to sewer, we've got that sort of worked out. We traded a couple of emails with Marco Island. Okay, this might be separate from the towers, but I want to take this time to separate rumor from fact and tell you that none of those things are under control. I did reach out to Tallahassee, and exactly what they said is, we don't even have Isles of Capri on the map. You are so far down on the list because over the last 10 years, you should have been talking to us to get the grant money the way that we have in other areas of Collier County where we got it and didn't stick the citizens with a $40,000 bill. So it's not a matter of 2 phone calls and talking to somebody on Marco Island that says it's in my hands. Trust me, we are at step -1, and it's unfortunate because a whole lot of things could have been done over the years when a lot of money was available. And how do I know a lot of money was available? Because we got it for other areas of Collier County, and Isles of Capri wasn't even in the discussion. So that has nothing to do with the 3 towers, but I'm here talking to the senior leadership of Isles of Capri, and you said a lot of things that some people did at the podium, and I just wanted to correct that. Don't take the culverts for granted either. And it took how many years to build one? And it has made a big difference. And the reason I know that is because I helped pull a culvert committee together, and in my office, they exponentially talked about how, wow, we really need 3, and it's obvious how the one culvert has been very successful. And a culvert isn't $5,000. And that's something that if we wanted to put add 2 more in, it's similar to septic. As your commissioner, I don't just get a check from the county. It has to be in the budget. It has to be, these are things that should have been talked about 5 years ago. So I do take exception to folks that come to the podium and say, well, we've got it handled, we have it handled. No, we're in the very early stages, and I commend the people that have been on those teams working with me, Mr. Crowder, and then all the people that, we've pulled together. But we're in the genesis stages of those type of things, whether it's culverts that we're going to get money for or fighting for the septic to sewer money. And then the conversation between sewer and Marco, I forget the exact terminology that somebody said here, but they said, when the time is right? They said that in 2019. The time will never be right unless your county commissioner and you all as senior leaders make the time right, and we fight to figure out the best type of sewer system for Isles of Capri. I'm here to tell you that has never been done aggressively. It's been sort of batted around, and we did get the exact in 2019, predates me, in this seat, we did get their normal response, which is, yeah, we'll talk about it when the time is right. Time was right 10 years ago, folks. Time was right 10 years ago. And so that this has nothing to do with the towers or little to do. But I just wanted to comment on that because a lot of people said some big things in here and also utilize my name. We're working very hard to do those things, but we are at step -1 on most of those things that a few people implied were well under control. And so before you dismiss possible investment by any applicant, this person or the person who might build an 80,000 square foot shopping center, these are very, very expensive investments that our community of Isles of Capri has needed for a very, very long time. Those septic tanks aren't getting any newer. And somebody here that said all the toilets flush perfectly, I heard from a couple of you during the hurricane and even before that that might be a little bit of an overstatement. I'll just leave it at that. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, and that leads right into my question, and that's who determines the capacity of the line enhancement that the developer's proposing? And how do we ensure that that is a benefit for the community at large ultimately? Because I actually have another idea that I'd like to float out with regard to that, so that we don't burden the community if that line is enhanced sufficiently, how we get there.
So what happens, Commissioner, and if you look at your summary agenda or consent agenda that we bring you with regards to the transfer of ownership from a development to the county on utilities, Marco Island would accept that utility. So it's going to be at Marco standards, but it must meet the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's regulations. So much like what Mr. Yomez does and come up here and talk about his design and rate base and really the contributions that his wonderful group of colleagues comes along and says, this is how we guarantee service. Marco has that same responsibility, and the state holds them to that. So their ultimate the regulatory body is the state.
Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Forgive me if I am. What I'm trying to get to is the developer has agreed to size the incoming sewer line to support the Isles of Capri. Not today, but today and going forward. And how is that insured? Am I asking the wrong question?
Marco Island Utility would need to be a participant in this conversation to ensure that that sewer line can serve the future needs of Isles of Capri.
Maybe I need to ask a question of the developer with regard to that, or the
That would be
developers.
to include all the properties sized to that. So that may be your commitment, sir.
Yes, that's what I have swimming around for now.
I'm guessing Marco wouldn't hate that, right? I mean, if there was an investment in that line.
If
No,
they've got
no.
the capacity
If they-
to manage it,
absolutely.
that's-
Nor would the people that will ultimately be the recipient, because those are costs that will not be included in the future assessment.
Right. And while we're waiting for the juggle here, I'll just look at Mr. Crowder and just say, Matt, whether you're president or not, we're not sticking these people with a $40,000 bill for their septic to sewer conversion whenever that happens, okay? Before, during, or after my tenure, okay? And plenty of residents have gotten stuck with that because of lack of preparation, and I don't want to see that happen in Isles of Capri. Mr. Ivanovich?
We've already have a commitment in our PUD that says we will design and size that line to accommodate not only us, but the residents of Isle of Capri. I'll say it's a simple calculation because I'm not the engineer, but they'll go out and figure out how many lots are out there, how many homes are out there. They'll figure what our capacity, what we're going to do, and we'll have to size that force main and the pump station to accommodate us and what's there in the vacant lots that are still on the
And the entire community of Isles of Capri.
And we'll bring the pipe to our project. You'll have to connect into it, but what you connect into will be big enough.
What's your guesstimate of the cost of that?
Well, my engineer says the upsize is about $1.2 million. I don't know the total cost of the line, but we're committed to doing it.
Well, the total cost we'll deal with after the fact. My question, have you had conversation with the Marco
Yes.
utility that they have? You have?
Yes, our engineer, Mark Miner, has been talking to the utilities.
Okay.
Because we know, even if we get approved from you guys, we still got to get them to agree to provide service. So we've had those conversations about assuring we're going to get sewer service.
Okay.
Commissioner Cole.
Mr. Yovanovich, I guess I'm just going to ask, because I know your project only goes so far down from the islands. There's the 4 islands. So there's an existing, from what I understand, right? There's already a line that comes from all the way out on the point where the other condo buildings are. Are they in the Marco sewer system?
They are.
Do we know that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
My engineer is telling me, yes, they are.
Okay, so there is a line that leads up and passes you at some point, and then you would continue your line from your property out to where it would hook up with Marco's out on
Let me
951.
bring my engineer up here, but I think we would build a parallel line
You would take it all the way down to the point?
to us, and then you would have to connect, you or,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you're saying you're going to guarantee service to everybody on the island.
saying is-
They're also on the island on the other side of you. That's all I'm just trying to figure out how that happens.
My name is Mark Miner. I'm a civil engineer with Grady Miner. We would size the sewage force main from the project that we're discussing today out to 951 to handle the entire flows from the Isles of Capri. We would build the master pump station somewhere near the MPUD to handle the flows that would be incoming from the far side of the island. There's a sewage force main that comes from the far side of the island now that goes out to 951, but it's small, it's old. We're using it for the boat barn, as you call it, but it doesn't have the capacity for anything else, according to the city of Marco Island. So prior to the next CO in the C3 area, you need to have a new line in. They don't want to use the 4-inch. We'll pull that one out and put in the line, either what we need or what we're proposing is what the entire island needs.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're going to put in parallel from where your property is. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how does that 1/3 of the people that live on the island that is beyond your property, do they tie into that existing smaller line when the time comes?
No, they'll construct a new line.
Who constructs that?
Yeah, Marco Island Utilities.
And then they have to buy into it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not going to service the whole island. That's what I'm just trying to get clarity on that. You're only going to service from your property out to 951.
We're going to size the lines to take.
I understand
all of
that.
the flow.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. I understand that.
we're going to make service.
What I'm just trying to, because I know words are words, and the exact words were, we're going to make sure that our line can support the whole island of Capri.
So they'll tap into it. They will tap into our line, and our line will be big enough for them to tap in and service the island.
I know, I just want to be clear with the people because some of them are going to end up paying.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay.
tap it
That's
on-
all. Yeah, that's all. I just want to make it clear because if you say you got this, but
But part of the cost will be out of the project that they have to pay into because we will have built
no, I
the
understand. I
line
understand.
and the master pump station. So the cost of the overall project will in fact come down.
Yeah, it will reduce. I do understand that.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear that at some point, some residents are going to have a buy-in at some cost, even to get to your line.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's all. I just want to make sure.
One of the things I'll say as a minimum is Marco Island for years, and somebody even quoted here says, when the time is right, we'll continue to talk about all these things. And that's been sort of the response that we've got from them, that this hasn't necessarily been a priority. Without the risk of sort of over-summarizing here, what this project would do is it would make it easier for Marco possibly to say yes, because we've done some things that have made it less difficult for Marco Island to sort of start from scratch. Doesn't guarantee anything, but it certainly, I think, would open up the dialogue. I know Commissioner McDaniel's lit up. Once he's done, one of the things I would just ask of my colleagues is, so we're talking about all these investments, and citizens out there might call it carrots, horse trading. These are important investments, but what I would ask is after Commissioner McDaniel is done, we're trying to decide what's right for that property. Okay, so the sewer lines are great. It's not lost on me. Culverts are great. Not lost on me. Love to have them. The affordable housing investment, trust me, we need every penny that we can get. But in the end, we're not going to put the wrong thing on that piece of property because we got significant investment, which I'm not discounting. But I'd like to bring the conversation back to something's going to go on there. And, you know, I appreciated using whoever did the postcards. It was my quote that said, I'd rather see nothing than the wrong thing. The disappointing thing was that was totally taken out of context. I've said that quote for things like the sports complex. If the county owns 500 acres of land, I'd rather see nothing on that land than maybe something that costs $200 million that I think is a mistake. Something is going on this. So those postcards that all said, you know, nothing or the wrong thing, nothing isn't an option. And I'd really like to bring this conversation back to then we know what we can get. The applicant has been very generous in offering things that definitely are not easy to get. I can tell you right now, if all this disappears and we want to build those 2 culverts, this commissioner is going to be fighting with the county to get this on a list that it should have been on for the last 3 to 5 years. But having said that, we're trying to, you know, we're not going to put the wrong thing on that footprint because of, you know, of some additional things, I would hope. But I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel. Sir?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Hall about those culverts, because it's a nice discussion for us to say, don't do the culverts and we'll throw $2 million at affordable housing. But I'd like to hear, if you could please give us a brief rendition of the value of those culverts for the environment.
So when somebody earlier today, sorry, you know what, I was out of the room when you swore everybody in. I haven't actually been sworn in, so I probably should do that.
The other the other right.
I do, yes.
How about if we all go like this?
So when the islands those were actually separate islands prior to the development of that. So there was free flow of water all the way around them. When they were developed, causeways were built between them and that flow was blocked. So it changed the movement of water through there. And over time, as more development has happened, you get more pollutants that go into the water. And the engineers I know are always say that the solution to pollution is dilution. You know, I prefer to say the solution is stopping it at the source. But in this case, where you've already got, you know, everybody that moves down here wants their green yards, they've got their fertilizers, you're going to have runoff. And so to deal with that runoff, you need good movement of the water and good exchange. So without that exchange, you get lower dissolved oxygen levels, you get less light penetration, sediments can build up in those areas, so every time you get a windy day, the sediments get stirred up and they get resuspended in. All of that is a result of poor movement. By putting the culverts in and creating more movement through there, then it gives more chance for the dissolved oxygen to increase, your bacterial activity increases. It's just the whole litany of things that happen that help to improve the water quality. And when you see the improvements in water quality, then you see the improvements in the ecology as a whole throughout the area.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll just add that the Isles of Capri culvert team that we formed, and I've spent, you know, quite a bit of time meeting with them in my office. If anybody wants to take a look, they brought me quite a few very large charts where they've done a lot of work. So, you know, I'm here to separate rumor from fact. You can't have it both ways, but the committee that is representing all of you is fighting in my office, showing me aerial photos of the one culvert on Isles of Capri and how much it has improved the water. You can't, I mean, you don't have to be a marine biologist to see the difference in the water color, quality, clarity, and then the areas where culverts are long overdue by their own admission and their own, positive push, they've made the case and have shown, you know, graphically why these culverts are extremely important. So whether it's part of this project or not, your own culvert team has been fighting for the 2 culverts and have brought the proof that we need so that I can fight for getting it into the budget. Whether, you know, if we get it from this developer or any other one, great. But if we don't, the importance, and these are folks that are representing your own community. So if you think you got the wrong people talking to me and the culverts are no big deal, or, you know, you're about to build them on your own, nobody's told me that. But sir, you said it, perfectly. You say dilution, but that's sort of what we talked about, that if we can get the water moving better, and they were even talking facts and figures about how there's less fish even on the wrong side of the culverts now. I think one or two people that are on the team have lived on Isles of Capri a long time, so this isn't stuff that's being made up. Commissioner McDaniel.
And now I want to switch back to the sewer and just offer up a thought. Because if this project gets approved, there's going to be an enhancement to the sewer line that will service the entire community. One of the propositions that I'd like to throw out that I would be in support of is some kind of an internal TIF, because you shared that there was a $2.9 million increase in ad valorem taxation.
It's not an increase, but it's 2.9 million. It's going to come down a little bit because the density is coming down. But the difference in what you will receive in taxes from the residential versus the commercial is a significant difference.
Right. So
So those monies could, however you want to use them.
well, then those are monies that go into the general fund. It's not something, I see our county manager over there rubbing her brow, but it's a thought as opposed to having to fight for the money. It's a need, and the greater good being served. And we all know because of the tidal surge that this experience down there, that moving from septic to municipal services is imperative for the environment, for the ecological welfare of everything that's going on. So that's something that I would support as we go forward, if in fact the project is in fact approved, that we assist with that burden of that expense for the residents, because that takes care of what Commissioner Kowal was talking about, as well as an opportunity to pay for, to extend those lines to the other third or whatever portion of the island isn't necessarily served. So that's an additional benefit to this as well.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have two pots of money here, and it sounds like there's some question as to whether or not they're going to be spent for that specific purpose. The first pot is the upsizing of the line. That's going to cost X. There's an engineer that can tell us what the difference is between a normal sized line and an upsized line. The other issue is the culverts. There's been some testimony that the culverts are well in hand. We can determine what the cost of the culverts would be. An engineer can tell us, or the two culverts. So we have those two pots of money. If this is approved, right now we don't know whether either one or both of those pots of money are going to be used for that specific purpose. But we can require the developer to make the commitment that those two pots of money are going to be determined. The amount will be determined by an engineer, and that money will be set aside. If it's not used for the sewer line, or if it's not used for the culverts, then it goes into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So we don't have to come to a conclusion tonight other than we want those two pots of money to be available. So if there's a motion to approve this, I would suggest that we do it that way, so we have some flexibility, because if the Marco Island Sewer entity determines that they don't want to play ball with us, well, we still want that money for the other purpose.
Yeah. Well,
Unless I'm missing something, I think.
Well, and the project can't go forward if the utility won't accept the effluent.
No, well, their project can go forward. It's a question of whether the sewer line is going to be enlarged to accommodate the entire island.
And if there was a problem with that, the money would just be turned into affordable housing money. If there was an argument or the value of that line would still come to the county.
We have those two questions as to whether we're going to use those funds for that purpose. So let's just make sure that we have the funds available in whatever approval we have.
My understanding is the cost is going to be whatever their estimates as to what those costs are for the culverts and for the sewer line. Those are going to be completed to the satisfaction of the Marco utility to support the entire island.
They're proposing an upsized pipe.
I understand.
versus what they need to serve their project, I think is what Commissioner Saunders is referring to, is if for some reason they go with just the size to serve their project, then that differential would then flex over to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And the same is true with the two culverts because of the testimony that those culverts are under, they're well in hand already. I just want to make sure that those two pots of money are available, regardless of the outcome of those two issues.
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying, because I think I do. You're saying we have an engineer's estimate to design, permit, and construct the culverts at $2 million. We'll come up with a real number, and you want to know that if you elect to use that money for not culverts, but for affordable housing, you'd like whatever that dollar amount would be to go towards affordable housing.
Correct.
Which I don't think we have an issue with. Spend the money however you want to spend the money with. Likewise, you're saying if we have to do, I'm just making up a number, we have to do a 6-inch line and it costs $1 million, and now because we want to upsize it to serve everybody on the island, it's $2.2 million. You want to be able to choose whether to spend that $1.2 million difference on the utility line or however else you want to spend it. You just want that pot of money. So we'll, based upon engineers' estimates of the differences of what we need for just ourselves.
Doesn't cost you anything in
Right,
addition to what
right.
you've already committed, but it does answer the question, or at least address the question of whether or not the upsizing of the line is going to occur, or whether the county is going to spend the money for the culverts.
Correct. Yeah, that pot of money, yes, is there for you all. Those two pots are there, and I guess if you find a funding source for the culvert somewhere else, take our money.
The use is immaterial to you. You're going to give us the value if we approve this project, correct?
Based
Okay.
upon engineers' estimates.
Now, having said that, I want to bring it back to so this was all great discussion, but what we're trying to decide here is 3 towers at 122 feet with 80 units now, correct?
Yes.
Right? So we were 168 at 108 units. Now your new proposal is 122, 9 stories instead of 14, 80 units instead of 108, and then all the other investment that you talked about. And, so maybe this will start a little bit of discussion. Here's the lesson that I think is learned here, and in other areas of my district, it was extremely successful, regardless of public stance. And I'm saying this generically, and it's not to critique or anything, but the lesson learned here is it's in the public's best interest to at least keep the applicant to keep the public on speed dial. Okay, I've given advice quite a bit to citizens and said, you can meet with the applicant for 3 hours and offer nothing, promise nothing, and just listen. I do feel like the citizens got blindsided today, but I also think if you wouldn't have brought an envelope with a one-liner saying it's C3 or nothing, there might have been some dialogue. And that has no bearing on this decision here, but a lot of people were frustrated that they sort of did know. The Planning Commission ended in September. Our county manager, by her own accord, no influence from anyone, decided to have this meeting in January. There was a big chunk of time there where a lot of discussion could have been happening and a lot of negotiation that could have brought this to us maybe a little bit closer. And maybe some of you disagree, okay? And I know you always do out there. So, but I will tell you, in some other communities, they've had unbelievable success by taking this out of the hands of the Planning Commission and 5 commissioners and getting it a lot closer, and then you don't come here surprised. The biggest thing that I was surprised with today was not what I heard, but what I didn't hear, and I'm saying this to generate some discussion. Without question, the largest amount of residents on Isles of Capri don't want residential. They don't want 168-foot towers. They don't want 122. Like I said, we'd rather have nothing or the wrong thing. But I didn't hear one person come to the podium and say, because we really want an 80,000 square foot shopping mall with restaurants. I didn't hear one person say that. And I suggested it to a lot of people, saying it's this or that. We are going to decide if it's going to be zoned residential or commercial. And maybe this is where we bring back Mr. Bosey, because you've changed quite a bit, and not because you've just flip-flopped, but there's been a big change here. The argument, culverts are great, sewer lines great, affordable housing's great, but I sure hope we're not going to make a decision. If those things weren't there, then we would shoot this whole thing down. And if those things are there, this is a slam dunk. Those are part of the negotiation that citizens could have made with the applicant. We're here making with the applicant. Planning Commission could have made this discussion with the applicant. But I'd like to come back to the decision that is before us right here, which is on that piece of property, what is the most advantageous thing? Some sort of residential, which has been reduced greatly, or C3 commercial mixed use restaurant, shopping that we would have very little control over.
Let's go back to the drawing board.
So, see if I got anybody lit up here.
I don't want to go.
So, Mr. Bosey, why don't you come to the podium, if you would, please? So let's talk height. So going from 168 feet to 122. So 168 feet was, not compatible, not complementary, and dropping it 40 feet and, more or less, and dropping the density from 108 to 80. With your expertise, and we're here to make a decision based on also county staff recommendation, I will tell you, those of you that were here, citizen passion is important, critical. But if you were here when we talked about Riviera Golf Estates, 1,000% of all the citizens want that golf course watered. But we don't have the ability to force somebody to water a golf course that they own. Here, we have a handful of decisions, and one of them is going to be made. Tell us why that the height of 122 feet, which still makes it one of the highest things on the island, now makes it more compatible to the county.
When you talk about compatibility, it's not just, is it par for par in terms of its height? You look at what functionality of what's being proposed. And what's being proposed is an alternative to straight commercial zoning. And the intensity in the impacts upon the infrastructure, the limited infrastructure that's available within this island, I think that has to be incorporated within the decision making and within the evaluation. There's an 80-foot clock tower, 122-foot structures are, they're 42 feet higher than that clock tower. So there isn't an exact one-for-one or comparison. But in terms of compatibility, can they exist together? Do they complement each other? That I feel that they can exist with each other. And the closest residential unit is 300, a football field away. I think that softens the impacts from a visual standpoint. But then you go to the other part. What's the impact upon the infrastructure? And whenever we have hearings, whenever we have an audience like this, the number one issue that always is Miss Trinity Scott's transportation. And transportation impacts have always been one of the key factors that determine what's the most appropriate use and what's the impact upon the citizens. And we have always said, whatever lessens that transportation impact is what we feel is the better from an overall public facilities assessment. And from an overall public facilities assessment, the reduction to 122 it's not an exact mirror of that 80-foot clock tower. But when you take that, the closeness and proximity in height, and you couple that with the reduction within transportation impacts and the benefit that provides, I think that you can find that it's complementary and it's compatible based upon that assessment. So from an overall standpoint, from my standpoint, from a planning standpoint, this project compared to a straight commercial project is beneficial. One, you're giving, I know that it's only 80 units, but you're adding more critical mass, you're adding more economies of scale to be able to support some more additional whether it be retail, whether it be small-scale retail, or whether it be an additional restaurant. I know they said in season you can't get into one of these places. Great, but if I go down there in July, is that the same circumstance? So we have to think about it. You have to think about it from a holistic standpoint as well. I think from a planning standpoint, from an impact standpoint, this proposal is less of an impact to the surrounding area. And based upon that, that's why I arrive, and that's why I feel that the reduction in height, the reduction in density can be found compatible and can be found complementary to the overall area. And the planning department is supporting the proposal with those reductions.
I don't want to beat a dead horse on the food truck park, but you and I went to battle over that. And to refresh everyone's memory, but correct me if I'm wrong, so the hearing examiner basically had approved it. Because of the overwhelming, and I'm here to just tell citizens, I'm here to speak the truth. It wasn't 50-50. The reason why I immediately reached out to the staff and did something that was very rare, which was get a unanimous vote from the county commissioners to overturn the hearing examiner's initial approval, was because of the overwhelming majority of Isles of Capri citizens that stormed my office with pitchforks and torches. I mean, and I don't say that literally, but that's the why I was looking for, and I don't want to say a loophole, because there was an option to support the residents of my community who were very concerned about noise, traffic, outside businesses. I mean, a lot of the same things that we were in this room almost a year ago, I think it was. Correct me if I've said anything wrong, was we basically overturned the hearing examiner's decision unanimously here because of not only Isles of Capri residents who spoke at the podium, but they actually brought with them people who live around Celebration Park. And like I always say, do you know who loves Celebration Park? People who don't live near it. And I don't know if you have anything else to, add, Mr. Bosey, but I'm sitting here struggling with this decision because a year ago I was fighting and getting details out of Ms. Scott about traffic and getting details from you and even getting some strong recommendations that, wow, the hearings examiners already decided, Commissioner, not overstepping your bounds, but this really isn't sort of the normal protocol. But I felt, and my fellow commissioners agreed once they heard the testimony, that the decisions made for Celebration Park maybe wouldn't be made again, and we would be maybe doing the same incorrect thing in a place that is a small community that was adamant about not opening the front gates to outside folks and bringing in all that business and whatnot. And I don't say that to come to some sort of pre-decision here, but I mean, it was a year ago here we were fighting because we were concerned about traffic on Isles of Capri and business and all the things I just mentioned. Anything that I said there that is incorrect or?
No, I've said it within my testimony a number of times. 2001, it was December. I was in front of the Board of County Commissioners, defended my administrative decision to allow for an administrative approval for the food truck park there, and the concerns were based upon the limited infrastructure capacity and the impacts from a transportation standpoint, impact from a noise standpoint, and impact from an overall community fit standpoint.
Commissioner Colwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I was kind of doing my numbers too here, and what they're proposing at the 122, and from what I understand, that's the top of the elevator shaft, right? It's like an additional 8 feet, that would be the 8 feet to the top of the elevator shaft. So you take that away, we're looking at a 114-foot building. And that being said, that puts us about 39, 38 feet above the boathouse, which, from a distance, that shrinks a lot, with the eyesight. It's because you get it further away from an object, it shrinks. And that's just pretty much how our eyes work. That's like a 93-foot difference than what they're originally proposing in this whole proposal at the beginning. And that's pretty substantial. I mean, just looking at the layman's terms and what I calculated here. So, I mean, this is not going to be an easy decision for any of us up here, I feel. It's going to come down to, it's, and I'm asking hard questions to you guys because I want to have transparency with the people in the room. But we know something's going to be built there. And you could go with a mixed-use business property with retail on the bottom, like you said, offices above, and that's at 75 feet. So we're only talking a few feet difference, so. All right. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at that right, that, now we're looking at about 114 foot from actual roof edge of the building. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
I want to go through these notes because I'm hungry. At 168 feet, I was vehemently opposed to this project. Staff wasn't on the same page, the Planning Commission wasn't on the same page, but that's a different deal. This proposal is different. And, you say that there's other buildings that are similar in height. Well, there's 25 feet difference between the tallest one and the proposed towers. The compatibility issue, Mr. Bosey, I think, has done a fairly good job of, that's the edgy part of it. If you're opposed to the project, it's not compatible. If you're looking at the project and you want to do it, it's it can fit. Is there a difference? Yes, there is a difference. There's one of the negatives is there's no public service. There's no really direct impact to the public to benefit from the project. We've heard that. I also heard just keep it C3. So basically that nothing is done. It's easy to say that, but the truth is something is going to be done there. And the noise and the traffic and the congestion from a C3 zoning could be far more obtrusive than a residential zoning with 80 units. So I'm weighing this stuff out. So the positives I've written down, the traffic is going to be less with the C3. The C3 would be 2 times to 1.5 times more. Mr. Bosey and staff they're comfortable with the density. They're comfortable with the height. And that compatibility issue is, Commissioner Kowal, it's not as obtrusive as it was in the beginning. So the compatibility issue with me is the only thing that's keeping me just from being fully on board. The increase in property value, I don't think there's anybody in the room that wouldn't say this project would not increase their property value. You can say it won't, but the truth is it will. This doesn't weigh on my decision, but a positive is there is a $2.6 million a year in tax revenue that's not there now that would be over and above a C3 project. Out of 850 lots, I've received personally 75 pieces of either mail or emails in opposition. 54 of them were postcards. 21 of them were emails. I'm pretty certain that there's some duplicity in those, but let's just say there's not. So I'll just give it credit for 75. I think the people in the room did an amazing job with an argument, and they did. But there's 2,035 people that live there, and I've heard from 75. I would love to be selfish and just take the $2 million for affordable housing and run. But I think that there's real value to the community with the culverts and the sewer. And I know it doesn't feel like that when you're in opposition, but 10 years from now, there's savings per home of somewhere just south of $40,000 per home when they have to convert. And so there's a precedent that they said, well, if you approve this project and you're setting a precedent, that's an assumption that's not true. That's an assumption that's not true. I would not look at another project just because we approved or disapproved another one. If you disapprove this project, you're not setting a precedent to disapprove the next one. If you approve this project, you're not setting a precedent to approve the next one. Each project is its own project. Those are my thoughts. I want to put them out there publicly because we can't talk about this stuff. And this is the time to do it. So I'm fine with the density, I'm fine with the height. The project sits on the back part of the commercial island. It's not in anybody's direct way. It is going to be noticeable, and that's what I'm battling with, but I'll yield the mic.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I'd like to ask the applicant just one more quick question for clarification purposes, because there's been a lot of discussion about public benefit and pros and cons. Is the commitment of the 5,000 a unit at CO or closing to?
Yeah, so I meant to do this earlier. Staff said they'd rather it be at CO because they can track a CO.
Right, sure, that's fine. So that's still part of the transaction, and then everything that's already been discussed with the reduction in height, reduction in density, the benefits of the culverts and the extension of the sewer and the capacity expansion of the sewer are all benefits, and then we can deliberate on how we get the water or the sewage extension to the balance of the community. Okay.
At 168 feet, this was a non-starter for me.
Me too.
Okay. I kept that close hold to my chest. Watched the Planning Commission, both sessions for a reason. The number one thing that I'm frustrated with in District 1 runs from Airport Road to Collier Boulevard, and it's because there's very little cohesion in that stretch. And it's because a lot of it is Zone C3, maybe most of it. Mr. Bosey knows more than I, but he knows all the things that I hate are because it was almost impossible to stop those things over the years. It wasn't totally impossible. You know, they said it was impossible to stop the food truck park, and there were things that could have been done, but, you know, I'm not here to, replow that ground. But the reality is I'm very concerned about leaving Isles of Capri unprotected with a large parcel that's Zone C3, because I've seen the damage that having that type of entity in your backyard, the uncertainty that it brings, and the ability we don't have at this level to adjust, to attack, to fight it, to adjust it. So we have an opportunity here, not only to negotiate, and so did the residents as well, but that large parcel sitting C3, I can tell you right now, I stay very connected in District 1. If your client decides to keep that property or sell it, it will sell very quickly. Look around Collier Boulevard, look around Collier County. Bulldozers are everywhere immediately. That parcel, the bulldozers will show up, and you will have no voice in what goes there. Little to no voice, I would say almost no voice of what's going to go there. And that's what I'm struggling with, because I've seen what unprotected C3 lots have done to major areas of District 1, and this is a very large parcel. So it's one thing to not like height, and like Commissioner Cole said, it's come down quite a bit. There's been an awful lot of things talked about here that a lot of us didn't know 24 hours ago. Citizens might not like it, but part of the process is if you're not communicating with the applicant charges forward and then comes here with a bunch of things that sound new, but they're not that new. But I'm very concerned with the C3 lot on that small little community and what will go there for the rest of time. I look to my colleagues who have a lot more seniority here in Collier County. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Any other comments by any other commissioners?
You want me to?
No. Well, we can do two things. We've been here a long time. I didn't know if anybody needed a short break, and then we come back here and we make a motion, or if you want to press forward.
Let's press forward.
Let's
We
go.
don't need to take another break. Unless the court reporter is suffering.
No, she's charging.
You mean to do it?
Go ahead.
And as has been said, this is a difficult decision, and we're here to make a decision on what's going to be the ultimate use of this piece of property. It's given that something's going to happen here, and the choices are 80,000 square feet and the impacts of that, or a residential development that's come down from what it was proposed to what it is, both in density, size, shape, and such, and the public benefit that comes from the enhancement of the sewer and the culverts and the affordable housing and those components as well. So with that, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to approve them both, A and B, if that's okay. I'm going to make a motion to approve them both, A and B, with the stipulations that we've had discussion here. I don't need to reiterate those. I think we've got enough record to be able to discern that.
I think you better put it on the record.
Okay.
We've been here a long time. I mean, I wouldn't want to drop the ball at the last minute.
I'll try. Stipulated height, 122 feet, units 80, affordable housing component of 5,000 a unit at CO, culverts, the flow culverts, and the enhancement of the sewer lines to the project to a capacity that's satisfactory to service the entire island. Does that sum it up?
I think so. Do we miss anything?
The only thing I would add is that, again, if there's, for some reason, there's not an upsizing of the culvert or of the sewer line, or there's not a culvert thing, that pot of money will be determined and will be available for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The odds are pretty good. It's going to be, money will go to the culverts and to the sewer line, but just in case it doesn't.
In the event that those monies aren't expended in those two items, then that additional money will come over to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I'll add that to the motion as well.
Okay, we have a motion. I'm going to make a second, and I'm making it to protect Isles of Capri, and whether you believe it or not, C3 across your island would be devastating, much like you felt about the food truck park. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? It passes unanimously.
Now I'm the one with
Oh, no.
I got another, I don't know what that was.
It was
harder than to get the
Thanks.
public comments.
no worries.
Where's he going?
Can we adjourn?
I'll take that. I'll take that bullet.
Public comments.
No, we have
Just a list of lobbyists.
Yeah, I know, I saw that, yeah.
Just kidding.
I didn't know what.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, still have a live mic.
Yes. Well, we're not adjourned yet.
No, we're not. We're still live.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, well, to everybody exits the room, or
Yep.
we ask if people either exit the room or have a seat, and we'll continue.
Did we say anything bad, Terry?
Okay, Ms. Patterson?
That brings us to item 15A, which is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in the meeting.
We have no such comments at this time.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15. We do not have any staff project updates today. That brings us to item 15C, staff and commission general communications. We'll keep our communications short. We'll provide an update on some of the positive activities going on at the sports complex at the next meeting. There's been a lot of good things going on there, and Mr. Rodriguez has a list of things which we'll go through at the next meeting. Only for your calendars, please, a strategic planning workshop scheduled potentially for February 22nd. We want to do this high-level strategic planning in advance of the release of the budget guidance. So we'll work with your aides to get that on your calendar. That's the third Tuesday in February. Dan, you have anything else? That's all from us.
Okay. County Attorney, do you have any closing comments?
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just go down the line. Commissioner Hall, do you have anything?
It was a hard day, but I enjoyed the process and still learning. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel?
I have two, and you brought up a point when we were talking earlier about the proposed ordinance coming forward for the MSTU, and I don't really have any interest in going out and whipping up a room full of people to support the MSTU, but I have it in my brain that there's about 1,000 people that are property owners that are less that are impacted by it, and I wanted to know if the board would support a mailing to those property owners about this ordinance that's being proposed to remedy the circumstances on our private roads. And I would like to seek, when you brought it up and when you were talking about it, Mr. Chair, that I mean, I can reach out to a lot of the community and people that are involved with that, but I was wondering if maybe we ought to do a mailing to those impacted people, which would certainly alert them to the circumstance, and we would have a good cross-section of property owners to be able to assist us with making our decision. It's a 50-cent mailer per. If that could be supported, I'd like to do that.
Yeah. Any thoughts across the board here? Commissioner Saunders?
I'm just thinking about the poor staff person that's going to have to figure out where all those properties are, and so.
And from a timing standpoint, I've advertised this for your next meeting. I don't know if you've got time to mail this out and have staff figure everybody and everybody else. I mean, we can continue it, but you will be advertised for your next meeting, sir.
Right. Well, it was a thought. I mean, our clerk of courts has the list. She had it in my office yesterday. So and I'm not looking for anything fancy. Here's a copy. And I sent her a note and haven't got a response. I know she's gone.
Let us chat with the clerk and see what type of list she has. And then if it seems feasible to do the mailing, we could always continue the ordinance for a meeting. If it seems like it's feasible to send out the mailer. So let us talk with the clerk and we'll circle back with the commissioner.
This is not an emergency. This is something that I've felt has needed to be done for quite some time. And if we have to belay the decision on considering the ordinance for one extra meeting, I'd be okay with that.
I realized there was a list, so that does make it a little bit easier.
She was whipping through it yesterday at my office, so I believe that there is a list. We have a list of properties. We know the amount of the assessed values of the properties and the amount of the money that's generated, so that information's out there. And if we can do that, I think that would be a nice way for us to engage the community and have a discussion from folks that are directly impacted by it. So that's number one. Number two, there's a lot of discussion going on with potential consolidation of our independent fire districts. And we are a portion of that emergency services to our community through our EMS, through our ambulance. And so I would like for a liaison of this board and our county manager and or whoever she particularly appoints to orchestrate a discussion meeting and have a discussion about a potential consolidation. I'll be the huckleberry if you want me to be the board liaison to do that. I assisted in the consolidation of the Big Corkscrew Fire Department and the old North Collier Fire Department, so I've traveled that path.
You got it.
Okay. And that's all.
Commissioner Cole, anything to add?
I'm just a little disappointed that I didn't get to hear the rock crushing report today.
We're still in session.
Yeah, Jamie
never
Cook's
mind.
back there.
Listen, we're all tired, we're hungry, and thank you for kicking us down the road to January. Well, thanks a lot. But this was a good one to cut our teeth on, I think. It was a lot of second guessing and thinking and searching our souls where we're going to go. But I think in the long run, it's going to be better for the community.
Agreed.
So.
Commissioner Saunders.
Hey, I'm going to come by tomorrow morning at 7:30, so I want to make sure everybody's here.
I'll be in Immokalee, just so you know.
No, I just want to thank our staff. This is obviously a late evening, and you may want to sleep in a little bit. Come in at quarter to 8 instead of 8 or 7:30. I have nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to thank my colleagues for your hard work and your tough questions. I'm sure I'm going to get 1,000 emails in the next hour from citizens who are going to remind me that in 2024 they're going to burn me at the stake. But I'm not sitting in this chair for reelection. I think we try to do what's right for the county. We don't try, we do what's right for the county. And sometimes citizens have very specific views. Sometimes those views flip-flop very quickly based on what's on the table. But I feel confident that we negotiated. I would have liked to seen maybe some others involved from the community and even the Planning Commission maybe negotiated, but we negotiated down height and density. We got a lot of investment and value for that community. They might, like I said, I know I'll catch a lot of spears here, and I'm a big boy, but y'all asked the right questions. And I think we all know that, the lack of oversight we have on a large portion of something that's zone C3 and what would have gone there. And I think we all know development's exploding. Somebody would grab that property up in a heartbeat. I can tell you this applicant right here, he only does residential, and he'd make money on that thing if he sold it for a song, and that's exactly what would happen. And those bulldozers would show up immediately. So even though I know the citizens won't believe it, our unanimous vote here, I think, spoke volumes. So thank you for your time and your patience. And lastly, Terry, I know you've gone longer. You said you've gone till 11 p.m., so we didn't break the record, but thank you so much for our fast talking and your fast typing. Last word, Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, well, it may not be the last word, but it just, I just want to commend my colleagues. This was a very, very difficult day. You all stood firm and did what needed to be done today. So under an enormous amount of pressure. So I just want to thank you all. It's a pleasure and an honor to serve with you.
Good day.
We're adjourned.